A mysterious male voice tells of the most ancient, enigmatic, and sinister family of alchemists, Persilade. He says that these people were trying to find a way to become a god in a human body, and in their search for the law of all things, they once caused terrible biochemical catastrophes on the continent. The monsters created by these mad alchemists then went out of control. They committed lawlessness, and for a long time no one could tame the maddened monsters. However, about 300 years ago, the Persilade family, for some unknown reason, fell into decline. But our hero, Iso, being her only descendant, sets himself the goal of returning the greatness of his family. He says that in 400 days, his most powerful biochemical development will be completed. Without addressing the rat in a very friendly manner, Iso tells her to begin the final stages and to constantly monitor the purity of the nitrogen solution. This rat's name is Cheese. He's the alchemist's assistant, and he reminds Iso that he asked him not to address him like that. Cheese reads the object's readings from the monitor out loud, concluding that they are stable. Iso orders black sulfur to be added to the incubation tank to remove excess impurities. After this, the alchemist orders the addition of white mercury in order to stabilize the personality of the object. And in order to recreate the object's soul, Iso orders Cheese to add the yellow salt solution. The final step is to drain the used solution and relieve the pressure. After this, Iso tells Cheese to open the incubation tank, and he follows his instructions. When the doors open, the alchemist solemnly begins to speak about his most powerful work. He expresses joy that the final disaster is finally over. The alchemist says that this biochemical experimental object is capable of destroying the entire world, and, turning to him, Iso calls on him to use his terrible form to conquer the world for his creator. However, what the alchemist sees before him makes him cry out in bewilderment. Unrestrained and stammering, Iso rhetorically asks what the hell this is. Refusing to believe his eyes, the alchemist says he needs to take a closer look. The cheese tells its creator that direct contact with the object does not meet safety standards. However, the alchemist has already begun his movement, and he does not intend to stop. So he, telling his assistant to shut up, cautiously approaches closer. The young man suggests that the female body may be merely a mimicry of the final disaster. If this is indeed the case, then he gets an idea about some parts of the object's body. Iso suggests that breasts may not be breasts at all, but rather energy capsules for storing energy. The alchemist immediately plans to check everything himself. While studying the body of his subject, the young man reflects on his feelings and the softness of the body part. And then he starts screaming desperately, coming to the conclusion that in front of him is a very ordinary person. Iso asks demandingly where the left hand of the Angel of Doom, which he transplanted, is. He also doesn't understand where the Emerald Queen's Eye of Sorrow is. The young man cannot even imagine why he does not hear the electrical noise when the perpetual motion machine is running. And while the alchemist clucks around the failed experiment, his subject opens his eyes. The assistant, noticing this, calls out to his supervisor, asking him to be careful. However, Iso reacts too late, belatedly asking a clarifying question. When this happens, Cheese screams out his creator's name in fear. Rat asks Iso not to worry about his family's legacy, as he is ready to inherit it for him. But the boy forbids writing him off, promising to plant carrion beetle eggs in Cheese's cheese warehouse. The rat scolds, saying that this is too cruel, and then suddenly comes to his senses. Seer is surprised that Iso is not dead, asking the appropriate question. And the alchemist grins, saying that he cannot be killed by his own experiment. He tries to explain everything, reminding him of one of his orders, but Cheese doesn't remember anything like that. Trying to fish out the necessary fragment from its memory, the rat actually remembers something. At the moment when the alchemist left, Cheese, wondering what this thing was, noted the pleasant smell of the liquid. And then the rat decided to add the extract of Iso's liquid soul to his wine, expressing confidence that its taste would become even better. As soon as the alchemist's assistant manages to remember all this, he mentally laments. Meanwhile, Iso turns to the final disaster, preparing to give him an order. However, the girl's movement makes the alchemist hesitate, for he does not understand the intention of his object. As Calamity approaches him, the boy asks it point blank what it is going to do. Well, the final disaster, without thinking twice, does something that the alchemist never expected. This not only makes the guy blush, but he also loses the ability to think rationally. And the final disaster doesn't even think about stopping there, licking its creator once again. This makes the boy feel very uneasy, and he pushes the girl away from him and begins to speak. Speaking of being in the third stage of infection, Iso tells Cheese to bring him a cleansing spray immediately. Along the way, the alchemist does not forget to press the button that activates the incubation tank. A high-frequency, self-luminous crystalline wall begins to descend from above, and when it enters the lower groove with the appropriate sound, the girl begins to scream. Trying to get rid of the obsession as quickly as possible, Iso pours what must have been an almost full can on himself, but suddenly the alchemist freezes, as an idea comes into his head. Just when he starts desperately searching for something, Cheese asks his master what exactly he is looking for. But it doesn't matter anymore, because the boy already finds what he needed. Iso's guess turns out to be correct. This woman turns out to be the very experimental sample of the final disaster. Cheese realizes that this is the girl they saved a year ago without arms, without legs, almost dead. Chris finds it suspicious that her hair color has changed, and Iso guesses that the girl's character has also changed. And the guy remembers what happened a year ago at the White Queen Bank in the city of Golden. Strange sounds are coming from the ventilation directly above the main hall, but no one pays attention to them. None of the bank's visitors have any idea what exactly is going on there. Meanwhile, the device's counter drops to 0, and the mechanism starts working. Meanwhile, a simple song can be heard from the White Queen's men's toilet. Checking the time, Cheese notes that the dragon spider venom should have taken effect by now. And then, having completed all the necessary preparations, Iso suggests that his assistant begin to act. The moment the couple enters the main hall of the bank, a disgruntled voice reaches their ears. Calling them bastards, they are asked if they know who owns this bank. Approaching the one who dared to contradict him, the alchemist says that he is not particularly interested. When a bank security guard is mutated by chemicals, Iso speaks approvingly. He expresses his opinion that in this state his former interlocutor is much nicer. The woman offers Cheese to take whatever he wants, but not to kill her and the child. The rat takes the lollipop, saying that she suggested it herself. As he leaves, the alchemist's assistant notes that strawberry milk is his favorite flavor. At this time, Iso puts up a sign at the entrance, stating that the bank is closed for a technical break. To be on the safe side, the alchemist closes the door from the inside while his rat is busy with other things. At this time, Cheese is doing a very important job, dealing with plexiglass. They work harmoniously, fitting perfectly into the timing and complementing each other. And finally, the long-awaited moment arrives, which is now delayed only by the explosion. And immediately after this, the guys find themselves in the vault, where they begin to admire their well-deserved reward. Jokingly calling Cheese a villain, the alchemist allows him to take whatever he wants. Later, the rat sings his favorite song again, which talks about the crime. Iso says he thinks this is the perfect heist, calling himself the most evil criminal mastermind in Golden City. Cheese invites his partner to go to the Black Lion Bar and celebrate their success there. Recalling how their last adventure ended, Iso says that this time everything will go towards experiments to create the final disaster. The boy believes that if they can create it, the city of Golden will become their playground. The alchemist appeases the rat with words that then he will be able to do whatever he wants. And with one voice, they voice what they will force the mayor of their city to do when this happens. The thought that they think alike makes them both laugh uncontrollably. But suddenly, the idyll is interrupted by a sound similar to a gunshot that is heard in the immediate vicinity of them. Asking who fired the shot, Seer suggests it was the city security service, but Iso counters. He believes that this shot does not look like a standard weapon. It looks more like a large-caliber revolver. This man, Komik, is the head of the Mayak District Department, the hero of the city, and the gentleman's bullet. And he, having found the trail of his already exhausted victim, approaches her with a confident gait. Cheese is amazed that the bank owner is going after the cripple and not his robbers, and Iso reprimands him. At this time, Komik asks the girl for a list of the Dead Dog's mercenaries she used to be a member of. He admires her skills and willpower, and promises, if the conditions are met, to leave the girl alive. But then the man remembers that the dead dogs lack vocal cords and communicate only through a specific language. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the girl is going to do something, but she is not allowed to do it. Having failed to achieve her goal, she gasps in surprise, and Komik speaks up again. Noting the fact that even in such a situation the girl is trying to do something, he calls her a bad girl. Komik is more assertive than asking if she still has that list. The man suggests that it might be hidden in this tattered teddy bear. Suddenly, something starts to pull him down, and the next moment Komik understands everything. Meanwhile, the girl begins to move her lips, frantically trying to say something. However, the man is not interested in these futile lamentations, and he takes appropriate measures. And yet he says he sees how important this dirty teddy bear is to the girl. The man mercifully allows her to take the battered toy back. However, the next moment the girl realizes that his words were a bluff. Her silent cry of despair soars into the sky, and Komik begins to speak again. He says that even if he fails to get the list, the girl's body will still bring a reward. And just as the man is about to finish what he started, Iso's voice is heard nearby. When the boy notices that Komik is also greedy for money, he asks him who he is. Iso introduces himself as the most evil criminal in Golden City and the greatest alchemist of this century. At the same time, he gives his real name and title. The boy is a baron. When Cheese attracts attention, Iso apologizes and introduces him as his first mate. Chris corrects the alchemist, calling himself not an assistant, but a criminal partner. They start arguing about what would be a more respectable title for the cheese. And Comic says that he has no time for children's games and moves on to threats. Iso, turning to the rat, notes that the old man clearly underestimates them, and he offers to show him their achievements. The boys throw off their bags, filled to the brim with money, and show them to their opponent. He, looking at the bills more closely, begins to speak but stops short. And yet he gathers himself, coming to the conclusion that it was these two who robbed the White Queen. When his criminal partners turn up their noses, Comic starts talking about it arrogantly. He calls their boasting signs of inner insecurity and insecurity. By saying he hates wasting his bullets on scum, Comic gives his opponents a head start. Iso declines, wanting to see for himself how elegant Golden's first shooter is. The man begins to confidently say that he will fulfill their wish, but suddenly he pauses, mentally wondering why it doesn't work, or if the weapon has jammed. In the next moment, the man feels like the gun in his hands has become too heavy. Well, and then he actually falls on one knee and understands the reason for all this. Comic's gaze is involuntarily drawn to the smoke emanating from the open bags. Iso explains what exactly it is, calling the neuromuscular paralyzing gas by the codename Powerless. Realizing that he had miscalculated, the man asks about the criminal's goal. He assumes that they want to save his target. Iso counters by reminding his victim that they are villains and that saving them is too noble. Along with a shot from his chemical weapon, the boy says that they just don't like the city heroes. When Comic mutates, he doesn't even immediately understand what's happening to him. But the very next moment he hurries away, accompanied by Cheese's words that this is all that the hero of this city is capable of. Chris suggests his partner return to the base and have some fun. But hearing silence in response, he turns around and asks Iso what he is doing. The boy says that he is watching because he is interested in how much longer this woman can live. The specimen is very interesting because his leg and arm are cut off, a bullet has pierced his palm, and almost all of his ribs are broken. And this is far from a complete list. Iso even revealed that strong poisons were found in the woman's blood. The guy considers the fact that she survived a real miracle, and he becomes interested in who this unfortunate woman was. Cheese does not share his interest, saying that the woman will soon die, and suggesting that they quickly go to their base. He asks Iso if he really wants to save this half-dead woman. The boy calls these words nonsense, saying that he is the first villain of the city of Golden. Approaching his bag, he asks his companion if he really decided to insult him. Cheese admits that Iso scared him, but Iso interrupts him, saying, "Stop talking." When a strange sound is heard from behind, the guy turns around and realizes that the woman is crawling even with such serious wounds. Iso pulls himself together, telling himself that he doesn't care about her at all. The next moment, a bright flash of lightning illuminates the sky, and suddenly it starts to rain. Cheese expresses confidence that water will wash away everything, both blood and crimes, and then everyone will forget about everything. And the woman stubbornly, with the last of her strength, continues to crawl towards her goal. And it turns out to be what's left of a battered old bear toy. Surprisingly, at some point she still manages to get the desired item. And the woman's face at this moment lights up with such a happy smile, as if she were not now dying. And only after the bear cub is with her does she allow herself to fall into unconsciousness. Sometime later, footsteps are heard near the woman. Yet Iso could not overcome his humanity and leave the sufferer to die. Later, in the Nightmare Den's operating room, Cheese asks the boy if he understands what they're doing now. The question does not throw the alchemist off course. He answers calmly that they are carrying out an operation. Cheese goes into more detail about this, saying that they save a person. He asks Iso if he has forgotten their purpose. When did he even start doing this? The guy says that he remembers everything perfectly, but first they have to create a biological weapon. And for this to happen, all the strongest negative emotions must be united in its bearer. Iso believes that the most important thing in the calamity should be a drop of purity, because this is the key to controlling it. The reason their experiments failed was because this detail was missing. Cheese doesn't argue, but notes that the woman is too seriously injured and could die at any moment. Iso agrees, saying that, in that case, they should begin their experiment immediately. The alchemist gives his assistant the task of preparing the transplants, and he takes blood from the cocoon of despair for himself. Saying that it won't be a problem for him, Cheese leaves first, taking the Ash Angel's hand. After this, he sets off for the Empress of Emerald's right eye. One of the final transplants turns out to be a heart perpetual motion machine. And the final component is decalcified blood from the cocoon of despair. As soon as everything is in place, Iso declares the operation to have begun. Now the alchemist attaches information about his experimental object to the incubation tank. And he continues to drum on the high-frequency, self-luminous crystal wall. Cheese asks Iso what they will do now, and he replies that they will carry out their standard procedure tomorrow. Chris asks what they will do if this girl turns out to be another failure, and the guy replies that then they will destroy her. He adds that he does not intend to keep the failed experiment around, So time passes and night comes, but not everything is what it seems at first glance. Iso still can't fall asleep, turning over onto his other side once again. The guy can't get the memory out of his head of what his experimental subject did. And what hasn't he done to try to get these stupid thoughts out of his head? But they stubbornly refuse to leave Iso's head, and he wonders why he can't sleep. Touching his lips, the boy again returns to the memories of his test subject, so he makes up an excuse to see her. He justifies his actions by saying that he is worried about the safety of the incubator walls. Seeing the girl, Iso mentally notes that she looks calm and allows himself to relax. However, the very next moment, looking more closely, the guy notices that she is trembling. Iso wonders if the majestic final disaster is afraid to sleep alone at night. But he immediately pulls himself up short, thinking that he shouldn't have any business with it. But even the thought that this experimental object is defective does not help. Memories that couldn't leave him indifferent kept popping up in the guy's head. So before he takes his next action, Iso lets out a long sigh. But even this doesn't help to put his thoughts in order, so he simply gives in to intuition. When the wall rises just enough for his voice to be heard, Iso begins to speak. He turns to the girl, offering her to go out and saying that he will take her to a place where she can get a good night's sleep. They end up on the 7th level of the base, where particularly dangerous experimental objects are monitored. The evil dragon approaches Iso, promising to devour him alive when he escapes from captivity. The Eye of the Abyss says in an otherworldly voice that it will penetrate the very soul of the alchemist and will torment it forever. Iso suggests that the girl live between these two, believing that this way she will definitely stop being afraid of anything. Once inside, the girl immediately presses herself against the glass. And while she's trying to say something, two particularly dangerous experimental subjects continue to issue threats. The girl mumbles something unintelligible, and Iso suggests that his charges enjoy each other's company. Returning to his bedroom, the guy expresses confidence that now this woman will definitely not be alone. And falling onto the bed, he says that now he can finally get a good night's sleep. The evil dragon addresses the Eye of the Abyss, asking it what man does with creatures like them. At first, the monster says that he doesn't know, but then he remembers Iso's words about this girl being the ultimate disaster. The dragon bursts out laughing, not believing that such a tiny person could contain such great power. Glaz shares this opinion, remembering that Iso has failed his experiment 1,000 times already. Meanwhile, the girl continues to drum on the glass, which causes mockery from one of the monsters. The evil dragon agrees to become Calamity's mount if she manages to destroy the wall. The Eye of the Abyss does not lag behind his fellow sufferer, saying that in this case he too will become the girl's pet. The final disaster suddenly freezes, as if thinking about something in its head. And then, when she puts her left hand to the wall, suddenly a metamorphosis occurs. The evil dragon and the Eye of the Abyss both ask what it is. Well, the first cracks begin to spread across the glass from the epicenter of the touch of the palm of disaster. The evil dragon begins to ask the girl what this technique is, but stumbles. Meanwhile, the cracks are not only growing, but are also rapidly melting before our eyes. The girl herself doesn't understand what she just did, because she simply succumbed to intuition. But then, glancing at her hand, it gradually begins to dawn on her. The evil dragon, looking at his neighbor, is speechless. Eyes of the Abyss also remains in solidarity with him on this issue. By calling the girl mistress, the evil dragon acknowledges the fact that from now on, he is her mount. The Eye of the Abyss also does not go back on its word and asks its mistress to release it along with the other monster. At this time, Iso is actually sleeping and is already dreaming about his 10th dream, and now he is dreaming about his mother. The cheese is doing just fine as he fell into a sweet sleep, enjoying his favorite activity. However, the calm of these guys is broken the very next moment, forcing them to literally jump on the spot. When they meet, the rat asks why the level 4 alarm was triggered, and Iso explains it to him. Realizing that at least 3 walls have been destroyed, the mad scientists rush to the 7th floor. Cheese informs his partner about which objects have escaped from their cells. The only thing that puzzles him is chamber F-203 because the rat thought it was empty. The boy refuses to believe this, so he decides to see for himself. Cheese is also watching the recording while watching it, so he screams uncontrollably. Iso is happy that the woman activated the transplanted arm, but the rat demands an explanation. Sometime later, they are already entering the observation zone for especially dangerous objects. What scientists discover there turns out to be so expected that it doesn't even surprise them. So Iso calmly asks the troublemakers if they think they've made enough noise. The evil dragon stops, turns to the alchemist, and silently measures him with a disdainful look. When the Eye of the Abyss follows suit, the creature cannot bear it any longer and turns to Iso. He remembers with resentment how he was treated like a lab rat and resorts to threats. The creature is about to say something else, but Cheese does not allow him to do so. The rat's blow hits its target, and the evil dragon recoils in surprise. And then, when he comes to, he asks what the hell this is. Iso explains to him, saying that it is a grenade that is filled with more than 200 dragon spider eggs. The alchemist suggests that his interlocutor, as a dragon, should know what dragon spiders are. The evil dragon knows this very well, remembering that these parasites eat dragons from the inside, ultimately leading to their death. Iso confirms these words, calling his opponent a good fellow. While the alchemist is distracted by the evil dragon, the Eye of the Abyss decides to melt the guy with its magic. But it was not to be. Iso is not asleep, and the monster notices how he throws something into the air. This something turns out to be a flashbang grenade, but the Eye of the Abyss doesn't have time to see it. But the next moment the creature realizes what it was. And screaming hysterically, it begins to shout, saying that because of this damned Iso he has gone blind. The alchemist asks in a conciliatory tone whether his subjects want to continue their rebellion or quietly and peacefully return to their cells. The evil dragon asks if Iso really thinks he has defeated them, since they still have the eldest. The Eye of the Abyss agrees with him, remembering how she melted even the strongest crystalline walls. But the alchemist doesn't understand who they are talking about, asking again who this elder one is. The next moment, in the perfect silence, the measured sound of footsteps is heard, and it dawns on Iso. Realizing who this elder is, the alchemist curses mentally, fearing that the final disaster will get out of control. The evil dragon rejoices, noting out loud that fear has appeared on Iso's face again. The creature approaches the final calamity, complaining about the alchemist and asking her to avenge him and the Eye of the Abyss. The girl continues to walk forward without making a single sound. Cheese turns to Iso, asking him if he doesn't have a plan to suppress the final disaster. The alchemist says that, theoretically, none of the material means known to him can suppress it 100%. And the girl at that moment stops literally for a moment, but only to find support. The very next moment she very quickly rushes straight at her opponent. Noticing this, Iso curses mentally, realizing that he is late. When the ultimate disaster jumps on the guy, Cheese can only absent-mindedly drop his name. The evil dragon laughs, suggesting that Iso come to his senses, and says that then, perhaps, he will put in a good word for him with his elder. However, he adds that if the alchemist continues to drag it out, she will take his life. However, what the monster sees makes him take aback and ask his elder what she is doing. All this time, Iso tries to pull himself together and finally manages to turn to the final disaster. Pushing her away from him, the alchemist angrily asks if she is really making fun of him. The girl tries to say something, but only inarticulate sounds come out. Iso interprets this as a reluctance to sleep in this place and offers to take her somewhere else, so he asks her to stop licking him, reminding the girl that she is not a dog. The evil dragon asks his elder how she melted the crystal walls, and Iso in turn asks him how he can thank the monsters for everything that happened. Even though the elevator is already rising, someone is diligently pressing a few more of its buttons. Iso admits that he is very tired, and Seer echoes him, saying that he wants to sleep. When the elevator starts to jam, the girl is rudely pulled up, told to stop pressing the buttons. Meanwhile, the evil dragon is angry that he was put in such a ridiculous straitjacket. The Eye of the Abyss is also not happy with his punishment. He asks to remove this entire onion from him. When the younger nine-headed snake is snoring peacefully in its aquarium, nothing foreshadows trouble. But some sixth sense makes the creature open a few of its eyes, and it suddenly shudders and screams briefly from the sight that appears before it. While the girl admires the bizarre creature, a voice is heard behind her. Iso finds it problematic that the final disaster refuses to sleep in any of the places he suggests. When he wonders where she should sleep then, Cheese says it's all very simple. Chris suggests that they put the girl to bed in Iso's room, and he is indignant about this. A first-level detective asks the communications officer to restore the image as it keeps disappearing. He receives a response only after some time, but the request is accepted and successfully fulfilled. When the image is fully restored, the detective wonders what happened in this hotel. Noting that only a skeleton remained of the body, he cannot even imagine what kind of monster could have done such a thing. Suddenly, for no apparent reason, the detective starts coughing, and the signalman asks him what's wrong. Looking at his hand, he suggests that he has been poisoned. A flirtatious female voice remarks that it seems that this time the prey has come to her. Noticing the aura emanating from the woman approaching him, the detective begins to talk about her being a monster. Meanwhile, the signalman asks him if he has made contact with the criminal. The moment the monster's mouth is just centimeters away from the detective, he recoils in fear. He continues to scream, trying to delay the inevitable, but the camera no longer records anything. The dispatcher asks the detective to respond if he can hear and report the situation. Meanwhile, Cheese notices that this girl is only attached to Iso, so watching her is the safest option. The alchemist considers this natural, remembering the soul extract, and then the rat admits his miscalculation. The guy doesn't like this. He asks Cheese to repeat it, and he starts making excuses. While Iso is angry, the rat notices what is happening and asks his interlocutor to look back. When the alchemist turns around, the girl has already dived into the aquarium, grabbing the nine-headed snake by the tail. Luckily, he manages to slip out of the final disaster's grasp and hide. But this only briefly saves the creature from its pursuer. She quickly finds him. Addressing the final disaster, Iso tells her to quickly get out of the aquarium, but the girl does not respond. Then the guy starts getting angry, asking if she can't hear his orders. Waiting a few more moments in the hope that the girl will come to her senses, Iso can't take it anymore. Starting to pull her, the guy accompanies his actions with words demanding that she get out. At first, nothing works out, but at some point, Iso manages to achieve what he wants. But he didn't take one thing into account, so he slips and falls. And of course, by inertia, the girl lands right on him. Iso starts screaming again, saying that she is heavy and telling her to get off of him immediately. Watching this picture, Cheese only laughs, unable to utter a single intelligible word. And Iso, turning to the final disaster, forbids her to climb into the aquarium of the nine-headed serpent. Cheese says he's going to bed, and the guy is upset about it. He doesn't like the prerogative of being alone with this girl. Chris advises not to anger her, because he is sure that the consequences of this will be unpredictable. Hearing the words about the girl being cute, Iso retorts that she is just an experimental specimen. And behind him, not allowing the guy to finish, a sneeze is heard, causing the alchemist to wince in disgust. Taking one look at the creature that now looks so meek, Iso gives in. Thinking that she got dirty in the nine-headed snake's aquarium, the guy decides to let the girl take a bath. While the water is being collected, the alchemist decides to test something. While scanning the girl with a pathogen detector, he asks her not to move. Iso notes that he has done this 3 times already, and surprisingly, no pathogens were found on the girl's body. But even so, the guy doesn't want some experimental specimen bathing in his bathtub. Iso turns to the girl, saying that as soon as he leaves, she will go wash herself. But his silent interlocutor, like a dog trying to understand its owner, only tilts her head in bewilderment. The alchemist begins to get seriously annoyed by this, and he tries to figure out how to convey his idea to the girl. He begins to speak to her, clearly enunciating his words and using gestures, starting with what will happen when he leaves. Moving on to the part that concerns the girl, the alchemist points his finger at her. He also uses gestures to show her what she should do when he leaves the room. And the guy ends his pantomime by saying that the girl will go into this bathtub. When he asks if she understands him, her expression immediately changes. However, the girl starts doing everything right now, causing the guy to cry out in desperate protest. She doesn't react, which makes Iso close his eyes tightly in embarrassment, but he suddenly thinks. The guy calls on himself to come to his senses, because he is a great alchemist, and this girl is just an experimental specimen. However, the thought that such objects have no gender disappears as soon as Iso sees a female body. When the guy loses consciousness, the girl starts gasping and groaning over him, unable to say anything else. And sometime later, Iso silently curses at having to wash this problematic creature himself. Setting the watering can aside and scooping up some shampoo, he moves on to the next step. The guy asks the girl not to move and not to open her eyes, because otherwise he will not be responsible for the consequences. After this, the alchemist asks the final disaster to throw his head back. Her half-closed eyes and the water running down her face give the guy certain thoughts. He thinks that this carbon bioframe has a certain charm. After everything is finished, Iso, saying that he is not her nanny, tells the girl to wipe the body herself. The alchemist says that even though she is the ultimate disaster, he no longer intends to court her. His self-confidence and inattention become the guy's worst enemies. Before his fall, he even has time to understand that something is wrong and to be surprised. Well, the next moment, as luck would have it, Iso finds himself where he least expected to be. Hitting his head painfully, the guy gives an honest commentary on what happened. He regrets that he didn't take the girl to the disinfection room and wash her with a high-pressure jet. Meanwhile, the one in question is trying to say something and even more. The girl approaches Iso, causing him to scream, while Cheese's voice is heard outside the bathroom door. Chris says that if the alchemist is afraid that she will attack him, he just found an anti-rebellion collar. Noticing this picture, Cheese is silent for a while, and then calmly begins to speak. He suggests that he's overthinking things and lets them continue, and Iso retorts hotly. The door closes behind Cheese, but not for long, because it opens almost immediately. Chris advises wearing a liquid protective suit for safety, since Iso is going to do this with a particularly dangerous sample. The guy angrily throws down the first object that comes to hand, telling Cheese to get lost. And he thinks that, no matter what the alchemical talent of this child, he still remains a virgin. Cheese also addresses Iso's late mother mentally, asking her not to worry about her son. And the guy, moving on to drying the girl's hair, again expresses dissatisfaction. When he takes out a hairdryer and points it at her head, the blonde involuntarily shudders. A memory involuntarily emerges in her mind, the image of which is superimposed on the instrument in the guy's hand. The same man, not noticing the girl's fear, asks her to sit up straight, saying that he will dry her hair. As soon as Iso opens his eyes, previously closed from fatigue, no one is found in front of him. Moreover, even after quickly looking around the entire room, the guy does not find his charge. He takes a closer look at the places where she might be hiding and notices a trembling silhouette. After watching the girl for a while, Iso tries to figure out what she's doing there. Finally, he decides to approach her and, pulling back the curtain, speaks up. A guy asks a girl to stop drawing attention to herself by asking if she knows what time it is. However, what he sees leaves him puzzled and questioning. The alchemist doesn't understand what's happening and why this girl is so scared, because she wasn't even afraid of monsters. Going over the events that preceded this in his head, Iso finds the answer. The alchemist suggests that the hairdryer reminded the girl of a gun and that she still has fragments of memories of her past personality. He lets out a heavy sigh, thinking about what a problematic experimental sample he got. The girl becomes even more uneasy, and then the guy decides to approach her. An idea pops into his head and Iso attracts the attention of his ultimate disaster. The girl lifts her head to find out what he wants to tell or show her. And the guy is looming over her again with that dangerous instrument that looks so much like a revolver. The realization of this again sent a shock through the girl and she screamed. And then she shrinks again, starting to shake even more from uncontrollable fear. But then Iso presses the hairdryer button and a strange sound reaches the girl's ears. She becomes curious about its source, and the guy is already posing with all his might. Whether it was on purpose or not, but the next moment a shot like this is taken. And this makes the girl believe that everything is fine and no one is going to harm her. And sometime later, she herself is trying to master this difficult art of hairstyling. Although in reality this girl prefers to fool around. Iso is no longer happy about this, mentally regretting that he didn't leave her in fear of the hairdryer. More than 20 minutes pass like this, and the guy can't take it anymore. He says he didn't create the final disaster so she could play with a hairdryer at night. The girl decides to use her secret technique, but Iso only snorts at this. Putting the hairdryer away, he says that sweet looks won't help her. To be on the safe side, the alchemist locks the box and turns to the girl again. He tells her that he will let her play with the hairdryer again in the future, but only if she behaves well. After Iso tells the girl to go to bed, she lets out a sad gasp. Remembering the pressing problems, a question arises in the guy's head again. He's racking his brains over where he can put the girl to bed tonight. The alchemist begins to ponder, thinking that he cannot let her sleep on the bed. The idea that experimental samples have no right to do this cannot be completed. Seeing what was happening, all the boundaries so carefully erected around the alchemist instantly fell away. Calling the girl an idiot, he asks who allowed her to lie on his bed. A little later, he manages to reclaim his territory, but it takes time to calm down. The alchemist tells the girl to remember that, as an experimental specimen, she has no right to sleep on his bed. He tells her to lie down on the floor, not to move, not to make noise, and not to go to the bathroom for a hairdryer. Turning off the light, the guy lies down on his bed and allows himself to relax. He thinks with pleasure that he can finally sleep. And yet, the guy still thinks that leaving the final disaster in his bedroom seems dangerous. As he stealthily watches the girl, he thinks about the possibility that she might get out of control. However, the alchemist recalls that so far, and even now, the final disaster has not shown aggression towards him. Based on the girl's current behavior, he comes to the conclusion that it is unlikely that she will start acting up. But the next moment, some kind of fuss reaches the guy's ears, and he wonders what she's doing. Calling out to the girl, the alchemist tells her to lie still and stop moving. At some point, the fuss stops and Iso expresses satisfaction about it. However, the girl doesn't last long, and the guy flares up. Standing up abruptly, he rudely asks what she is doing in the middle of the night. But what the alchemist sees makes him try to understand what is happening. The sight of a freezing girl makes him feel guilty. And after observing his experimental object for some time, the guy makes up his mind. Without thinking, he goes into the rat's room and knocks, but he sleeps too soundly. Carefully taking the journal from his assistant, the alchemist disgustedly calls its contents abomination. After this, he tries to wake up Cheese not only with words, but also with actions. But none of this works, so Iso starts to grumble discontentedly. Calling Cheese a stupid rat, he gets angry because he dumps all the problems on him. But then the guy comes up with a real idea and laughs ominously. His idea is to trick his assistant in the form of a stink bug. The idea works like a charm, and Cheese immediately wakes up, noticing an extremely unpleasant smell. On this basis, a small squabble arises between the friends, during which Iso begins to talk about the final disaster. As if by chance, the guy asks if Cheese has an extra blanket. The rat immediately gets the idea and doesn't miss the chance to tease his friend. Cheese continues to tease Iso, but he begins to make excuses, and very convincingly. Suddenly, the rat realizes a very interesting fact. He asks Iso why he asks him for a blanket when he has 6 sets himself. The alchemist says he can't lend them because each one is scheduled strictly by day. He explains in detail what he uses these kits for, relating them to the days of the week. For example, on Thursday, Iso uses purple because it is the color of purified nitrogen and his mother's favorite color. And his favorite TV series comes out on Friday, so he has to use the official set from it. The guy is about to continue his story, but Cheese interrupts him, saying that he knows it. The alchemist confirms this and concludes that he simply does not have an extra set for the final disaster. Unable to bear such nonsense, Cheese calls his interlocutor crazy. Chris reminds him that this girl is a final disaster and offers to give her the final disaster blanket. The assistant's logic amazes Iso, and for a while he simply loses it. He tries to object why he can't do it, but Cheese says that he won't give up his blanket. The guy curses, calling his assistant a real rat. Iso has no choice but to go to his closet and stand in front of it, lost in thought. This choice is not easy for the guy. He goes through an internal struggle for quite a long time. But eventually, he reaches for the door where Saturday's bed linen lies. Iso gives the girl instructions regarding the blanket so that she handles it with care. Agreeing with everything and settling down, she very quickly falls into a sweet sleep. Iso comes to the conclusion that, for safety's sake, it's still worth putting an anti-riot collar on the final disaster. He falls asleep with the thought that his brain is no longer working properly. After some time, the final disaster is no longer in its place. The thing is that for quite a long time now, she has been standing as a stone statue above her creator. The raven wakes Iso, calling him the great alchemist of the century, and saying that it's time for him to get up. The boy thinks that he didn't get enough sleep, because he didn't even sleep for 8 hours. But suddenly, his drowsiness seems to be lifted by hand, because Iso feels something heavy on himself. On the right side, something pleasant is warming his ear, but the guy can't yet understand what it is. But he doesn't intend to hesitate, immediately turning his gaze to the side. Iso almost jumps up, trying to figure out when this girl managed to get into his bed. Carefully turning towards her a little more, the guy begins to study her. He eventually comes to the conclusion that this girl doesn't look like the ultimate disaster at all. Suddenly the door swings open and Cheese, turning to Iso, asks how he slept last night. Looking around the room, the rat asks where the damsel in distress is, and the boy says he doesn't know. Cheese is seriously scared, already imagining the worst possible outcomes, and encourages Iso to check the camera footage in the most dangerous areas. The guy suggests that the rat go to the observation room first, saying that he will catch up with him. Cheese agrees with this, not finding anything suspicious in his interlocutor's words. However, his attentive gaze helps him, clinging to the measured movement. Chris says that Iso's blanket is moving, but the boy denies it, asking how that is possible. And the next moment, the girl manages to break free from the suffocating captivity and take a breath. She tries to catch her breath, looking from one to the other, and Iso begins to speak. The guy justifies his actions by saying that the final disaster itself climbed into his room that night. Cheese says he doesn't see anything wrong with it, and promises not to make fun of him, but to be happy for the teenager. He stops short as he begins to talk about how their little Iso has finally grown up. While Cheese curses and rages at the alchemist, he tells the rat to prepare for testing the final disaster. Later, Cheese tells the girl not to raise her head, otherwise the measurements will be inaccurate. The first part is measuring the height of the object, which turns out to be 171 centimeters. Cheese teases his friend by saying that Iso will have to stand on his tiptoes if he wants to kiss her. The second part is measuring the weight, and it turns out that the girl weighs 64 kilograms. Iso can't believe this is true, because the final disaster is supposed to weigh 800 kilograms. Chris says that they are now moving on to the most important part of their measurements. And when he is amazed at the perfect size of the girl's breasts, Iso tells him to stop measuring all that nonsense. It's time for the pulmonary function test, and the alchemist, giving the ultimate disaster recommendations. Asking her to repeat after him, Iso says to take the deepest possible breath. After this, the alchemist asks the girl to put her mouth to this device and blow hard. When Iso shows by example how it should be done, the blonde screams with delight. Approaching the girl, the alchemist says that now it is her turn to do it. She obediently follows his instructions, for which she receives praise and encouragement from Iso. But then a pitfall arises, and the alchemist hurries the girl, ordering her to blow into the device. The blonde misunderstands his instructions and does something Iso couldn't even imagine. However, he understands what she wants to do and calls her an idiot. He doesn't even have time to finish telling me that you need to blow not into his mouth, but into a special device. Meanwhile, the girl is so stubborn that they hit the table. Cheese enters, as usual, at the most interesting moment, asking if the lung capacity test is complete. And Iso, hearing a familiar voice, tries to ask the rat to help him. At some point, the girl finally pulls away and, extremely pleased with herself, wipes her mouth. However, glancing at the bat, she realizes that, despite her efforts, it has not moved an inch. Iso, meanwhile, rushes to wash his mouth while his friend says that he is literally dying of laughter. The rat finds it funny that the alchemist was kissed by his own test subject, and the latter tells him to get lost. But Cheese doesn't even think of doing this, asking if the final disaster has sweet lips. Iso notices that this rat has been talking too much lately. The alchemist tells his interlocutor to stop talking nonsense and says that he will conduct the next tests. Cheese agrees to this without any problems, and then proceeds with the flexibility assessment according to plan. Both this and the 50-meter run are within the normal range for an average person. The one-handed grip strength test also shows average values. Iso notes that, in terms of physical characteristics, the final disaster is no different from an ordinary person. Cheese suggests that she hasn't entered combat mode yet, and the alchemist suggests doing so as soon as possible. When asked if he has figured out how to do this, Iso says that they need to lock the girl up with the most bloodthirsty test subject. Cheese asks him if he's crazy to use extremely dangerous object number 0 as a test subject. He believes that tests should be carried out gradually, starting with the weakest battlefield targets. Iso says that then they must not be rabbits, but lab rats. But Cheese, snatching his fellow from these bloodthirsty clutches, hotly retorts. He reminds Iso that he forbade using Eris for experiments, and he begins to choke. The alchemist returns to the original idea, asking if Cheese seriously thinks this will work. Suddenly, an unknown force snatches the rabbit from the boy's hands. Cheese chuckles, reminding Iso of his disbelief that harmless creatures couldn't awaken the final calamity's battle lust. The alchemist quickly switches gears, saying that he can't wait to bring his new experimental object to a public place. However, it turns out that this girl does not do anything cruel to the rabbit. As soon as Seer and Iso realize this, they become despondent again. This begins to irritate the alchemist greatly, so he decides to resort to desperate methods. Remembering that he had something suitable on him, Iso immediately took out the syringe. Without thinking twice, he injects the contents into the rabbit and hears Cheese's question. He asks Iso what it is and learns that the syringe contained a mutagen that increases the rate of mutation by 29 times. And while the rats are taken aback by this, accelerated mutagen number 6 begins to act. When the rabbit starts acting strange, the girl lets out a surprised cry. And the rapidly changing creature jumps from her hands and continues to mutate. Eventually, it grows over the girl like a huge shadow, covering her head and even more. The mutant's lips stretch into a bloodthirsty grin as he looks at his victim. And Iso says that in order for the ultimate calamity to awaken within her, her opponent must be at least at that level. The alchemist gives the mutant a temporary name, calling him Super Strength Rabbit Beast No. 1. Meanwhile, he, releasing steam from his nostrils, prepares for battle. Iso chants the words to begin the battle, and Seer mentally marvels at the ruthlessness of this idiot. Well, the mutant is already rushing at the girl, and then the rat offers the alchemist a dispute. He offers to bet on whether this little girl will dodge the blow, the bet being the clearing of the base. Cheese bets that the girl will do it. Iso, accordingly, takes the opposite side. Meanwhile, the mutant strikes, but the final result of their dispute is not yet visible to the observers. However, they both feel like the rabbit has swatted the girl, so they scream in fear. However, when the dust cloud clears, both wonder where the final disaster has gone. A shudder runs through the mutant's long, thick fur, and he casts a puzzled look at his giant paw. Meanwhile, something continues to move rapidly under the fur, causing even more confusion for the rabbit. And the next moment, an extremely pleased girl emerges from there, starting to laugh cheerfully. But that's not all. Somehow she miraculously makes the rabbit fall on its shoulder blades. When the girl continues to flirt with the mutant, he is initially puzzled. Well, and then he just gets embarrassed, not even knowing what he can do with her in this case. Cheese suggests that the final disaster has no fighting spirit at all, and then they still decide to descend into the restricted zone for highly hazardous objects. But Cheese is still not sure that pitting the girl against object number 0 is not life-threatening. Iso dispassionately says that if she dies, it will only prove that she was a failed experiment. When they arrive at the prison for containing the highly dangerous object number 0, Iso states this. When entering, the first thing the alchemist does is put on his mask. His assistant repeats this action after his curator, and then speaks. Cheese reminds Iso that he still has a chance to change his mind, because otherwise they could lose everything. The alchemist sticks to his word, saying that he needs to awaken a thirst for blood in his experimental subject. Recalling that they have suffered too many failures, he says that he is fed up with it. Suddenly, the guy feels someone's hand on his head and looks up. Of course, that person turns out to be the ultimate disaster, and she begins to gently stroke Iso's hair. Intercepting her hand, the alchemist says that experimental subjects have no right to pity their creator. Urging the girl to listen to him carefully, Iso tells her the reason why she was created. Cheese interrupts the conversation, ruining all the alchemist's plans, and he tells him to get lost. Meanwhile, the woman begins to hum a simple song, starting to count the little Iso. Her name is Lucille, and she is the highly dangerous experimental subject number 0. When a woman is called by name, she is surprised. Unable to believe her ears, Lucille turns around to see for herself. Meanwhile, Iso informs the woman that he has come to see her. Unable to believe her luck, Lucille instantly rushes down to her interlocutor. Clinging to the bars with an appropriate metallic clang, she calls the boy Little Iso. Recognizing the exact number of days that have passed since their last meeting, the woman expresses delight. And Iso shatters her expectations by saying that he came to tell her that he created the final disaster. Hearing the words that she is no longer his most powerful experimental subject, the woman is at a loss. But instead of disorientation comes denial. Lucille refuses to believe that such an outcome is possible. The alchemist turns to the rat, telling him to bring the final disaster right now. Cheese apologizes for not being able to keep track of the girl who escaped from him, which irritates Iso, and Lucille begins to get irritated because she has a competitor. The next moment, her irritation turns to anger, and she aggressively addresses her rival. Calling her a blonde bitch, Lucille tells her to get her dirty hands off Iso, and the girl becomes scared just by the aura of this creepy and evil woman. Iso continues to add fuel to the fire by introducing Lucille to his most powerful experimental subject. He allows her to regain her title as the strongest experimental subject, but says that to do so, she must defeat the ultimate disaster. While the alchemist tells her this, the woman struggles with impatience. However, as soon as she hears the condition, the emotions on her face quickly change. Lucille also sets a condition, saying that if she wins, Iso will spend the whole day with her. The alchemist agrees too easily, but even this is not enough for the woman. She also asks him to hug her when she sleeps, to which Iso asks Lucille not to be impudent. The woman asks the guy not to worry, promising to deal with his new toy so that it becomes useless. Lucille shouts out that Iso belongs only to her, and he then invites her to show him what she is capable of. The guy tells the blonde that if she doesn't fight, she'll really die this time. And if Lucille kills her, then she really was just a failed experiment. The alchemist immediately warns the girl that he will definitely not save her. And after hesitating for just a moment, he releases the blonde's leash from his hand. As he falls, Iso adds that it is up to her to decide now. And the next moment, the alchemist gives his assistant the order to close isolation door number 1. The realization doesn't come to the girl right away, but when it does, she screams. For a while, the blonde even tries to open the doors and get out, but she doesn't succeed. And then she begins trying to reach out to her creator, but he is deaf to her pleas. Iso says that this is exactly what the last of the Persilade line, the leader of a terrorist organization, should do. He enters the super dangerous detention cell number 0 with the thought that everything has returned to its place. Cheese asks if he calmed the girl down, to which Iso asks him not to talk nonsense and to let Lucille out. Chris agrees, but says he'll see if the guy will regret it when he kills the blonde. When he presses the corresponding button, the huge cage begins to rise. Lucille, stretching sweetly, expresses her joy at finally being able to warm up. The camera is set to follow, bringing its focus closer to the object of study. Noticing this with her attentive gaze, Lucille turns to her. Addressing Iso, the woman asks him to prepare to witness an incredible show of destruction. Cheese likes this idea, and even gets some chips out of somewhere for the spectacle. Noticing that they are cheesy, the boy declines the offer, telling the rat to eat them himself. He pretends to be offended, noting that his interlocutor has never complained about cheese chips before. Understanding what's going on, the rat reminds the guy that Lucille will be given a blocker for her death virus. So he offers Iso a bet, the prize being control of the TV next week. And then Cheese reserves the right to vote first, saying that he is betting on Lucille. Meanwhile, the poor little girl continues to try to reach the alchemist, but everything remains in vain. Iso accepts Cheese's challenge, taking the opposite side and explaining that Calamity has no choice but to win. Lucille advises the girl not to waste her energy, because she will not be able to open this door. The woman wonders what is happening to her opponent, because she sees no desire to fight in her. But the very next moment, Lucille dismisses this thought, because victory is very important to her. Cheese, noticing that the girl is not reacting in any way to the woman about to attack her, begins to panic. Lucille calls her rival trash and plans to make her food. But suddenly she feels something digging into her hand, and at first she doesn't even understand what it is. When this happens, Lucille wonders in her mind how the blonde managed to grab her. Iso, who noticed this, assumes that the final disaster has noticed the mortal threat and is preparing for battle. The rat is also quite impressed by the speed and dexterity of this girl, and there is also a bet at stake. And yet both he and Iso are happy and believe that the final disaster has finally awakened. When the girl starts dragging her somewhere, Lucille tries to figure out where exactly. Well, she clearly explains her intentions, causing disappointed cries from her observers. Iso can't believe that this girl is so stupid. Sire just expresses understanding. Just in case, Lucille clarifies what exactly the blonde is asking her to do, and her silent interlocutor expresses her agreement with this as best she can. For a moment, Lucille tries to contain herself, but her laughter still escapes. The woman bursts into a long, loud laugh, then turns to Iso. She tells the alchemist that his most powerful biological weapon is just an idiot. Grabbing the blonde's hand, Lucille asks her to let her explain how to get out of this place. By injecting the girl with her virus of destruction, the woman says that he needs to destroy her. From the sudden weakness that washed over her, the final disaster settles down and begins to breathe heavily. And Lucille continues to speak, savoring the words about how this girl will be sent to be processed and taken out as waste. The woman sighs theatrically, noting that the most powerful biological weapon has been poisoned. And then he turns to Iso, asking him to remember that she is his only and most powerful biological weapon. When the system issues dangerous warnings, Cheese begins to speak with concern. He informs Iso that the virus penetrates the skin and infects the end disaster's blood, tissues, and organs. The alchemist refuses to believe this because the red blood cells of the cocoon of despair destroy absolutely any pathogen. However, the result is obvious. The eyes of several people at once cannot deceive. Lucille chuckles, saying that she even gets bored watching this girl die so quickly. Cheese asks Iso to stop the experiment, and he asks his interlocutor why he is so worried. The alchemist does not give up hope, noting that the mortal threat from the infection is still far away. He believes that only death can cause the cocoon of despair's blood to boil, completing the transformation of the final disaster. The alchemist believes that all they can do is remain calm and wait for that moment to come. Lucille is shocked that Iso calls this weakling the ultimate disaster. The woman says that she is not even interested in playing with someone like that, and then turns to her rival. She asks her why she is silent now, since she just asked her to open her door. When the virus infects more than 70% of the girl's body cells, Cheese asks why they haven't stopped the experiment yet. Iso still does not give up hope, relying on his inexhaustible heart and nerve cells. Lucille assumes that the alchemist is not very worried about this girl, and she was wrong. And then the woman comes up with a very interesting idea, which she immediately begins to implement. Lifting her opponent into the air, Lucille expresses her intention to prepare for a celebratory finale. Giving in to impulse, the woman suddenly makes a discovery for herself. Although she still considers this girl a piece of trash, she finds her taste unexpectedly pleasant. And then Lucille is even more eager to begin enjoying her meal. Meanwhile, the rat notes that the virus has infected 90% of the cells of the final disaster. He believes that it is no longer possible to continue waiting. As Cheese is about to activate Lucille's alchemy riot collar, he is stopped. The rat doesn't even have decent words left when he wants to ask Iso about what he is doing. But the alchemist interrupts him, saying that it is not yet time to move on to such actions. Cheese doesn't think so. He doesn't want to watch Lucille devour this poor girl. Iso says that this rat was simply attracted to the girl's cute face, because he wasn't this soft before. The alchemist reminds his assistant of their main goal, to subjugate the entire world to the Persilade family. He is unable to finish his sentence because the boy hears a weak female voice, syllable by syllable, calling out to its owner. It comes straight from the device's microphone and keeps repeating. Glancing at the CCTV monitor, Iso realizes it's the final disaster speaking. Cheese is amazed that she has learned to speak and wonders at what point this happened. Chris asks Iso if he taught her, and he confirms that he taught her a little last night. Last night the girl tried to lie on the alchemist's bed for the first time, but he forbade her to do so. He then categorically stated that experimental subjects had no place in beds. When the girl became quiet, Iso could not resist and cast an interested glance at her. The girl didn't just look sad, she was trembling, as if she was holding back tears that were about to burst out. Unable to withstand such pressure, the guy gives in and clears his throat. He agrees to make an exception and let the girl lie on the bed for 30 minutes if she calls him master. Iso knows she had problems with her vocal cords, but he restored them with nitrogen. The only reason a girl doesn't speak is because she has forgotten how to do it. The alchemist decides to try to fix this by asking his silent interlocutor to repeat after him. Drawing attention to his mouth, the guy begins to pronounce the desired word, syllable by syllable. The girl really watches his every move carefully and tries to repeat it. But no matter how hard she tries, nothing works out for her. You can even see how angry she is, but not a single sound comes out of her mouth. While Iso is trying to figure out if it's really that difficult, a wheeze escapes the girl. The alchemist comes to the conclusion that this girl is also a bit stupid. Realizing that nothing good will come of this, he sends the blonde to bed. As she lays down, the girl does not give up trying to pronounce at least the first syllable. At first, she produces individual letters, but then they gradually begin to form syllables. Already falling asleep, the girl can calmly pronounce the first syllable of the necessary word. Well, now, albeit syllable by syllable, she manages to pronounce the word master. Lucille is surprised that her rival can talk, but she is sure that this will not improve the situation. Saying that Iso doesn't need such a useless thing like her, the woman advises the girl to get ready. But at the crucial moment, Lucille's collar goes off, forcing a scream from her throat. She falls to her knees in exhaustion as the thermal extraction alchemical matrix activates. Unable to believe what is happening, the woman screams out Iso's name in shock. and he, after a short pause, turns to Cheese. Clearing his throat, the boy suggests that the pieces of the final disaster are priceless and that losing them would be a waste. But the rat understands that Iso pressed the emergency stop button for a completely different reason. The guy agrees that he is the most evil alchemist, although these words from Cheese's mouth sounded sarcasm. Rising from his seat, Iso expresses his intention to go and drag out the useless fool. His assistant asks the alchemist if he needs his help, but he answers negatively. Even with the elimination of the source of infection, the girl does not get better, but this is understandable. After all, even with the naked eye, Iso can see that her body is already so damaged that she can barely breathe. However, as soon as someone else's shadow looms over her, the girl, overcoming the effort, opens her eyes. When the blonde understands who she belongs to, she pronounces the word master syllable by syllable, but Iso categorically asks her not to call him that. He explains his words by saying that the girl doesn't deserve this. The alchemist lifts the blonde into his arms silently and as if she weighs nothing. And the girl again calls him master, syllable by syllable. Iso tells her to shut up and humbly and silently await her punishment. As he passes Lucille, the woman speaks to him. She begins to question why the alchemist did this now. After all, before, when she almost killed the rarest specimens, Iso never interrupted them. The alchemist argues that there are too many important implants in the final disaster. These words suit the woman, and she says that in this case, everything is fine. Cheese wonders if Iso values this girl so much. Why arrange a test? Starting to say that this is just a waste of time, the rat switches to the model's chest. And, carried away by his occupation, he does not notice in time the changes occurring in Lucille. Meanwhile, her body temperature begins to rise rapidly until the device begins to malfunction. And only when the characteristic alarm sound is heard does the rat come to its senses. Realizing that he has made a serious mistake, Cheese reacts. He contacts Iso, telling him to leave isolation room number 0 as quickly as possible. The alchemist asks Cheese what's wrong, since it almost caused the guy's eardrums to burst. Chris says that Lucille's bracelet is broken and her body temperature is off the charts. And although Iso understands everything perfectly well, he still asks Seer to repeat it, refusing to believe what he heard. Hearing familiar sounds behind him, the guy turns around sharply, but it's too late. Lucille talks about her bracelet breaking as if it's no big deal. And then she says that as an alchemist, Iso should know that viruses evolve in response to the environment. A woman talks about what happened during her confinement in isolation. Lucille says that all these days, which have passed over 1,000, she has been doing this over and over again, without stopping. The woman continuously and purposefully activated the matrix. And finally, a week ago, all the cells of her virus that could not tolerate the cold died, and so she evolved. Iso tells Lucille that she has won and he will fulfill the promise he made to her earlier, but he himself is thinking about something else. The woman clarifies whether he means one day with her, and says in advance that this is no longer enough. Knowing full well that Iso is helpless in his current situation, Lucille begins to act willfully. But it turns out that removing the first layer is not enough for her. Another idea arises in the woman's head. Completely unperturbed and fearless, Lucille touches Iso's face, and he tenses up even more. And all because he knows perfectly well where all this will lead. And it turns out he is right. The dark plague virus immediately enters the boy's body, rapidly spreading throughout his body. And while Iso grows weaker, Lucille begins to speak with undisguised delight. She can't get enough of the fact that she has finally penetrated the guy's body and feels the activity of every cell in him. Cheese, turning to Iso, is stunned to state the fact that his body is already infected with the virus. Lucille asks him not to worry about it because she has no intention of harming her little boy. As the virus begins to spread further throughout the body, its external manifestations suddenly stop. Lucille not only takes a closer look at this anomaly, she probes Iso's body and suddenly understands everything. The thing is, the dark plague virus came into contact with amylase from the saliva of the final calamity. Lucia asks the alchemist why she sees amylase from the saliva of this rejected individual on the epithelial cells of his lips. The woman is indignant at the very thought that the blonde could kiss her little Iso. Cheese recalls that Lucille can recognize biological traits at the cellular level. This gets a woman so angry that she begins to act rudely and immediately. Wrapping her slimy tentacles around the girl's entire body, she says that she considers this unforgivable. Lucille promises to invade every nerve cell in her body and make her experience incredible pain. And these are far from empty threats, since the woman carries out her sentence immediately after these words. Iso thinks that Lucille can withstand almost any organic or inorganic substance. The only thing that could suppress her was the ultra-low temperatures of the collar, but now this woman has resistance to cold. The alchemist recalls the matter of emptiness, but immediately dismisses this thought, since it is still at the research stage. The guy curses out of frustration, wondering if there really is nothing that can stop this woman. Suddenly, Cheese's voice comes through his earpiece, giving him a reassuring answer. The guy, crazed with horror, eagerly asks what it is and gets an obvious answer. Cheese says that it is he himself. How much Lucille craves him is visible even to the naked eye. It's not that this truth is news to Iso, he just hasn't really thought about it. Meanwhile, Lucille talks about the reason why a girl cannot infect the cells of a guy's heart and brain. She would be happy to continue developing this topic, but Iso calls out to the woman, telling her that it is time to stop. The alchemist says that he is repeating this for the last time. Lucille can't believe that Iso would use himself to threaten her for the sake of the final disaster. The alchemist says that the girl herself does not concern him, and her body is the most valuable experimental asset of his family. He asks what is the point of his life if without it the conquest of the world and the return of glory to Persilis is impossible. Cheese notes how much this guy's acting skills have improved. To everyone's surprise, Lucille says she understands. Iso is mentally amazed by this because he can't believe that this woman could agree with him so quickly. But the very next moment the alchemist is glad that he has found a new way to control Lucille. But it only seemed to him that the plan worked because the woman was going to finish what she started. Interpreting Iso's words in her own way, Lucille tells the girl to become a breeding ground for her virus. And then, realizing that he has no other choice, the alchemist decides to use his trump card. Seer is surprised that it existed at all and asks why Iso hadn't used it before. The alchemist answers him mentally, thinking that this trump card is humiliating. And Iso turns to Lucille again, asking her to stop if she wants him to hold her every night. These words really have a visible effect on a woman. She immediately leaves her victim and, transforming into her more streamlined form, rushes towards Iso. Finding herself next to him, the woman impatiently asks if this is true, to which she receives a positive answer. For a few long moments, Lucille is lost in her fantasy of what it would be like. This makes the alchemist hurry her, asking if the woman agrees to such a deal. Lucille agrees not to kill the girl, but says she has 2 conditions. This makes the alchemist wary, so he immediately asks what these conditions are. Lucille's first point is to ask Iso to switch places with the girl so that the latter remains in the cell. Although this does not completely satisfy the alchemist, he agrees, asking the woman to voice the second condition. As she begins to talk about the second condition, Lucille cannot contain her impatience. Calling the girl trash, the woman demands that she wake up. Lucille asks her to look at them carefully, and Iso tries to object, saying that it is not necessary. But the woman doesn't think so, because it was this girl who stole Iso's first kiss. The alchemist begins to justify the final disaster by saying that she doesn't understand anything, but he is shut up. The girl, who has woken up and is already observing all of this, suddenly begins to feel strange. She wonders in her mind why her chest hurts so much. The kiss not only continues, but deepens, and Iso becomes irritated that Lucille dared to use her tongue. Cheese thinks that as a friend, he is happy for the boy, but as his assistant, he feels sorry for him. Meanwhile, the moment comes when Lucille moves away from the boy, and he is able to breathe freely. The woman mockingly licks her lips slowly, ridding herself of the remaining saliva. All this time she looks defiantly at her rival, and then another crazy idea comes to her mind. Swallowing with pleasure, the woman begins to speak enthusiastically. She comments on how delicious Iso's saliva tastes, and asks him if he still loves violet berry paste. Lucille says that no matter how much disinfectant he sprays, her cells are already permanently embedded in him. All this time, the girl keeps her eyes fixed on Iso, without even blinking once. However, she mentally notes that her chest still hurts. All this time, the girl is fighting the Lucille virus inside, but it is significantly winning. But suddenly something happens that makes the virus stop. It is surrounded by several bodies at once. Their power is so great that ultimately, he has no choice but to burn to ashes. Naturally, all of this reaches Lucille, because these virus molecules are part of her. Well, with the final disaster, a transformation begins to take place not only internally, but also externally. Turning sharply towards her, Lucille only manages to shout out the words that this simply cannot be. After this, her breathing is blocked, forcing her to start gasping for air. But that's not all. The final disaster lifts the woman above itself, making her torment even more sophisticated. And the next moment, her hand is transformed, causing the observers to gasp in amazement. In one voice, Seer and Iso shout out the words that this is the hand of the Angel of Purification. And the final disaster, before taking its next action, tells Lucille that it hates her. And without any intention of delaying, the girl carries out her revenge, causing a desperate cry from her rival. The man wonders why the lava sparrow hasn't lost consciousness yet. After all, he ate food soaked in the liquid of the Emerald Queen butterfly pupae. However, the bird not only refuses to lose consciousness, it is preparing for its next attack. And the very next moment, her powerful volley rushes straight towards its target. The man is ready to accept his fate, because Victoria has already left the ring island of the underworld. But then he hears her words that self-sacrifice on her own initiative will not cause her gratitude. And the force that was supposed to hit the man meets an obstacle. A little later, the girl asks the man to never leave her alone again. She leans even closer to her interlocutor, but says nothing more. The man interprets this unambiguously, already ready to merge with Victoria in a passionate kiss. However, instead of the desired softness of female lips, he receives sharp pain. The actress recalls her words about the kissing scene having to be filmed from a deceptive angle. The director announces the end of filming and turns to Mr. Light Sage. Saying that they have prepared dinner for him, the woman asks the actor to rest and enjoy his food. This all takes place in the city of Hader, which is an artificial volcanic crater. The director asks the White Queen, the city hero, the chairwoman of the eponymous company, and a world-famous film actress all rolled into one to calm down. After all, this actor was hired only recently and is not familiar with the local customs, but he is the best fit for this role. The woman does not share the director's opinion, saying that the only similarity is manifested externally and not to the fullest extent. Her interlocutor agrees with the actress's words, but at the same time gently moves on to the question of financial difficulties. The White Queen doesn't see a problem with this, saying she will increase the budget by $2 billion. When she orders the funds to be withdrawn from her bank, one of the bodyguards tells the woman some very unpleasant news. Unable to contain her emotions, the White Queen asks in shock how her bank could have been robbed. The bodyguard tells how it happened, and names those who did it. Speaking about the device with poison gas, the woman immediately demonstrates it. The Queen looks at the equipment so carefully, as if hoping to understand something. And she succeeds, discovering the evidence. The woman screams. And while she examines the coat of arms of the Alchemist family, the bodyguard continues her report. She reports that during the pursuit of robbers, the patrol leader was struck by an unknown biological weapon. Hearing the words about the patrol service, the Queen asks to tell them that their help is not needed. The woman starts to talk about the fact that there is a zone for the execution of heroic powers, but stops short. Shaking her hair, the White Queen begins her transformation. As she concludes, the woman says that the robbers may have what she is looking for. She gives the order to mobilize all the company's resources and find these robbers at any cost. The director asks about the filming, and the Queen orders it to be stopped, but says that the entire crew's salaries will be paid in full. The woman asks about the actor, and the White Queen admits that she almost forgot about him. Silently and gracefully, she walks towards the man and asks him a question. Coming almost right up to the actor, the woman asks him if he really wanted to kiss her. He begins to justify himself, stuttering, saying that he was wrong and will never dare to think about something like that again. The White Queen doesn't care much. She's already creating the ice prison. Knowing the nature of this woman, the man asks her to stop, but in vain. The Queen promises to ask the actor if he will defrost this piece in his mouth. As she leaves, she says that if it weren't for his face, which slightly resembles her father's, he would have already died. The woman thinks that there is not a single man in the world, except her father, who has the right to touch her with his lips. The distraction is costly, and angry footsteps are already heard nearby. The woman looms over the girl menacingly and asks her a question in a stern tone. She asks the child who allowed her to play with toys while washing the floor. As a warning, the woman roughly snatches the object that caused the conflict from the girl's hands. And then he says that this child always carries around with him this crap that dead wretch left behind. The girl admits she was wrong, but asks her aunt not to step on her teddy bear. The flow of words from the child's mouth is interrupted by a sigh from the stinging blow. The girl's father comes to the rescue, noting that spilled water is not a reason for such cruel treatment. But Sophia is unwavering. She reminds Myra of the one who pulled him out of the pathetic acting troupe and into the people. The man swallows the humiliation silently, just so it would stop soon. The man behind Sophia says he is here regarding an application for a child to be trained as a soldier. The woman confirms this, but Mayer is completely unaware of what is happening. To his question, the man says that there is no place in this kingdom where the hellhounds cannot enter without knocking. The information that this man is from the hellhounds not only surprises but also frightens Myra. So the latter asks Sophia what she has in mind, and she says that she is going to find a good use for this brat. The woman says that she specifically asked the hellhounds to consider the girl's candidacy for this purpose. The man asks if this is the child and receives an affirmative answer. Sophia adds that this girl is strong, although small, and can go without food for 3 days. The dog is much more attracted to the child's gaze. He finds him very curious. With a chuckle, the man announces his intention to take the girl. As she is carried away, the child desperately calls for her dad, saying that she does not want to leave. Opening her eyes, the girl realizes that it was just a bad dream. However, there is something in reality that attracts her attention. Cheese wonders where the fur from the mutant's chest went, and although Iso doesn't admit it, it turns out that he was the one who fixed the girl's teddy bear. The infusion bags hanging from the ceiling begin to slowly descend. The device's screen lights up, allowing you to monitor the health of the person connected to it. A woman comes up to him and, filling her hands with strength, begins to probe him. This man is the head of the Hellhounds, and his name is Potter. Footsteps are heard in the hall right in front of him, but for now the one walking is not visible. However, a little later, it turns out that this is Dober, Gorchar's chief assistant, and he arrived on the orders of his master. The chief asks the man how their liquidation operations are progressing. Dober reports on the dogs who were killed by the city's heroes while infiltrating the gold district. Gonchar states that even his best fighters were unable to break through to this place and eliminate their targets. Dober corrects his interlocutor, saying that Yorkshire remained alive, only contact with her was lost. The man jumps up from his seat so quickly that he almost tears the infusion bags off the stand. He almost shouts when he gives the order to find Yorkshire for him, and his demand is accepted without a murmur. Iso has been pacing nervously for some time now. It is obvious that he is thinking intensely about something. The final disaster can only shake its head in confusion, trying to track its movement. Iso states what he came up with, and Cheese asks him not to yell, as he is watching Miss Golden City's post-match interview. However, the alchemist does not hear him, inspired by the name he chose for the final disaster. He says that in addition to her experimental code, her name will be Floretta. Turning to Cheese, the guy asks if he is interested in why he called the girl that the rat plays along. Iso remembers his mother sharing with him the name of the flower she loved most and explaining the reasons for it. And after that, the guy tells the rat that he won't tell him. Cheese notes that this girl officially became the second highly dangerous experimental specimen after Lucille. The alchemist discusses Floretta's instability and says they need to figure out what is activating her left arm. Recalling that the first time the girl used it was in the isolation ward, he assumes it was because she didn't like sleeping there. Cheese says that this girl just wanted to sleep with him, but the guy asks him not to talk nonsense. The alchemist continues to discuss the activation of the Ash Angel's hand. Hearing the words about the heat ray, the rat asks what kind of nonsense this is. Iso explains that this is how he named Floretta's left arm ability. Cheese says that he doesn't think it sounds cool. The alchemist begins to talk about the temperature produced by this beam, because it turned out to be enormous. Cheese points out that if Lucille's collar hadn't worked to neutralize some of the energy, she would have died. Remembering the state the woman is in now, the rat mentally sympathizes with her. Meanwhile, Floretta's stomach makes a protesting rumble. The girl covers him, but this cannot stop the persistent sounds. And then she turns to her owner, trying to say in separate words that she is hungry. Cheese scolds Iso for never feeding her before, and the guy admits that he never even thought about it. But the alchemist says that this is not scary, because now he will prepare the most nutritious and caloric food for the girl. Looking around at what was in front of them, Seer asked Iso if this was really what he had prepared for her. The alchemist responds with contented agreement, and the rat scolds him. He asks the guy if he's in his right mind, to which he responds accordingly. Meanwhile, the evil dragon is slowly beginning to come to his senses. He asks what the noise is and is surprised to see Iso and his eldest in front of him. The creature assumes that the alchemist has come to remove his humiliating form for punishment. Iso confirms these words and adds that the evil dragon will still have a chance to distinguish itself. The alchemist calmly says that the creature will become food for the final disaster. When the evil dragon is left speechless by these words, Cheese pulls Iso up. He reminds him that this creature is the only dragon among their dangerous specimens. But Iso says that absorbing it is the most effective way to restore energy for the final disaster. And the alchemist tells the girl to absorb the evil dragon, to which she echoes her creator. The creature says that he will never play pranks again and asks Iso not to give him to her. However, his esteemed interlocutor says that it is already too late. At this time, leaning back a little, Floretta opens her mouth wider. She sinks her teeth into the evil dragon's horn, but a big surprise awaits her. The girl tries to move her jaws back and forth to apply herself to another place, but all in vain. A lot of time passes during these awkward attempts, and Iso calls Floretta useless. Ultimately, since there is no point in delaying any further, the alchemist resorts to extreme measures. Noticing the girl's curiosity, Iso says that what is in front of her is instant noodles. When it brews after 3 minutes, Floretta can't help but let out a sigh of admiration. The alchemist offers the girl some wands, but nothing happens in response. Then he begins to repeat his words, but stops short, involuntarily glancing at his interlocutor. What he sees makes the guy exclaim, and even start to worry. Iso asks Floretta not to eat with her hands, offering her chopsticks again, and asks if she is hot. Cheese assumes that she either doesn't know how to use chopsticks or is really hungry. And Floretta, when she finishes eating, as usual, intermittently says that she feels good and that it is very tasty. Iso says he thinks it's too shameful to eat noodles and cry. Cheese suggests that this girl has never tasted anything delicious before. Iso reminisces about the days when he was still an uneducated rat, causing his interlocutor to flare up. Cheese responds by teasing the guy, to which he also reacts violently. And while they are arguing, Floretta, as if this is how it should be, is peacefully enjoying her meal. Cheese reminds his opponent that he started it, so it is he who is in the wrong. and they agree that both the first case and the second are natural physiological needs. Florette distracts Iso from the argument, causing him to be surprised. The girl again repeats the words that she felt very good and that it was delicious. Noting that she has food all over her face, Iso asks if she really eats with her face. And the next moment, to everyone's surprise, Floretta's stomach again makes a treacherous rumble. Sometime later, a whole pile of dirty dishes appears around the girl. But even despite this, she still continues to eat with appetite. Finishing her next portion, Floretta looks just as happy as she did the first time. Remembering what her master taught her, the girl wipes her dirty mouth. But even this is not enough for her, and Floretta again turns to Iso with a request. The alchemist asks the rat to bring another glass, to which he remarks that it is the last one in their supply. Sometime later, Iso desperately asks the girl not to approach him. Saying that this is his last package of nut chocolate wafers, he asks her to leave her alone. Iso thinks that when Floretta ate noodles, everything was fine, but one waffle sent her crazy. Meanwhile, the girl says that it was delicious and she wants more. Iso curses mentally, and only one correct solution comes to his mind. As he unpacks a pack of waffles, he thinks that, even though he really doesn't want to, he will do it. To prevent his ammunition from falling into enemy hands, Iso decides to eat it all himself. He is wrong to think that this will become such an insurmountable obstacle for the final disaster. Resolutely approaching her prey, Floretta greedily presses her lips to its mouth. The girl begins to carefully remove the waffles from the guy's mouth, trying not to miss a single piece. To do this, she reflexively presses herself closer to his body, thinking that this will work better for her. Iso thinks that this girl is completely crazy, since she snatches food even from his mouth. After finally thinking that he can't breathe, the guy loses consciousness for a while. Hearing the distant sounds of a struggle, Cheese comes to the conclusion that Iso's life has gone downhill. In his mind, the rat makes a promise to stoically defend this place if this girl gets here. He adds that this is his secret warehouse, which was created with sweat and blood. Meanwhile, having emptied all the bins, Floretta tries to find something else. At some point, her nose actually catches some new scent, and she likes it. Then the girl gets rid of all the obstacles that stand in her way. Placing her hand on one of the slabs, she begins to probe it. Well, the next moment, the final disaster decides to use the hands of the Ash Angel to achieve its goal. When a strange drop flies right in front of his nose, Cheese looks up in bewilderment. The sight that appears before him is truly terrifying, but he knows exactly what it portends. To avoid damage, the rat jumps back, denying what is happening. Well, the final disaster is already in the process of moving towards its cherished goal. The girl lands so effectively that it cannot help but cause involuntary admiration. As she rises, Cheese speaks up, starting to say that stealing food from Iso is not so bad. However, he warns that there are risks to tampering with his priceless collection. But the rat doesn't even manage to finish the last words. Instead, a stunned sigh escapes from him. And the next moment, inevitably, disturbing thoughts burst into his head. Cheese understands that in this situation, his chances of saving his precious supply are negligible. The weapon gets so hot that the rat simply can't help but let go of it. A natural reflex makes Cheese try to cool his hand, but he doesn't have time to do so. Seeing what the final disaster had done to his weapon, the rat cursed harshly. Falling exhausted to the floor, Cheese thinks that this is the end. And at this time, the woman's hand is already reaching for the first treasured pack, without even thinking about what this means for the rat. She rips it open unceremoniously, causing the rat to let out a pained cry. Well, and then, extremely pleased with herself, she begins to empty the cheese reserves. And while Floretta is gorging herself on cheese, the rat is groaning heart-rendingly. He cries because she didn't leave him a single piece, and calls the girl not the ultimate disaster, but the ultimate glutton. And from one of the chambers on the 7th floor, the voice of the Eye of the Abyss is heard. He asks the evil dragon if everything is okay with him, because he heard that they wanted to feed him to Floretta. He begins to boast that everything is fine with him, and that these people underestimated the strength of the true dragon's body. The creature claims that its horns are the strongest part of its body, and the next moment, his desperate cry echoes throughout the area. Sometime later, Floretta is taken into custody for stealing her master's supply of sweets. The alchemist analyzes the girl's addiction to high-calorie sweets, especially chocolate. He notes that there isn't even a sesame seed left in their kitchen. Everything ended up in the final disaster's stomach. Iso turns to Seer, asking him why he is silent, and he remains silent for some time. And then he starts talking angrily about the rarities that were in his collection, and now none of them are there. Cheese believes that such an unbearable test subject deserves severe punishment. He says he will cut Floretta into 1,200 pieces using a rat exterminator. He says he will wash her eyes with alchemical acid and the bile of the Slug King. He says he'll force the Bio-Brain Eater to clean her brain, and all the while Iso argues against it. In the end, Cheese gives in, asking for just a little punishment for Floretta, and that's all. He actually thinks that the girl needs to be taught a lesson, and Iso is mentally teasing his friend. However, the alchemist agrees with him, because otherwise it will no longer be possible to eat sweets in peace in the base. Sometime later, Iso asks the final calamity if she is prepared. At this, the girl gasps in confusion, and the alchemist thinks that this girl's intelligence is on the level of a 2-year-old child. This means that the simplest and most effective punishment for her will be spanking. Iso recalls that as a child, his mother punished him in a similar way, and the girl, when a guy spanks her for the first time, screams in surprise. With each blow, he voices what exactly each of them is for. And in the end, the girl bursts into tears, unable to hold back her tears and resentment. Iso expresses confidence that now she will definitely not dare to do something like that again. The cheese raises a pressing issue concerning food, as there is now not a crumb left on their base. The alchemist agrees with his friend, noting that he didn't even have time to have dinner. The guy raises his voice, saying that it's all because of the final disaster. Cheese now suggests deciding what to do with this girl. When Rat suggests leaving her at the base, Iso reminds him of the consequences that await them upon their return. Casting a tired glance at the girl, the alchemist resignedly says that they will have to take her with them. Having dressed leisurely and carefully, they say that preparations for the big food expedition are complete. Floretta doesn't quite understand what exactly they want from her, so she stands there in a stupor, and then Cheese comes into play. He asks her what kind of villainous posturing this is, because the pose should be effective. Iso echoes the rat. Later, the alchemist announces his intention to activate the alchemical transport matrix. He selects the lighthouse zone as their destination, immediately pressing the corresponding button. When the mechanism starts to move, Florette becomes scared. Unable to cope with this feeling, she, succumbing to inspiration, takes Iso by the hand. This comes as a surprise to the guy, so at first he is simply surprised. And then Iso is amazed at how complex this woman is, because sometimes she is very brave, and sometimes she is so cowardly. Starting the countdown from 3, Cheese tells everyone to get ready to close their eyes. The alchemist obediently carries out this order, after first checking the final disaster. It turns out he's right. The girl didn't do it, and this forces him to help her. After all, this is necessary in order not to go blind, since the next moment they are illuminated by the brightest light. This precedes the movement that occurs literally the next moment. After this, the alchemist, having successfully teleported and assumed an impressive pose, remains silent for a while. And then he speaks up, saying welcome to their criminal paradise. And he means the city of Golden, which is spread out before the Trinity. This tower is called the Everlasting Lighthouse of Golden, and it is 1,188 meters high. When naming the number of teleportation points, Iso says that he likes this one the most. He likes it because from this place, it is possible to see the whole of Golden. Seer asks if they will go to the supermarket straight away, but Iso denies it, saying that Floretta needs to buy some normal clothes. He says they'll go to Glamour Boulevard, assuming there's bound to be something suitable for the girl there. Cheese pulls him up, believing that Floretta doesn't need to wear such expensive clothes. But Iso has a plan. He wants to scout out the location for their next great crime. Having finally said that, without luxurious clothes, they will not be allowed into elite places, the alchemist offers the girl his hand. And although she doesn't quite understand what exactly needs to be done, she decides to trust her intuition. Because of what happens next, the girl becomes scared for a moment. To somehow compensate for this, she presses herself closer to Iso, and he pronounces the words to activate the anti-gravity alchemical matrix. The brooch, which is actually a device for this, immediately responds. And the guy glances at the girl who is clinging to him so desperately, checking her reaction. No longer feeling the same fear as before, Floretta opens first one eye, then the other. And then, growing bolder with each passing second, she allows herself to look around. The sight that appears before her is truly impressive, and Iso stands there until Floretta finally calms down. After this, the alchemist tells Cheese to get ready, but he retorts, saying that he will go get a hot dog first. When they find themselves in the city center, the girl's attention is captured by the beauty of this place. But what impresses Floretta most is the statue, which she has been looking at for quite some time. And Iso wonders why Cheese is still not here, since he only went out for a hot dog. He is distracted from his thoughts only by hearing the words of a child admiring some brave girl. Iso calls the one who decided to climb onto an object under special surveillance of the heroes an idiot. However, the next moment, a terrible guess comes to the mind of the great alchemist. This makes the guy start looking around in the hopes of finding Floretta with his eyes, but he only manages to do this by looking at the statue the boy was talking about. Iso shouts at Floretta, calling her a fool, and tells her to get out of there immediately. However, the girl does not hear him and does not calm down until she reaches the very top. From there, she addresses the guy, calling him master and waving her hand at him in a friendly manner. Meanwhile, Cheese, sprinkling his hot dog with condiments, grumbles that he warned that he doesn't like ketchup. He complains that despite this, they still added it to him, and it was overly sour. Cheese explains his dissatisfaction by saying that he hates sour food. Thinking about his delay, the rat assumes that Iso will start grumbling at him again. Some sixth sense prompts him to pay attention to the law enforcement officers running past. In looking ahead and noticing the noisy crowd, the rat wonders what the hell is going on. He can't believe that even though he was only gone for a minute, these guys caused such a commotion. The police officer says that this statue is one of the symbols of the city, which is why climbing on it is prohibited. He warns Floretta that if she does not come down, they will have to use force. Cheese knows perfectly well what this is fraught with, and he is already playing out this outcome in his head. And then he decides on what he considers to be the only correct option in the current situation. Cheese is going to pretend to be a random passerby and slip away under the noise, because for him, this is a common thing. However, his plan goes awry the moment Iso throws a grenade into the air. As the light from the flashbang device scorches his back, Cheese hears a voice behind him. Iso vows that next time he will definitely not take this walking problem with him. The rat has no choice but to join his partner, and with precise movements of his tail, he begins to disarm each of the police officers. Cheese says that he is taking on the role of bait, and Iso states the fact that he was going to run away. The policeman who comes to his senses first curses and tries to get up. However, what happens next makes him curse even more vigorously. The man is taken by surprise and doesn't have time to brace himself and hits himself hard. Well, our heroes at this time are already far from this place and are trying to bring their ragged breathing back to normal. Iso says that sooner or later this fool will bring him to an early grave. At that moment, a voice is heard nearby, telling them to keep their hands away from their stained glass. This man is the manager of the Golden Family Boutique, and his assistant explains why this needs to be done. Iso turns to Cheese, asking him what they should do if these people say that their stained glass is easily dirty. Chris demonstrates this without even saying a single word out loud. Calling them poor, the manager asks them if they don't understand human language. Just as he begins to talk about their vile behavior, he stops, puzzled by Cheese's actions. This behavior completely confuses the man, and he simply continues to watch the events unfold. Well, the rat continues to glue the bills with his saliva until Iso starts talking. He apologizes for dirtying the display case, but says his companion's tip was stuck to it. The manager immediately changes his tune, sensing a profit, and Iso asks him to get them their most expensive evening dresses for the ladies. Saying that a couple of drops of saliva is a mere trifle, the man takes this work upon himself. As he passes by, Iso takes the opportunity to gracefully strike at the man's pride. After some time, the manager respectfully asks what exactly the young gentleman wants. The alchemist replies that the clothes are needed not for him, but for this beautiful lady, and the manager asks Floretta which dress she would like to try on. Turning towards the voice, as she guesses that they are talking to her, the girl is surprised. The moment the boutique manager sees her face, his heart skips a beat. He thinks that Floretta is beautiful, and he has never seen such flawless beauty. However, the man feels sorry that such a beauty fell into the hands of such a scoundrel as this one. Meanwhile, Iso asks him to bring all the best evening dresses and let her try them on one by one. The manager accepts the request of a dear client, and soon his assistant appears with outfits. When the boutique employees offer Floretta help, she fearfully calls out to Iso, but he asks her not to be capricious. Wearily sinking into a chair, the alchemist states that this is just a change of clothes. When the manager offers him tea, the guy refuses, saying that he doesn't drink such bitter crap. Iso asks Cheese to give him a soda, saying that he saw him hide the can before leaving. Chris asks the guy not to disturb him, arguing that he is choosing a hat for going to a nightclub. After 20 minutes, Iso asks why Florette has been gone for so long. Looking out of the fitting room, the woman asks for help, as the mist does not allow them to take off her clothes. Although the alchemist is irritated, he immediately proceeds to fulfill the request. Looking inside the fitting room, he asks Floretta to stop being capricious. The alchemist says that he is right behind the fitting room and asks the girl to calmly take off her clothes. Hearing these words, Floretta gasps uncertainly, but Iso decides to take this as consent. When the girl begins to undress, she turns to her master. Iso responds, saying that he hasn't gone anywhere and is sitting nearby. This doesn't calm Floretta down much, and she calls the alchemist again. Iso is already starting to lose his temper, but still repeats what he said earlier. Floretta calls him master again, and her voice sounds closer, but the guy doesn't notice it. Instead, he snaps, saying that he already said that he hasn't gone anywhere. But the matter is completely different. The girl stands before him in a scarlet evening dress. Finally noticing Floretta, Iso allows the thought to enter his head that dresses suit her. The boutique manager asks the guy how he likes the outfit, and adds that it looks perfect on his girlfriend. Iso counters by saying that she is not his girlfriend, but just a maid, and the man obligingly agrees. The guy says that this dress is okay, but it doesn't meet his requirements. His interlocutor asks Iso not to rush, saying that it was just an aperitif. Following the scarlet evening, Floretta is dressed in the pure core, a dress that is even more expensive. Iso says the dress is quite unusual in style, but not too formal. He asks his assistants to try something else on the girl, and they put the Golden Empress on Floretta. This dress almost surpasses the cost of the previous ones, and Iso is speechless. It takes a moment for the boutique manager to get through to the guy, who clears his throat sheepishly, saying that this is their store's crown jewel. The man relays rumors that it was modeled after their empress's dress. He's already asking Iso how he likes the dresses when he suddenly hears the familiar sound of brakes. And indeed, a car that is very familiar to everyone is parked near the entrance of the boutique. The first thing that comes out of it is two people with a path, spreading it out right in front of the door and all the way to the entrance. Noticing the coat of arms in the shop window, the boutique manager cries out in fear, saying that he had completely forgotten something. It doesn't take long for an explanation to come through. The man says that a miss from the Black Palace family has arrived to see him. And then he, asking forgiveness from his esteemed guests, asks them to hide in the fitting room. The manager asks them to stay inside until Miss Black Palace leaves, otherwise everyone will get it. Meanwhile, the doors of the limousine open and a richly dressed girl comes out. Her name is Renee, and she begins to walk along the pre-rolled carpet with confidence and grace. However, she soon stops and tucks her toes under herself. The very next moment, the girl directly lets her retinue know that her feet are a little cold. The demon-like woman bows respectfully and asks her lady to leave it to her. She puts her words into action immediately, drawing two blades from her sheaths. The woman swings these sharp blades around herself several times, activating their power. And after this, respectfully stepping back so as not to violate the boundaries of her mistress, she bows again. Seeing that their lady has continued on her way, the servants continue rolling out the carpet from where they left off. The manager greets Miss from the Black Palace from afar, wishing her a good evening. The girl ignores the greeting, starting to talk about the dress she's interested in, and the manager begins to fawn over her. As they walk towards the outfit, he says that they turned down all the other clients so that the dress would go to Renee. And while the three of them are cautiously peeking out from their hiding place, Cheese remembers something. Quietly speaking about Miss from the Black Palace, he asks if she is really from that very family. Iso confirms the rat's assumption that this family is one of the world's aristocrats. Floretta, with a knowing air, wants to put in her 2 cents, but all that comes out is an interjection. When Seer asks why such a noble lady would appear here, Iso says that even paradise can become boring. Meanwhile, the dear client of the Goldov boutique continues to follow his manager to the desired outfit. Anticipating her impatience and wanting to appease the girl, the man informs her that they are almost there. Approaching the relevant department, he begins to say that this is it, but stops short. The girl has been standing motionless for some time, silently looking at her feet. Taking his trembling hands from the carpet, one of the men hurries to speak up. He says, frightened and hurried, stuttering and turning to his mistress, that the path has ended. The demoness flares up, reproaching the men for not taking care of their lady's welfare, although they know perfectly well that she hates wearing shoes. The servants immediately throw themselves at the woman's feet, admitting their guilt and calling her Mistress Red Skyhound. She also says that for such a serious mistake as the servants of the Black Palace family, they know what to do. For a moment, horror flashes across the men's faces, but it gives way to another feeling. Immediately drawing their weapons from their sheaths, they call the ritual ahead of them the Heart of the Blade. But suddenly, both blades begin to crack, never reaching the men's chests. After they crumble to dust, a low but loud voice sounds nearby. Starsky, the right guard of the Black Palace, orders the killings to cease, saying that God calls for mercy. One of the guards dares to address him with words of gratitude. However, he fails to finish them. Instead, the man gasps from sudden and sharp pain. Just as he falls right in front of the red carpet, Starsky speaks up again. He turns to his mistress with a request to walk right over her insignificant servant. The girl doesn't even hesitate, covering the remaining distance with the help of her guards. Chris can't believe that the world's nobility can be so arrogant. The alchemist has his own mind. He says that he sees this as an excellent opportunity. Sensing something was wrong, Cheese cautiously asks him what possibility he is talking about. Iso replies that it consists of kidnapping the mistress from the Black Palace. He considers this a unique opportunity. Cheese does not approve of this, citing reasonable arguments against it, but the guy stubbornly stands his ground. However, the rat does not want to put his skin in danger, continuing his attempts to reason with his interlocutor. Meanwhile, Renee has already reached her potential dress, and the manager begins to speak solemnly. He asks to let her have a limited edition dress created by Lilith's demonic scissors. And while he is pulling back the curtain, Iso moves to more active actions, starting to egg on Cheese. Chris understands this perfectly well, so he asks the guy to stop provoking him. From the other side of the screen, a strange sound is heard, similar to some kind of blow. When the exhibit is brought to the attention of everyone present in the room, some of the boutique employees let out uncontrollable screams. The manager, not expecting such a trick, falls down, trying to digest what he saw. Renee asks if this is the dress he saved especially for her, created by Lilith's demonic scissors. The nimble guard reacts to her mistress's words with lightning speed. Starsky says that this time no god will save this pathetic mortal. Iso guesses that this is Cheese's doing, and he doesn't even deny this fact. And while he begins to justify himself, Floretta also wants to see what happened there. Wanting to carry out her plan, the girl takes a few steps, but caution is not her strong point. And the next moment she not only flies forward, she unconsciously pushes Iso. Turning to the boutique manager, Renee tells him to tell her who did it, and he starts making excuses. He is already starting to say that he himself would not dare to do something like this when Iso appears from the fitting room. Wanting to avoid the wrath of an influential family, the man shamelessly blames everything on the alchemist. Cheese notes with regret that this is definitely the end for this guy. Meanwhile, Red already finds herself in front of the man who dared to humiliate her mistress. Lifting him up, the woman rudely asks her opponent if he did it. Iso immediately begins to speak in order to carry out his plan during this time. The alchemist slowly agrees that it was he who disfigured the dress. The woman is taken aback by such blatant impudence, asking this impudent man to repeat his words. Seer doesn't understand why Iso confesses everything so calmly. He assumes that the guy has gone crazy. The manager addresses the alchemist mentally, asking him not to blame him, because otherwise his own life is at stake. Calling Iso a bully, Red says he hates that look and expresses a desire to gouge the boy's eyes out. She is already starting to approach him, but the woman is stopped by Renee's voice. Calling her guard by her full title, the girl asks her not to do this. She explains this by saying that she likes the dress that this person altered. The boutique manager, unable to contain his astonishment, cries out in shock. He is echoed by the culprit of this whole mess, because initially, he hoped for a completely different outcome. Iso himself is surprised, mentally wondering if this girl is really not quite right in the head. Red can't believe what he's hearing, reminding his mistress that this guy dared to touch her dress. She starts to say that he deserves punishment, but Renee interrupts her, asking if she really needs to repeat herself. The woman apologizes, saying that she does not dare to contradict her lady. However, she dismisses the alchemist rudely, addressing him with the same dismissive intonation. Calling him a little upstart, the woman tells him to behave calmly if his life is valuable, and the alchemist ponders which of the grenades he would most effectively use. But be that as it may, he is already anticipating tomorrow's newspaper headlines about his kidnapping of the heiress of the Black Palace family. Renee, meanwhile, tells Iso that she knows who he is and what he is after. The girl expresses confidence that from the moment he entered here, he had a very dangerous thought. Hearing this, the guy tenses up, fearing that Renee has guessed everything. Cheese suggests that the Black Palace's heir may have noticed their presence. Meanwhile, the girl moves from her place and begins to head towards her interlocutor. Stopping in front of him, she pauses briefly, and then he confidently declares that he is an intern at this boutique who wants to make it big. The girl believes that Iso deliberately ruined the dress to attract her attention. Mentally sighing with relief, the guy remains silent, but Renee still won't calm down. The girl says that even though his intentions are unclean, she is ready to give him a chance. Renee tells Iso to kneel and kiss her feet, and then she will allow him to be her servant. Red feels jealous about this, because she herself hasn't even kissed her mistress's feet yet. Renee thinks that this is her first time, but she does not intend to take any liberties, and Iso says that the girl's feet stink, and no one would even think about kissing them. Cheese is amazed at this guy's audacity, and is simply speechless. The boutique manager feels similarly, unable to believe that someone would dare to say such a thing. The guard can't believe that Iso said this directly to the face of the heiress of the Black Palace family. And the guy continues to develop this topic, asking if it is really so difficult for her rich family to buy her shoes. Cheese can't take it anymore, and says out loud that this idiot is only making the situation worse. The pain and humiliation she experienced made Renee bite her lip desperately. Before she begins to speak, the girl gathers her strength so that her voice does not tremble with tears, and then she passionately declares that her feet don't smell because they are scented with perfume every day. At the moment when the girl, in her helplessness, raises her hand to strike, Iso grins. He thinks about how, just a moment before, he will grab Renee and throw the powerlessness grenade, completing his kidnapping. The girl's hand continues to approach the guy's face, as if in slow motion. But at the same time, something flies out of one of the fitting rooms, rushing towards them. Of course, that something turns out to be Floretta, confidently but gently grabbing the girl's slender wrist. Cheese wonders silently how the final disaster managed to disappear from under his nose so quickly. And not far from Floretta, rapidly approaching her, something flashes. This something turns out to be one of the left guard's blades, which we already know. Red tells Floretta to get her dirty hands off their young mistress immediately. And it is here that the alchemist realizes that things are bad for them, and his plan is irrevocably ruined. But for some reason, Floretta doesn't look like she's afraid, and doesn't even think about loosening her grip. Renee takes a closer look at the girl standing in front of her, and suddenly speaks up. She tells Red to put away her sword, and she indignantly remarks that this woman is about to attack her mistress. The girl retorts, saying that Floretta was only protecting the guy who is now behind her. Iso wonders in his mind if this girl has already realized the connection between him and the final disaster. Meanwhile, Renee asks Floretta if she has also fallen for this guy and wants to support him. Red notes that if the head of the family finds out about something like this, they will be in trouble. The boutique manager is also on his own wavelength. He can't understand what's going on. Renee doesn't understand why Floretta is silent and assumes that she is either proud or has already started to act. And while the blonde is trying to get in, the girl starts talking to her again. Renee admits that she doesn't know what family Floretta is from, but she doesn't intend to give up what she has set her sights on. Therefore, the heiress of the Black Palace family asks her rival to name a price. Floretta still doesn't understand what they want from her, and Iso speaks up. With a confident chuckle, he turns to Renee and says that their family should name the price. Now the girl doesn't understand him and asks what he means. Well, the alchemist, in parallel with his explanation, begins to put his plan into action. He announces that Renee has been kidnapped by the City of Golden's #1 villain, the alchemy genius from the Persilade family, Baron Iso. Having fully realized the guy's words, Red turns to his mistress, asking her to move away from the criminal. However, it is too late, as Iso pulls the pin from his grenade. At the same moment, toxic smoke begins to spread rapidly throughout the entire perimeter of the boutique. In an attempt to defend herself, the left guard still notes that this smoke is poisonous. Starsky admits that he is unable to use his powers. Well, when the haze clears a little, both guards shout out an appeal to their young mistress. Finding himself already at a decent distance from the Gold's boutique, Cheese turns to Iso. He asks him if the guy understands that from now on, their peaceful days are officially coming to an end. Iso tells him not to worry, saying that he threw a third-generation impotence grenade. Since the substance it contains disrupts the functioning of the hippocampus, the two of them should already be experiencing mental clouding. And indeed, Starsky believes that their mistress was kidnapped by a thin, white-haired guy. Red thinks otherwise, because he says it was a fat boy with freckles and red hair. And the guards begin to argue among themselves about who exactly kidnapped their mistress. Meanwhile, she, immobilized, listens to her captors address her. Iso reveals the place where Renee is being held, and her name, and Cheese declares that she has become their unfortunate hostage. Meanwhile, Floretta appears behind their backs, frighteningly calling out to both of them at once. Iso reminds the girl of his words that she should sit quietly in the room. Meanwhile, the heiress of the Black Palace family manages to get rid of the gag. She smirks, saying that they, calling themselves villains, can't even tie up their victim properly. Seer asks Iso what they should do, and he notes that it wasn't him who did the gag. Chris doesn't object, but reminds the guy that he tied his hands and feet. Amazed by these words and glancing at his captive, Iso notes that she has already gotten rid of all the ropes. The guy asks Cheese if he was just watching her untie herself, but he objects. Meanwhile, the girl is not even in the chair, and the would-be kidnappers begin to look for her. The next moment, there is the rustle of a bag of chips behind them, and it is opened. And then, taking one of the slices of fried potatoes, the girl, clearly savoring this moment, sends it into her mouth with pleasure. Cheese is the first to be surprised, asking in bewilderment how she got there. Iso doesn't mince words and, approaching the girl, tells her not to forget that she is a hostage. He advises her not to even try anything, otherwise he will show her how scary alchemy can be. The girl asks if she is really more terrible than the torture in the Black Palace family. These words intrigue the alchemist, and he asks Renee to give at least one example. The girl eagerly begins to tell about the execution in the multi-layered pit. She says that when a criminal is placed in a pit, iron plates are gradually placed on him. After this, Renee goes on to explain the burning helmet torture. But most of all, she likes the nest of 12 centipedes, when holes are made in the body of a criminal. Cheese hesitates, asking if they bring Renee back, her family won't torture them. Iso doesn't like this arrangement. He, in turn, asks the rat if he really is a charitable organization. Renee asks Cheese not to worry, saying that they will not be subjected to this torture. She says these tortures are the mildest of those available, used only for the slightest touch on her. The girl says that their case will be subject to more severe punishments, which will make them curse their existence. But Renee says she won't let her family harm them if they do what she asks. These words interest the rat so much that he is almost ready to agree, and the girl asks them to let her join them. Iso and Seer are surprised by this, while simultaneously asking Renee a clarifying question. The alchemist asks her why, and the girl says that she is bored, and committing crimes seems fun. Moreover, she adds that she saw potential in them and could become their sponsor. Cheese is hit by a card that represents the highest level of credit, and Iso keeps his cool. He believes that there is some other condition, and Renee confirms this, starting to voice it. She says that they will do whatever she says, meekly obeying her will. Iso disagrees and starts to voice it, but he fails to finish. Cheese agrees for both of them, asking how much and when Renee will transfer them for their criminal expenses. Iso expresses dissatisfaction about this, asking the rat where his criminal pride is. He says that he thinks that living off this girl's money isn't so bad, after all. This way they will be able to concentrate on organizing a great crime. Recalling that he is the head of Persilade, Iso says no. He gives Cheese the order to give Renee some dragon web venom to inhale and tie her up again. Iso starts talking about ransom, but the girl says that it is useless, and it will not be possible to get money from her family. It turns out that in Renee's family, there is a rule according to which the interests and honor of the family are above any member. Her words make the rat rhetorically ask if the Black Palace clan is really that soulless. Renee, meanwhile, says she has changed her mind and agrees to give them the money, even if she can't control it. The girl asks the criminals to kill the current head of her family, Maine. Iso can't believe his ears when he starts talking about who this man is to Renee, and the girl interrupts him, confirming that Maine is her father. Sometime later, the Persilade family's refuge is already filled with the most exquisite scents. Seer admits that he thought Iso would refuse, but he says that he doesn't see the point. Chris notes that if the guy were asked to kill his father, he wouldn't be able to, because he doesn't know who he is. Iso remembers his mother's words, who said that he would know everything when he rebuilt his family. Cheese agrees that the hostess likes to keep everything a secret, but suggests changing the subject. Rat appreciates Renee's generosity, as she paid them more in advance than if they had robbed 10 banks. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Red's clothes are lying as if the woman had taken them off voluntarily. An even neater set nearby is the Starsky stack. The woman herself is in a container that looks like a large flask, but it is only large enough to sit in. Starsky keeps her company in the neighborhood, looking the part. A commanding male voice asks the guards if they know about the spindle leech's talent. He notes its advantage over the centipede, and says that the nest of 12 centipedes should be improved. Rising from his seat, the man speaks of what is best for those who could not protect their mistress. He says that for such people, becoming expendable material for improving technology is the best punishment. Red begs for another chance, promising to save the young lady. With a dismissive snort, her interlocutor reminds them that they can't even remember the faces of the kidnappers. He asks how then one can even mention salvation. Red asks to be allowed to atone for her guilt with the Heart of the Blade ritual. But her voice is suddenly interrupted by another, the owner of which stops her father. When Renee assures him that she is fine, the man flinches. The glass with spindle-shaped leeches flies to hell. No one cares about its safety anymore. Shouting his daughter's name, the man rushes towards her with uncontrollable force. Taking her into his arms, he says that he considers her safety and security to be the most important thing. Sometime later, Renee sits, swinging her legs, which barely touch the blades of grass. Her admiration of the moon is interrupted by a familiar female voice addressing her. Red thanks his young mistress for saving them from an unenviable fate. Without responding to this, the girl instead takes out a hidden pack of chips from her sleeve. She opens it just as silently, forcing Red to carefully watch his every movement. And yet, when the girl hands her the bag, the woman is surprised, and Renee finally speaks up, saying that it is very tasty and offering her guard to try it too. The woman doesn't refuse, silently taking a slice of fried potato from the pack. And then, remembering that this cheap food had always been forbidden in their family, he asks where she got it from. Renee says that since she was told to eat, she should do it without any questions. The woman, still stricken with fear of punishment, obediently hurries to fulfill the will of the young mistress. The taste and texture of the chips exceed her expectations, which Red immediately points out. And then she asks Renee how she escaped from her kidnappers in the first place. And although the girl answers immediately, she says that it is a secret. And no matter how long and expectantly Red looked at Renee, she didn't say anything else to her. Cheese admits that he couldn't even imagine that this girl's family would be so strict about purebred descendants. Speaking about the needles and blades that Renee hid in her clothes, Iso admits that she could have easily killed them. Cheese never misses an opportunity to make fun of his friend, who responds in his usual manner. Iso says that his cooperation with Renee is limited to the assassination of the head of her family. But Cheese sees great benefit in maintaining a trusting relationship with this girl, and he remembers that before letting Renee go, Iso took revenge on her. Despite the girl's words about her hatred of tickling, the alchemist fearlessly continued to implement his plan. Renee had no choice but to endure, and Iso began to explain his device. Having finished familiarizing himself with the materials, the alchemist said that they greatly intensify the itching. And if you touch sensitive areas, the itching will begin to increase exponentially. This went on for about an hour, and Renee, in between laughter, told Iso that she would not forgive him. And now the girl, being at home, remembers this moment, and she keeps repeating the words about how she hates this damn Iso. Meanwhile, the policeman is surprised by the amount of damage, and the manager confirms his words. The law enforcement officer is puzzled because the witnesses' testimonies are fundamentally different. The boutique manager says he doesn't know why the others are lying, but he is absolutely certain of his memory. The police officer begins to say that, according to the principle of collecting evidence, they cannot accept his words. And the girl who entered says that she can't wait to see the loser who lost a fortune in one night. The policeman asks her who she is and tells the stranger to leave immediately. But the girl doesn't even intend to do this, instead showing her ID. It turns out that she is not an outsider at all, but his new boss, and her name is Barbara. When the girl settles in, not denying herself anything, the man asks her again what she said. Barbara asks him if she doesn't look like their new boss. She says that only senior officials can afford to behave so brazenly. The man can't believe what's happening, so he asks what's going on here. Barbara expresses her understanding that he is the kind of worker who needs to be treated with more kindness. And the girl allows the man, but only because he is a little cute, to touch her once. This becomes a turning point, and the man flares up. Unable to tolerate such insolence any longer, he leaves the interrogation room. Considering this to be utter nonsense, the policeman is going to ask the security guards how they let this psychopath through. Toron approaches Mark and informs him of the arrival of their new boss. The man still asks incredulously if there could be a mistake, and his interlocutor answers in the negative. The police officers, who appeared out of nowhere, began to admire Barbara, literally bowing down before her. Thoron asks them to stop and says that they should not underestimate this woman. He is alarmed by the fact that, despite the lawlessness that has been going on recently, the main administration was in no hurry to issue an appointment order. But today, this Barbara unexpectedly comes to visit them, so Toron asked a friend to check this woman's service record. Clearly hearing the tension in his colleague's tone, Mark urges him, asking about the results. Thoron switches to a whisper, saying that there was nothing at all found in the archives about a person with that name. He continues talking and then hears Barbara herself ask who this big shot is that the bull is talking about in such a way. The men all flinched in surprise and some even squealed. And then they, lining up in one line, say that they are ready to listen to the instructions of their boss. Barbara clicks her tongue disapprovingly and asks the police officers not to be so nervous. She says she is not one to tolerate disagreement. On the contrary, joy, enthusiasm, and originality are welcomed. The man notices that Barbara said 4 words instead of the 3 she claimed to have said. And the girl praises him, noting that this employee directly pointed out the mistake to her. Saying that this deserves a reward, Barbara begins to voice what awaits him. But instead of the desired kiss, she gives him her favorite sticker from the Voracious Frogs collection. The girl makes an announcement saying that the bank robbery, lady kidnapping, and clothing theft are all combined into one case. Barbara says that anyone who provides important leads can expect a personal meeting with her. This has exactly the effect the girl was hoping for. Mark reminds Thoron that he doesn't like human women like that, and Thoron says that he just wants to solve the crime. The policeman says he never believed him. Meanwhile, Barbara, addressing the man in the photograph, says that she will definitely catch him. The girl calls Iso a disobedient thief who ignores order and safety. She notes that if she had not been in the square then, perhaps he would have succeeded in fooling her. Meanwhile, in the large theater of the city of Golden, which is located in the lighthouse area, the guys are talking about what will be given here next Friday. One of them says it will be Myra, to which the other asks if it is the Myra he is thinking of. He says he believes this secret group is much more well known, as the West is horrified by the mere mention of the Hellhounds. The young man agrees, saying that they are so crazy that they dared to invade the Golden District. He continues to talk about how the Hellhounds are still eluding the heroes, but then falls silent. After all, when such a gorgeous lady passes by him, he is speechless. His friend also can't take his eyes off Floretta's figure, and the rat gets involved. He says that if the young man doesn't stop staring at the lady's butt, he will take out his eyeballs and tie them in a bow. Feeling caught off guard, he immediately starts apologizing. His colleague reminds him that he didn't check the tickets, but his interlocutor just brushes him off. Iso praises Floretta, saying that she held herself well and acted very naturally. Cheese tells the alchemist that next time he will be the escort. He also says that they need to study the theater's plan, because at the next performance, there will be many representatives of the aristocracy here. While the men discuss their plan, Floretta stops at a poster titled, "This Iceman Isn't Too Cold." Meanwhile, Iso approaches the main hall and stops in front of it for a few moments. But after that, he confidently enters inside, and his companions follow him. Floretta pauses for a moment as her attention is drawn to the face of the man on the poster. The inscription on it says that this man's name is Mayor, and he is a great master of drama. Images from that dream involuntarily popped into the blonde's head. They look so clear that they give rise to certain thoughts in the girl's head. 2 hours later, Iso asks Seer if he has finished the plan, and he tells the alchemist to be calm. Suddenly the boy notices that Floretta is not here, and he asks where she is, but he doesn't know the rats. Well, 2 hours ago, something inside the girl desperately trembled at the sight of her father. Then she felt a strong desire to touch at least his portrait. Having done this, Floretta began to gently stroke the image of her father on the cheek. And suddenly, behind her, a painfully familiar voice was heard, asking the girl if she was his fan. When she turned sharply at him, the man was already heading in her direction. He said that he had long heard that Hater was the center of this world. Mayer said that when he came here, he realized that this city was 1,000,000 times more wonderful and beautiful than all the stories. The man interrupted his praises, asking the name of his beautiful interlocutor. The girl shook her head, trying to say that she could not give her name. But something inside made her change her mind, and she made up her mind. With a voice trembling with excitement, Floretta began to say her name. However, she was unceremoniously interrupted by this girl, who called Myra her father. The child was pulled up short by another voice familiar to Floretta, calling her Milo and asking her not to be so rude to her father. But the girl didn't care. She admired her dad, and he said that there was nothing wrong with it. He started to say that this lady was his fan, but she had already disappeared. As if echoing the grief of the poor girl, clouds began to gather in the sky. The thunder roared so loudly that the walls of the buildings shook, and a huge bolt of lightning flashed. The rain started very quickly, but the theater staff were given umbrellas. The fair-haired man was surprised that it was raining, although nothing like that had been said in the forecast yesterday. His interlocutor began to talk about those sitting inside, but was forced to interrupt. The fair-haired man called out to Floretta, offering her his umbrella, since she did not have her own. But the girl continued to walk stubbornly, not paying attention to anyone, immersed in dark thoughts. She was greeted by a wide variety of people, some even trying to attract the attention of the rich beauty. She passed by such backwaters that the hair of the residents of the Golden District would have stood on end. Floretta could have witnessed things that would have made her rich. However, the girl continued to walk stubbornly, not making out the road and not seeing anyone in front of her. The old man, whom she accidentally touched, then began to curse her because of it. And the rest of the people who noticed the richly dressed beauty were even distracted from their own affairs by her. One of the women said that the socialite style did not suit her because she came to Dark Star Street. Well, the girl stopped only when she found a place where there was no one. Only then did she realize how mentally tired she was, and because of this, she involuntarily sagged. Clutching her fingers through her hair, the girl began to wonder who she was. Her still intermittent speech continued to echo incessantly in the silence of the night. A woman approached Floretta, calling her a poor sparrow, and asked if she had lost her way home. Noticing the girl's impressive beauty, she invited her to join them and become one of the 1,000 birds. But the woman warned Floretta that she would have to donate her clothes to the organization. Taking the girl's silence as consent, the new acquaintance decided to take care of the matter herself. And when Floretta stopped her, she roughly pulled the blonde up and told her to take her hands off her before she got angry. The girl emphasized every word and said that the dress was a gift from its owner and therefore could not be taken off. Having called Floretta a blonde, the woman said that she seemed to have gotten something mixed up. And immediately after these words, the stranger did something that the girl did not expect. After that, she asked Floretta if she would now agree to undress. But even despite the force of the blow inflicted on her, the girl stubbornly continued to repeat that she could not take off her dress. When the woman smiled vaguely, it was a smile that did not bode well. After that, she made one graceful movement with her hand, but that was enough to make feathers appear in her. The woman said that if Floretta didn't take off the dress herself, she would have to help. And to confirm her words, the fatal beauty launched several feathers along the twisted line. They achieved their goal with lightning speed, clearly demonstrating to Floretta the intentions of her interlocutor. These sharp blades, imitating feathers, showed that their owner was not joking. Some of them not only passed within inches of vital areas, but simply wreaked havoc. Thus, the woman showed Floretta that if she did not get this dress, she would simply ruin it irrevocably. While Seer tries to catch the girl's scent, Iso hurries him by asking if he succeeded. Chris asks his interlocutor to stop chatting and just follow him. They argue all the way, but Cheese still manages to lead them on the right trail. Iso asks incredulously if Floretta is really here, and the rat confirms it. Cheese boasts that, despite the rain, his nose still caught the scent, but Iso is much more interested in something else. Chris stops the guy, saying that Dark Star Street is the dirtiest and most chaotic drain, and that those lost here have big problems. Iso doesn't see a problem with this, considering this gathering of small thugs to be rotten and not at all scary fish. Cheese counters that this isn't a bunch of thugs, but this is the main base of the 1,000 birds, and they're quite a force to be reckoned with. 3 female voices call out to their boss about what she did to Floretta. One of them feels sorry for the dress, the second thinks that their leader is ruthless, and the third thinks Floretta is suspicious. All this time, the girl remains unconscious, and the boss of the 1,000 birds makes a voice. Calling Floretta their new sister, she says that she is not yet clear-headed, and they will have to raise her well. The woman sitting next to the girl says that she immediately sees the suffering from unhappy love. Her colleague doesn't see the point because she considers men to be the most vile and worthless creatures in the world, fit only to be their dogs. She asks those standing behind her if this is true, and they agree, adding that they are all trash. The leader asks Crow to look into Floretta's head with her soul search, and she meekly agrees. The woman begins to carry out the order immediately, dropping to one knee. And at the same moment when her fingers touch the girl's head, she plunges into her memories. The first of these is the most recent, concerning Iso, and Verona digs deeper to scan this guy's personality. Finding out that he is not so bad, the woman moves on to other people. This memory turns out to be fresh, but it already concerns Floretta's father. The crow is intrigued by this and clings to the person's identity, pulling other fragments from the girl's memory. But after this, the events associated with this piece of the puzzle change dramatically. This man is no longer in Floretta's memories. But there is terrible darkness and the sound of heavy footsteps on the slabs of a damp dungeon. And then this strange and stern-looking man throws a raw potato at the girl. As soon as he stops, the mistress of memories is about to approach him. But out of nowhere, from all sides, like hungry seagulls, other children swoop down. Knowing full well that the new girl is smaller and weaker, the older girl rudely pushes her away. The impact is so strong that Floretta falls and hits herself painfully. This boy gets lucky and rejoices, but it doesn't last long. Another, equally hungry child attacks him and, while he is still unaware, deftly grabs a potato. He bites into her so greedily, as if he hadn't eaten for many days. But his luck doesn't last long. The blow comes suddenly and is frighteningly strong. The older girl, picking up potatoes, speaks to Floretta. She says she doesn't like hitting girls, so she better not take her prey away from her. And in another memory, this man says that a dog who cannot tear out a piece will not survive here. This is followed by words from which Crow learns that Floretta was a hellhound. While placing a jar with a bug on the unfortunate man's head, Iso asks him a question. He tells him to answer quickly if he has seen a beautiful girl in a golden dress. The alchemist warns the man that he is in a bad mood and about the possible consequences of this. Iso says that if his interlocutor tries to lie, he will end up the same way as his partner. Cheese thinks that although the alchemist himself created the bio-brain mosquito, he never used it, considering it disgusting. The man admits that he saw how the boss dragged her into this warehouse and told her that she needed to be properly educated. Iso tells him to crawl forward and show him the way, and his interlocutor agrees to these conditions. As soon as they get inside, all three scream, and Cheese asks what it is. He is referring to the spectacle that met their eyes, for it was truly frightening. Approaching the nearest corpse, Iso confirms the fact that this wound was fatal. Cheese echoes him, saying that all the other men have exactly the same injuries. The alchemist wonders what this could mean, because this handwriting does not resemble Floretta's. Meanwhile, a hoarse female voice is heard nearby, asking to be saved. Iso tells Seer that there are still living people here, and he agrees to look. Seeing the woman's tattoo, Rat speculates that she is the leader of the Thousand Birds Silver Phoenix. When Seer is distracted by a beautiful body, Iso pulls him back, ordering him to save her and interrogate her. Phoenix is injected with an emergency type of tissue regeneration factor into his spinal cord, and after 3 minutes the woman comes to her senses and begins to recover from what happened. But she still whispers, her voice trembling and stuttering, saying that she cannot see her blade. Without wasting any time, Iso eagerly asks Phoenix what happened here, and she, breaking into a scream, begins to repeat that she doesn't know and doesn't remember anything at all. And about an hour ago, Floretta, having come to her senses, roughly grabbed Verona by the hand and squeezed it hard. The force of the final disaster made human bones give way, and the woman, with a desperate and drawn-out scream, sank completely to the floor. At that moment, all the members of the Thousand Birds, as one, turned their gaze towards the scene of action. Silver Phoenix was no exception, but at the same time she began to reproach herself for being distracted. What she saw made the woman almost scream, because the girl was transformed in the blink of an eye. But perhaps most of all, the leader of the Thousand Birds was struck by Floretta's gaze. He was so completely different from before that even she felt uneasy. But Silver Phoenix was going to protect her girls at all costs, because she was their leader. Only Floretta wasn't afraid of all this, and she easily intercepted the attack right on the fly. Moreover, she did it not only with her hand, but continued to hold Verona by the wrist. Silver Phoenix was amazed that her opponent managed to intercept 3 blades at once. The woman with short hair said that this was their gang's territory. The crow, plucking up her courage, advised her to let her go the easy way, saying that otherwise, Floretta would not leave here alive. And it dawned on this woman that they were facing the Hellhound, who had broken into the Golden District and slaughtered the world's nobility. When this fact and the situation they found themselves in reached Phoenix, she came down. The woman suggested that Floretta release Crow and set them any conditions. Her subordinate expressed confidence that they could handle the Hellhound, but Phoenix shut her up. She turned to Floretta again, promising her a guarantee of complete secrecy since they were on the same side. And then, to everyone's surprise, the girl asked the leader of the 1,000 birds to undress. Having misunderstood her, the woman began to feel embarrassed, asking a stupid question. Sometime later, her subordinate turned to her boss and said that she couldn't disgrace herself like that. Raven sided with Phoenix, telling the woman to shut up, as she believed their leader had saved their lives. The fourth one, at first, silently and for a long time exhaled poisonous smoke, and then began to laugh. She made fun of Sokol, saying that she had the smallest breasts of them all, and she defended herself. Silver Phoenix began to talk about what they should do if they had the strength to talk. She ordered the women to quickly bring her some clothes. Crow said that she didn't understand why Hellhound let them go, since it wasn't their responsibility. A male voice answered her, agreeing with the woman and saying that no one would leave this place alive. Although everyone was surprised by his appearance, only Sokol dared to speak up, asking who it was. At first it seemed that the woman's question would remain unanswered, but this was not the case. For Dober answered in a new manner, and his movements were so quick that it was hardly possible to follow them. The fountain of blood came not only from the woman's cut throat, but also from the rapid and impulsive flow of blood. And Falcon, unable to cope with this, fell the very next moment. She whispered, stuttering and rapidly weakening, because she couldn't do more, and asked her boss to run. The woman who had argued with Sokol a little earlier did not even have time to understand what had happened. Something similar happened to Verona, who was already weakened by the fracture. And Dober, who was rapidly advancing on Phoenix, dismissively asked the leader of the 1,000 birds a question. He asked her if all of Hyder's underground gangs were really that insignificant, since he thought it would be easier to kill them than a rat. Cheese wonders if the dogs are so strong, then why Floretta couldn't defeat Comic. At this moment, Iso is more concerned about the fact that the girl's hair has turned purple again, because this has never happened before. Meanwhile, Silver Phoenix, clinging to the hem of Cheese's cloak, begins to beg him. She asks to save Verona and the others, in exchange promising to fulfill any condition and serve him. Syra is intrigued by this proposal and asks the woman not to forget that she herself suggested it. Approaching the nearest bird, the rat notes the fact that its pupils are already dilated. He believes that if we must save at any cost, the only thing left to do is to use that very technology. Iso interrupts his train of thought, saying that they have no time for these girls now. When he says they need to find Floretta urgently, Cheese asks him to wait. He wants to leave Phoenix the anti-rot elixir, but Iso forbids him. And yet, somehow, miraculously, the rat manages to throw the right box to the woman. Silver Phoenix catches it deftly, but does not understand what it is. The Cheese tells the woman to inject each of them with an ampule, because if they start rotting, that's the end of it. Meanwhile, in the area of the lighthouse, on the sea bridge of the Spirit of the Exi River, Floretta, climbing to the very top, plunges into deep thoughts. The rain is lashing her face, but she doesn't notice it at all, not even blinking under such pressure. Slowly, as if she was in no hurry, she lowered her gaze to her left hand and began to examine it. After this, the girl notices that her right eye is foreign to her. Listening to the mechanical beat in her chest, she singles him out too. Assuming that the boy saved her, the girl wonders why someone else's memory keeps popping into her head. She is distracted from her thoughts by Dober's voice, who greets the girl, noting that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He calls her Yorkshire, and the girl greets her former brother with restraint. They are silent for literally a couple of moments, after which Dober speaks again. He orders Yorkshire to account for the failure of the attempt to assassinate the queen and everything else. The girl does not object, and begins to truthfully tell how everything happened. The man takes the words that one of the heroes deprived his interlocutor of limbs as a given. However, Dober is very interested to know how she managed to grow them. The girl tells a half-truth, sharing that someone saved her, but adds that she doesn't know the details. Dober takes this calmly, telling his interlocutor to continue his master's task, since she is alive. Respectfully dropping to one knee, the girl accepts these conditions. However, she is interrupted, saying that now and henceforth she will have only one master, him. Dober raises his voice, asking Iso who he is, and the alchemist shamelessly names his real, full name. Dober asks Yorkshire if she knows him, and the girl admits that this man saved her. The man asks the girl if she is going to betray her master for him, and she quickly responds with a categorical refusal, but this is not enough for Dober. And in that case, he gives Yorkshire an ominous order to kill this boy. After that, he adds, they will need to do a few more important things. Having enough time to think it over, the girl accepts the order for execution. Standing up and turning around, she walks towards Iso, looking only at him. Yorkshire looks at the boy in silence for a few moments, then speaks up. In a dispassionate tone, she remarks that he shouldn't have followed her. Before answering, the alchemist removes his mask, and at that moment, his grin becomes visible. Iso says that from the moment he saved her, she became part of the Persilade family. The boy warns Floretta that if she does not go with him of her own free will, he will spank her. Some incomprehensible impulse makes the girl unconsciously grab her buttocks in an attempt to protect them. and then she realizes what exactly caused it and bashfully hides her eyes. Leaning forward, Yorkshire tells the boy to shut up. However, she never manages to reach her final goal, freezing just a few centimeters away from it. Looking up at the one who dared to stop her, the girl sees her old acquaintance in front of her. Calling Yorkshire rubbish, Lucille says she is glad to see her again. Iso reminds the woman of what happened last time, but she asks him not to worry about it. Lucille asks if the guy will sleep with her tonight if she holds back this girl, and he, embarrassed, makes a sarcastic remark. He himself, approaching Dober, remains silent for a while, studying his opponent. And then Iso suggests that the only way to solve the problem is to eliminate the hellhounds. Dober says that usually people who are within 5 meters of him are not residents. When he says Iso is standing a meter away from him, Yorkshire asks the man to stop. But he doesn't even think, already putting his plan into action. Iso clutches his throat, falling to his knees and wondering if this is really the strength of a hellhound. Dober notes that this little devil has no other abilities than to chatter. At that very moment, something begins to rapidly approach the man. The Silver Phoenix's feather blade stops just a few centimeters away from Dober, and all because he did it himself, otherwise the man would no longer be alive. Dober advises Yorkshire to explain his behavior, otherwise he will consider it a betrayal. But the thing is that this girl doesn't even understand why tears started flowing from her eyes on their own. At this point, Lucille belatedly comes to her senses, remembering that she was holding this girl. The woman glances at her hand and makes a questioning sound. It all happens so fast that her hand is still falling. And when the fall stops, Lucille thinks with disbelief that this is impossible. Yorkshire asks Dober if she didn't ask him to wait. And at that moment, something starts to happen in her eye, transplanted from the Emerald Empress. The girl herself feels that something is wrong, but prefers to ignore it. And Dober asks if all this is really necessary in order to thank this little devil for saving him. When he starts talking about the Hellhound's code, Iso, who turns out to still be alive, can't help but laugh. Unable to believe it, the man asks the obvious question. And the guy apologizes, saying that he only pretended to be dead to check how Floretta would behave. He considers his own death from such a backward method to be not very beautiful. And then Iso turns directly to Floretta, telling her to return to her true master. He is about to say something else, but does not have time. Even Dober is surprised by the girl's behavior, wondering why she suddenly decided to beat up this little devil. Lucille rudely pulls her rival up, asking how she dared to hit her little Iso. And while the guy is trying to cope with the pain, the girl tells him that she is not that blonde. Yorkshire adds that if he continues like this, she will no longer hold back. At this, Iso laughs again, saying that he doesn't think so. He gives the example of a teddy bear, which, in his opinion, the girl treasures. The alchemist invites her to join him instead of being a mindless killing machine. He invites the girl to change this painful world with the help of alchemy, to love and be loved. Dober expresses regret, saying that even if such a world exists, they will not be able to see it. He calls his interlocutor a weak, indecisive, hesitant, and emotional person. The man says that such people do not deserve to be called hellhounds. And after this, Gonchar's chief assistant orders his brothers to kill everyone here. The hellhounds rush into battle as soon as they hear this command, as if they had been waiting for this. And Iso asks Dober if he really thinks that the one with more warriors wins the battle. However, the guy notes that he managed to reveal the true fighting power of their organization. And Iso says that it is good that all the hellhounds have gathered in one place. The first time the alchemist fires a volley, those present do not understand what he wants to achieve with this. However, in the next moment everything becomes clear, as his projectile disintegrates into tiny particles. And this becomes the sign by which the evil dragon reveals itself. This comes as a big surprise even to Dober. He starts to speak, but the words get stuck in his throat. About an hour ago, Iso told Seer that one thing was bothering him. When the rat asked his friend what it was as if he burst out. He bombarded Cheese with questions like, what would happen if Floretta's personality was suppressed by her old personality? Chris doesn't even want to imagine it, so he asked the guy not to think about it either, reminding him of what happened last time. And then the alchemist began to talk about what needs to be done if you want to defeat a high-risk test subject. He said that to counter this, another ultra-high-risk test subject should be used. Cheese pulled Iso up short, saying that he needed to think things through, and besides, Lucille was still in a coma. However, the alchemist expressed confidence that the woman was pretending because she did not want to return to the cage. Iso said that her memory was rewritten into an RNA sequence. The alchemist continued, explaining what would happen if all the Doom viruses were not destroyed. He said that then Lucille would never die, because they multiply quickly in the host's body. Iso added that in this way these viruses restore their macroscopic body. He ended everything with the words that nothing else could be expected from an experiment created by the greatest alchemist. Cheese couldn't help but mock Iso, reminding him of the downsides of this. Then the guy told him to shut up, but the rat continued to make fun of him. And sometime later, Iso asked Lucille how much longer she was going to pretend to be asleep. When he said that if she continued to do this, she would miss the chance to go outside and take a walk, a smile appeared on the woman's lips. And then she approached the glass and asked if she would be walking with him. A female voice comes from inside the car, saying that the seat backs are very comfortable. Barbara expresses confidence that she made the right choice in purchasing these covers. The woman says they are made of genuine leather and 2-layer memory foam pads. And Mark expresses his opinion that his boss added too many bells and whistles. Barbara reminds him that this is not a donut truck, but a large integrated vehicle of the Bureau of Patrol Security. When Mark asked her why she did this, the woman said that it was the fastest way to establish and maintain safety and order. Meanwhile, they are informed of an emergency, according to which many people have witnessed the appearance of a dragon. After Barbara hears this, a satisfied smile appears on her lips. And then she points out that this is how they can maintain security and order without delays. And briskly pressing the gas pedal to the floor, the woman turns to her car office. She tells her to go on the attack, while Mark at this time hastily turns to his superior. Reminding her that she is speeding, the man says that he has not yet fastened his seatbelt. The others are amazed that Barbara forgot that they had not yet gotten into the car and loaded the weapons. And at almost 3 o'clock in the morning, the following happens in the White Queen's residence. The measured clatter of heels echoes throughout the main hall. Their owner slowly walks past this ice statue. However, she is stopped, saying that now is the chairman's time to rest, and no one is allowed to disturb her. Might, the White Queen's liaison officer, reports the appearance of a dragon on the Exe River Spirit Bridge. The bodyguard notes that the Patrol Security Bureau should be responsible for resolving such issues. But Might says that the description of this dragon sounds like a storm dragon. She begins to talk about how inaction could lead to great losses and turn into a disaster. And the bodyguard repeats once again that the White Queen is not to be disturbed during her rest, even by the mayor. Well, she herself sleeps sweetly in the semblance of the arms of her only beloved person. Meanwhile, the evil dragon spreads its mighty wings wide and rushes forward. The already overwhelmed hellhounds are completely at a loss, not knowing how to behave. They don't even have time to really get their bearings before a huge mouth appears right in front of them. And only when the powerful jaws snap shut does an interesting thought occur to Dober. Remembering the surname Iso, the man also fishes out from his memory the information that this family specialized in alchemy. And while he is thinking to himself, Lucia's dragons materialize in the air nearby. Rushing straight towards him, they force the man to increase the distance several times. And then Lucille asks her opponent why he doesn't worry about himself first. A woman asks her interlocutor what disease he would like to die from. But she immediately corrects herself, remembering the name of his organization and saying that for such people, the best option would be death by rabies. Iso turns to Yorkshire and saying that she has 2 options, voices the first of them. According to him, she will join Persilade and, having chosen the old weapon, will remain loyal to the Hellhounds. Iso says that in the latter case, he will not disturb her, leaving the choice entirely up to the girl. Yorkshire hesitates for a few moments, then springs into action. Accepting the ISO conditions, she begins to reach for one of the objects. In his mind, Iso expresses confidence that the girl will choose the toy because it is something like a spiritual anchor for her. However, contrary to expectations, his arguments turn out to be incorrect. And yet, turning away from the guy, Yorkshire asks him to save the teddy bear for her. The girl explains these words by saying that she is going to put an end to this. Lucille is amused when she asks her opponent if the Hellhounds can only run away with their tails between their legs. But Iso interrupts her, explaining to the woman that Dober wants to distract her so that others can kill him. The alchemist asks her to return to him instead of chasing the dog, and Dober's subordinates are already really close, confirming his words. Iso ends his sentence by asking Lucille to protect him. And the woman notes with a smile that a pack of wild dogs also wants to touch her baby Iso. Asking Lucille to stay close to him from now on and not run around, he asks if she can hear him. The woman says that she heard him and will definitely provide protection at 0 distance. The guy stutters and says that there is no need for this and asks to let him go. Well, Yorkshire is slowly heading towards its potential opponent. He asks if she really decided to fight him, but also reminds her that he is her mentor. Dober reminds the girl that if she had not joined the Hellhounds, she would have been tortured to death. Just as the man finishes speaking, Yorkshire does something that makes Iso scream. Cursing out loud, the guy wonders what this woman is doing. But this gesture, incomprehensible to him, is well known to Dober, although his amazement is even greater than Iso's. Meanwhile, Yorkshire explains everything, talking about 13 knife stabs. The girl talks about this in more detail, because this is the only way to leave the Hellhounds organization. Saying she has already struck the first blow, Yorkshire allows Dober to strike the remaining 12. The man questions Iso's words, as well as the fact that the girl will survive after her heart is pierced. The alchemist pulls Floretta back, reminding her that her body is his property. The girl repeats her words that it is her business, and says how everything could end in this case. Iso thinks that he doesn't like the hellhound personality because it's very difficult to control. But while Lucille asks the guy to let her stop this girl, he thinks that she is even worse. At this time, Dober says that Yorkshire is much worse than her mother. He says she would never put her chances of survival on someone else's shoulders, but would instead stick a knife in his throat. This comes as a complete surprise to the girl, and she asks Dober if he really knows her mother. The man says that her mother was once the strongest of the dogs, and also his teacher. Unfortunately, she fell in love with a young actor and became pregnant. She was not killed only because Gonchar loved her. But when the woman was about to run away with her lover and child, the head of the dogs ordered Dober to personally kill her. And before he killed the woman, she began to beg him to make the last stitch on this bear cub. Yorkshire squeezes the blade in her hand so hard it hurts even more, but she endures it. Instead, the girl tells Dober in an icy tone that she wants to kill him. The man appears pleased with these words, saying that they sound more like the truth. He explains them by saying that he doesn't like those who obediently wag their tails. And this becomes the last thing Dober says before taking a comfortable position. Yorkshire at this time already stands before him, ready for the upcoming battle. And they rush forward regardless of the outcome, even if it is fatal. At the moment they converge, a bright flash lights up the sky. If you watch them from a distance, it seems as if nothing outstanding has happened. However, if you look at Yorkshire more closely, the results are clear. Dober asks the girl if she hasn't realized yet that sentimentality has made her weak. But as soon as he manages to finish these words, the following happens. Because of what is happening to his heart, the man cries out helplessly. And then he intermittently states that Yorkshire has learned the internal section of the heart. The girl reminds him of his own words that this is the only way to kill the hellhound. And at that moment, the man wonders if this is really the so-called fate. He says that his teacher taught him this technique, and he killed her with it. And before his death, the man thinks that the girl who killed him has exactly the same voice as hers. At the very last moment, his fingers relax, and Yorkshire, standing nearby, manages to deftly catch the object that was in the man's hand. And while she silently looks at him, thinking about something of her own, Lucille speaks up. Clicking her tongue in disappointment, the woman says she finds the spectacle boring. And Iso, who thought that Floretta would return to him, is taken aback. The boy wonders what she is planning, and Lucille suggests that the girl has decided to commit suicide. Iso can't believe that Floretta disappeared without leaving any traces. The next moment, the alchemist's gaze is attracted by something, and he almost gasps in surprise. And it's all about the bombs underneath it, of which there are actually even more than it seems. They not only surround the support on which Iso stands, but are also located around the entire perimeter. Well, Gonchar watches what is happening from his place, reveling in his own superiority. But he doesn't wait long, pressing the button on the detonator remote control the very next moment. And Iso remembers that he used up all the energy in the anti-gravity alchemical matrix when he came here. At the same time, the rat, making the appropriate sign, loudly says that there is an unknown biological threat ahead. He continues by saying that entry of all pedestrians and vehicles is prohibited. But of course, he's deceiving everyone to cover for Iso while he deals with everything else. Barbara also gets into the role of the ice cream man, playing it flawlessly, which misleads Cheese. And the woman, adding fuel to the fire, says that she can treat the rat to some very tasty ice cream. And Cheese just can't help but mentally notice how big Barbara's horn is. Chris gives in, agreeing to sample them and saying he'll let them through if he likes them. And as the fake patrolman gets closer to the ice cream van, Barbara starts to feel for something. Mark fearfully asks his boss why she suddenly needed a gun. She says she looked through the patrol files yesterday and there was no one among them who looked like a non-human. However, comparing Cheese with the profile of the suspects in the cases they are working on, Barbara finds the rat to be similar to one of them. And the next moment, an explosion engulfs space, and the rat, belatedly realizing this, tenses up in earnest. A few minutes earlier, the evil dragon had gotten rid of one of its many victims. Mentally calling his opponents stinking insects, he was going to give them a good thrashing. Meanwhile, Iso was thinking that he wouldn't have time to call the creature to him so that it could protect him from the explosion. At first, Lucille was surprised that the guy took her hand because she remembered it for the first time. However, the very next moment she began to rejoice at this, assuming that Iso had recognized her as his strongest experimental specimen. But the alchemist, unable to control his emotions, said out loud that it was too late. And just at that very moment, this terrible explosion thundered. Well, some people at this time did not take their eyes off this hot spectacle, enjoying it from the front rows. Of course, it was the leader of the Hellhounds who was the culprit of the incident. Gonchar stated the fact that Dober could not kill the daughter of the one he loved so much. The woman standing next to him said that she always thought of this man as someone who sought death. Gonchar chuckled, admitting that Dober had become useless to him even when he found Yorkshire. The man tells the family to inform them of the whereabouts of Yakshir and the unknown troublemaker. Cheese approaches Iso, asking him about what he has done and asking a number of other questions that concern him. However, as soon as the alchemist does not answer, the rat begins to worry about him in earnest. Cursing harshly, Cheese wonders what the kid is up to again. Noticing that the fake patrolman not only stops but also leaves, jumping into the sea, Barbara is surprised. Everyone else also becomes interested in this, and they ask similar questions openly. Expressing regret, Barbara notes that they were very close to catching this rat. Meanwhile, Gonchar is shaken by another attack of uncontrollable coughing. He says he finds aging and death terrifying and suggests that if his plan fails, this body will no longer be able to withstand it. The woman asks Gonchar if he really believes that there is a technology that can make people immortal. The man, reminding the elf of her lifespan, asks how she can even understand him. Before answering these words, the woman moves closer to Gonchar and leans in. Addressing him as Balu, she says she will follow him if he dies. But the man says that he wants them to become immortal together forever. Iso asks why he should ask the world's nobility for eternal life if he himself can help him with this. Not recognizing this youthful voice, Bal asks its owner who he is. Walking slowly but confidently towards his interlocutor, Iso introduces himself honestly. The man screams uncontrollably because he does not believe that anyone could survive such an explosion. The alchemist asks the potter how he plans to compensate for his ruined coat. 20 minutes ago, Iso rushed down fearlessly because he was absolutely sure that Lucille would save him. With this gesture, he wanted to make the woman personally aware of the threat, and he succeeded. Meanwhile, the detonator had just managed to change its color from red to green. Understanding perfectly well what this meant, the woman hastened to activate her power. She ordered her to rush to Iso in order to protect him in time. But Lucille, better than anyone else, understood that she had to hurry. She managed to carry out her plan, but she did it at the very last moment. Once they were safe, Lucille mentally called Iso a fool. He could have saved himself faster, and nothing would have happened to her because she is a virus. Now when Gonchar starts screaming, desperately calling for security, she speaks up. Lucille begins to ask a clarifying question about what he means. She asks if he means those cute little cuties. The man persists, asking Iso, even if he managed to survive, how he managed to find this place. The alchemist lays everything out on the shelves, telling how exactly he calculated everything. The potter asks his interlocutor what he needs, and he immediately answers. This alchemist also lays it out on the shelves, enjoying the story of how he will humiliate the leader of the Hellhounds. Suddenly the man gains confidence and starts making threats. He says that Iso will now regret not dying because his body will be cut to pieces in a second. The old man reaches for the necessary button, but he can't move even a centimeter. Iso asks him why he doesn't press. Is his body really rusty? And only then does it dawn on Gonchar that, for some unknown reason, he cannot move. And the alchemist calmly says that it's all because he has already inhaled a lot of dragon spider venom. Meanwhile, Iso begins to talk about what is in this room, besides the remote-activated traps. The alchemist asks if he is right in saying that there are only 18 tiles here that do not have passively triggered traps. Gonchar considers this impossible, since even Dober did not know about such a thing. Iso honestly admits that it's because of Lucille, who can sense all of this on a molecular level. The alchemist says that it was she who told him where the tiles were that did not contain blood sugar molecules. Saying that he is not sure if there is a trap near the potter's throne, Iso asks Lucille to help him. The woman immediately carries out the order, along with the words that she will do it now. Everything happens very quickly. One of her dragons is already next to the old man. The monster, biting its bloodthirsty fangs more tightly into the emaciated body, suddenly rises upward. An elf woman speaks up, fearfully shouting the name of the leader of the Hellhounds. The old man turns out to be still alive, and he turns to Iso, asking him not to kill him. The alchemist begins to list the potter's main achievements, calling him a mighty emperor. And then he calls it disgusting that such a seemingly great man begs for mercy for a child. The potter is silent, and then Iso asks him what deal he made with the world nobility. And then the man breaks through. A stream of words flows from him continuously until it dries up. And then Gonchar, in a desperate whisper, asks the alchemist to help him because he doesn't want to die. He repeats these words incessantly, chanting them like a mantra, but the man's voice is weak. And then the alchemist shows favor and gives the leader of the Hellhounds what he wants. Sometime later, the man's eyes suddenly open wide, trying to understand what happened to him. He looks at his hands in disbelief, amazed at the metamorphosis that has taken place in his body. Iso congratulates the man on not only being cured of all his illnesses, but also on regaining his youth. Bal asks his interlocutor why he is helping him, and Iso says that he wants to kill all the world's nobility and rule Golden alone. So the alchemist asks the man to tell him everything he knows about the world's nobility. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the rope wrapped around the girl's body tightens, causing her to bend. She screams uncontrollably, her whole body shaking from exhaustion. The exact same fate awaits another girl who lives next to the first one. But besides them, there is another one, and she repeats the fate of her sisters in misfortune. However, it is noticeable that the third girl endures this torture less stoically, and a drop falling from her body falls onto the vessel, starting the whole cycle over again. A man's voice is heard nearby saying that he is bored. Because of this all-encompassing feeling, he falls back in free fall, repeating his words. And even as he falls to the ground, he says he continues to feel bored. Taking out the photograph, the man expresses confidence that the woman depicted in it is alive. But then he says he can't understand why she doesn't come after him and kill him. Ball reveals that the entire murder plan was a game devised by the world nobility. They agreed to make the man an aristocrat if at least one of his subordinates could shed their blood. Ball says that these nobles always repeated the words that they were bored, and he suggests that it may be because these people live too long. Remembering Floretta, Iso realizes that she knew nothing about this at all, and the murder that she was ready to commit at the cost of her life was just a game of the nobility. Iso states the fact that all the hellhounds have always been just pawns in the hands of the potter. The guy clarifies with his interlocutor that he could have gotten rid of them at any moment. Some time ago, when Yorkshire approached Dober, he reluctantly spoke up. Having told her that he was investigating an important case, the man told her about his hiding place. Hearing the words that Dober wanted to take her there, Yorkshire asked the reason for this. And then he said that the thing hidden in that place was also important to her. And now the girl is rushing there, playing out the location of the old container warehouse in her head. She chants these words incessantly in her head, but suddenly consciousness begins to slip away from her. Eventually, the girl begins to stop until she freezes completely. Along with the shade of her last hair, thoughts of the warehouse disappear from Floretta's head. The girl doesn't just stop. A question arises in her head, and she tries in vain to understand what she is doing in this place. Hugging herself from the cold, Floretta begins to call for her master and whine. Although people passing by pay attention to the girl, no one dares to offer her help. Some time passes, after which Floretta hears a familiar voice. Iso says that she doesn't listen to him all day and runs here and there. And then the girl felt as if she was struck by electricity, and the next moment she suddenly raised her head towards the guy. Iso encourages Floretta to get up and go home with him. At first, the girl looks at the guy extending his hand to her, not believing her eyes, but soon a joyful smile blossoms on her face, and she willingly places her palm into the guy's hand. And immediately after that, our boys walk off beautifully into the sunset. About an hour ago, Gonchar tearfully begged the alchemist to spare him. The man tries to sweeten the pill by saying that Yorkshire is now alive and well. Iso asks him incredulously if he is sure he is not mistaken, and he confirms this. Ball informs his interlocutor that the girl's code name in the Hellhounds is Yorkshire. Iso asks if he still thinks Floretta belongs to his organization. Ball turns on the back, starting to talk about how he let it slip and the girl belongs to the Persilade family. Iso asks what about Gonchar himself and his organization, the Hellhounds. The man says that from now on, he and the Hellhounds will be loyal only to Lord Iso. A cunning plan appears in the alchemist's head, and he asks Bal for proof of his loyalty. The man says that half of his wealth is hidden on this ship, and he is ready to give it to him. Iso says he understands and accepts this, but not without reservations. The alchemist says that this will not be enough for him, and then Bal offers a solution. He says the rest is somewhere else, but he can send it to Golden. Iso says that they misunderstood each other, and explains in simple terms that he wants an elf. At the same time as the question expressing incomprehension, the man glances at Garcia, and Iso hurries him, asking whether Bal agrees to such conditions or not. In the following seconds, even with the naked eye, the hesitation of the Hellhound's leader is visible. But at some point his body becomes relaxed and limp and humility comes over him. And yet, turning to the elf, the man cannot help but tremble. But then he says that from now on she is Iso's property and asks Garcia to be obedient. In the first moments after this, the woman does not even find the right words. And the next thing she knows, she turns helplessly to Baloo, calling him by name. At this time, Iso moves from his place and begins to walk towards the elf. He says, turning to Baloo, that if he is not mistaken, he wanted to become immortal in order to be with this woman. The alchemist asks the man if he doesn't even want to bargain with him. But despite this, he is already tightening the collar on the elf's neck tighter. Iso asks Bala if he's just going to watch as this woman becomes his test subject. The man says that since the dogs have already surrendered, even if his heart is breaking, he will never go against the will of his savior. But he thinks that over time he will kill not only the entire world nobility, but also the Persilade family. Iso expresses satisfaction with these words and invites Baloo to sit on the throne in his new guise. Noticing the trembling in the man's body, the alchemist says that he has nothing to worry about. And when Baal takes the throne, Iso says that under him he will forever remain the potter of the Hellhounds. The alchemist invites the man to give the first command while in his new body. Giving in to this, the man begins to make his first statement. However, he experiences strange sensations, forcing him to pause. Looking down at his hem, the man notices red drops that continue to drip down his nose. Baal asks, puzzled, what it is, and a shudder runs through him. The man brings his hand to his nose and casually wipes away the moisture underneath. Beginning to examine his hand, Baal finally becomes convinced that it is blood. And although Iso, who is watching all this from the side with pleasure, says nothing, his lips stretch into a smile. Meanwhile, blood begins to flow from other holes on the man's head. Screaming, Baal stutters as he asks what is happening to his body. Iso says that he injected him with the Persillade family's secret alchemical medicine. Theoretically, it can cure all injuries and aging of the carbon-based body. The man asks, puzzled, why then is this happening to his body? And Iso says that the main substance of the medicine can only be tolerated by direct descendants of his family. Baal asks why the alchemist did this to him, since he promised to be faithful to him. Iso says that he cannot accept someone who betrays even those he loves. And thus the leader of the Hellhounds dies with the elf sobbing on his lap. The rat entering the hall pulls up those inside and asks if this is really how it will all end. Iso asks him to stop complaining and, to make amends, leaves the job of counting the loot to Seer. At the same time, the alchemist asks the rat to look after the elf, and he agrees. When asked where he is going, Iso replies that he is going to get that fool back. And just after this, the guy tracks down Floretta and invites her to go home with him. Sometime after returning to base, Iso thinks that he is finished. He mentally admits to himself that he had completely forgotten that something like this could happen. Lucille says that Iso is hers today and suggests that Floretta understand everything and go sleep on the sofa. However, her rival also does not want to back down, saying that her master will sleep with her. Well, Iso himself has no choice but to endure this unbearable torture. While all this is happening, Cheese lazily flips through channels and sighs heavily. He wonders if he should feel sorry for this guy, or if it would be better to envy him. Ultimately, this conflict is resolved as follows. And Iso thinks that he is already starting to regret having created these two. He remembers what happened 3 hours ago, and how they came to such a decision. Then, unable to bear it any longer, the boy screamed, shouting at both of them. He ordered his experimental subjects to stop this whole circus. Iso asked them how they could be so noisy, since he was their master. He said that if they continued in the same spirit, they would be sent to the containment zone for highly dangerous experimental objects. Lucille took advantage of the moment to remind Iso that he had promised her this. The alchemist mentally agreed with her. Besides, she had done her job well. And then he declared that this woman would stay with him tonight. Of course, Lucille could not help but take advantage of this to express her boundless joy. And Iso continued, saying that since Floretta had not obeyed him, today she would sleep on the sofa, in the living room. The girl tried to soften her master's heart, but he said she wouldn't succeed. Then Floretta said something in her usual dialect, which meant that she was upset. As she took the blanket that Iso had given her, she paused briefly. In the same way, the girl stopped at the threshold, not wanting to leave her master's room. While Lucille was teasing her, Iso reminded Florette not to forget to close the door behind her. The alchemist said that if she returns to her old ways, he will follow her. As soon as the door closed behind Floretta, Lucille rushed to Iso and raised her voice. She started saying that he was only hers, to which the alchemist told the woman to stop rubbing against him. Iso asked Lucille to let him go, saying that he needed to go to the toilet. Iso was able to breathe a sigh of relief only when the door closed behind him. As he approached the urinal, a question appeared in the guy's head. Even though he was alone, Iso asked himself in his mind, wondering why it was so hot today. As soon as the guy started his business, a familiar voice was heard next to him. Lucille suddenly appeared, admired him, and gave Iso a sweet compliment. The guy was so taken aback by this unexpectedness that he even lost the power of speech. Well, Lucille reverently watched his every move even now. At some point, a drop fell on her face and the woman shuddered. But not out of hostility, on the contrary, she was glad to lick it off, which she did the very next moment. After assessing the levels of salts, electrolytes, sugars, and proteins, Lucille concluded that Iso was completely healthy. The guy felt so uneasy about this that he immediately began to act. Urging Lucille to rinse her mouth, he angrily asked her if she was a pervert. Iso asked the woman to open her mouth wider so that he could get a good look at her teeth. The alchemist polished them so that they became even whiter, cleaner, and shinier. But Iso was still dissatisfied with this, asking Lucille to open her mouth and breathe. The woman decided to first approach him, opening her mouth as she walked. At some point her gaze became mischievous. Lucille decided to resort to trickery. Instead of simply breathing, the woman pressed her lips to the guy's. He tried to break free, but she held him tightly, kissing Iso until she decided it was enough. Having moved away from the woman, the guy was silent for a while, but then he burst out. He reminded her that he had only promised to sleep with her and threatened her with the consequences of repeating this, but Lucille laughed it off. To this, Iso ordered her to stop talking nonsense and go to bed quickly, and the woman obediently agreed. A little later, the alchemist was about to briefly outline the doubts associated with the incident with the hellhounds, and Lucille asked in a bored tone how much longer he was going to go about his business. Reminding the guy that it was already midnight, she asked him her question again. Iso allowed the woman to sleep without him as he summed up and recaps today's incident. Lucille was angry that the guy was not paying attention to her, but a cunning plan appeared in her head. Rising up, the woman said that if Iso really hated her, there was no point in keeping her promise. In a sad and depressed voice, she said that she really would be better off going to bed. Noticing the tears in the woman's eyes, Iso began to feel uncomfortable, as he found it hard to believe. The guy started making excuses, although in fact this was also a trick on his part. He asked Lucille to stop crying, reminding her that she was not Floretta, but Dark Doom. And the woman was glad that her plan had succeeded because she had not fully believed that Iso would fall for it. The guy agreed to let Lucille hug him, but on the condition that she remain silent. There was no answer, and the alchemist decided to check why the woman did not even approach him. The guy was also surprised by the fact that Lucille was trembling at that time. Well, at that moment she was mentally wondering why she was so nervous when she lay down in the same bed with Iso. And then Lucille told me what she fantasized about every day while in her cell. She shares what she thought back then about holding hands with her baby Iso. The woman imagined herself hugging her baby Iso. Lucille also talked about how she wanted to kiss her baby Iso. And of course, the woman also wanted to sleep with her baby Iso. She said that every minute and second she lived only thanks to these fantasies. And she can't help but want to get closer to Iso because it's uncontrollable. The guy then apologized to her, admitting that he had been too harsh with her. Iso made a promise to the woman that he would never lock her up again. And only then did Lucille calm down and stop shaking, settling comfortably in the guy's arms. Meanwhile, Cheese watched the live broadcast of the exciting match for a place in the semi-finals. Turning to the second team, he told them to run faster, and when they did, he praised them. When he noticed Floretta, he wondered when she had managed to appear next to him. And then the rat turned to the girl, asking her what she was doing here. The moment the girls on the screen scream, Cheese does it with them. But the thing is that he wants to change the channel faster because he feels awkward. When he succeeds, Cheese takes a moment to ensure that the program is secure. And only after this does the rat breathe a sigh of relief and turn to the girl. He invites her to sit down and watch TV with him. When the girl does this, Seer assumes that Iso is angry with her again. The silly cartoon continues, and an awkward atmosphere hangs between the two. Cheese thinks that this way he won't be able to see what he wants and considers this Iso's problem. And then the rat says that Iso has a difficult character, and by denying it, he contradicts himself. Cheese continues, saying that once she left his room, it was like handing him over to Lucille. Chris tells Floretta that she is Iso's most powerful experiment and urges the girl to take back what was taken from her. To himself, Cheese thinks that there is a great show planned for tonight. Later, the rat helps the girl by placing a powerful hypnotic smoke bomb in Iso's room. He gives Floretta a prearranged signal, asking her to wait for a while. And after that, he starts counting down out loud. Cheese says that Floretta can come in now and wishes the girl a good night's sleep. Imitating the habits of her accomplice, the blonde responds to his kindness with kindness. Cheese decides to help Floretta make the final push by launching her inside. The girl slowly and carefully creeps towards the bed on all fours, and the rat, closing the door behind him, begins to rejoice. He is happy that he will finally be able to watch his favorite entertainment show. In his mind, Cheese turns to Iso, wishing him luck tonight. Meanwhile, Floretta continues to sneak around so as not to make too much noise. Having gotten close enough, the girl notices Lucille, but Iso does not see her yet. Then Floretta rises carefully, and the picture appears before her in all its glory. Lucille says she would like to thank her and Cheese for the hypnotic smoke. Explaining that now her baby Iso will no longer resist, the woman demonstrates this. For Floretta, this turns out to be the last straw. The girl's patience bursts like a soap bubble. They clasp hands right on the move, and thus the confrontation between the rivals begins. Not quite understanding how everything works, Florette forbids Lucille to eat her master. Calling her a fool, the woman says that she didn't mean to do it, she was just licking. However, the insults have to be put aside, as Lucille's hand begins to burn. A very unpleasant memory involuntarily arises in the woman's head. Lucille admits to herself that she cannot defeat someone who uses such high temperatures. And then the woman decides to resort to trickery, saying that this way Floretta will be able to harm Iso. This works exactly as it should, and doubt immediately appears in the girl's eyes. Floretta's hand temperature begins to fluctuate, indicating her internal struggle. And this suits Lucille's taste, and the woman immediately speaks up. Ingratiating herself a little with Floretta, she says she has one suggestion. The woman suggests that the girl share the love of baby Iso between them equally. Lucille adds that from now on, Floretta will sleep with the guy on the left and she with the guy on the right. The girl really thinks about it, but her silence does not last long. Floretta agrees to Lucille's proposal almost immediately, and the woman mentally calls the girl a hopeless idiot. And yet, Lucille sums up out loud what they have agreed upon, and Floretta echoes her. The woman thinks that over time, she is going to take away all of this girl's love from Iso. But for now she will not do this, because the alchemist values her very much. Above Golden appears the Throne of Persilod, a device of eternal transcendental alchemical unified expansion. As it moves, Iso inside grins smugly. He expresses joy that all of Golden is now under his control. The alchemist's next step is to completely transform the world in full accordance with his will. The final disaster asks Iso to put something on himself, since there is bad weather outside, and he likes it. Addressing the girl, he expresses satisfaction that she is finally beginning to think sensibly, but somehow the mantle that the final disaster gave him feels incomprehensibly heavy. And already waking up, the guy asks himself the same question. Almost immediately it dawns on him what exactly is wrong, and the alchemist wonders why Floretta is also in his bed. However, the very next moment, another more pressing question begins to worry him. For some reason, the blanket seems wet to him, which gives rise to certain thoughts. And the very next moment, Iso drives both of them out of his bed. And while the alchemist is scolding Florette, Lucille is gloating because her plan has succeeded. Memories of what happened that night when the girl fell asleep flash before the woman's eyes. Lucille came up with a very effective way to embarrass this silly girl. She caused her death virus to degrade, reducing its pathogenicity. Now it could infect and stimulate only the epithelial cells of Floretta's bladder. And at the same time, the girl's immune system should not immediately mount a response to the antigen. Lucille was already imagining what would happen if this walking disaster wet itself right in Iso's bed. The woman was sure that the guy would never let her in again. And then Lucille will become the only experimental specimen who will be able to sleep with the alchemist. And right now, Iso forbids Floretta to sleep with him, to which the woman agrees. The alchemist says he will prepare a separate bedroom for her, and Lucille gloats. However, Iso says that he will also prepare a separate bedroom for her, which greatly surprises the woman. She asks why this is so, and notes that she, unlike the final disaster, did not wet herself. The first reason the alchemist gives is that Lucille is too heavy and puts pressure on him. These words confuse the woman, and she tries to justify herself by saying that this is not true. As the second reason, Iso names the real reason why Floretta wet herself. The alchemist says that in general they shouldn't always revolve around him, they should have their own personal lives. At first, Lucille meekly agrees and even endures for a while, but then she begs Iso to sleep with him because she says she can't fall asleep without him. Floretta follows the woman's example, saying that she too cannot fall asleep alone. And again, everything develops into a situation similar to the one that happened the day before, only without marriage and quarrels. To everyone's surprise, a fourth person enters the conversation, ordering everyone to be silent. He reminds everyone of who exactly Iso is, and says what awaits those who ignore the order. These words make not only the rivals, but also the guy himself feel uneasy. However, the next moment he mentally expresses gratitude to his partner. But the next moment, Iso realizes that he was hasty because Cheese is demonstrating the overnight schedule. And while the rivals admire this idea, and the rat gets cocky, the guy simply falls into a stupor. Lucille finds an inaccuracy and asks, what about Sunday? Who will sleep with him then? Cheese is here too, saying that you just need to flip a coin and the winner will sleep with Iso. Chris turns to the guy, asking him if he thinks this is fair. And he, agreeing with him, asks him to come to him to receive gratitude for such a wonderful offer. Despite the guy's serious attitude, Cheese treats his prank playfully, continuing to tease the boy. Ultimately, the alchemist adjusts his overnight schedule to suit himself, crossing out what is unnecessary. While he considers whether something could be improved, Cheese remains respectfully silent. Iso tells his rivals not to argue, otherwise they will lose even this single day, and they agree with him. Chris can't stand it anymore, offering the guy to add another day to the so-called double visit. Iso scolds him, saying that if he continues to talk such nonsense, he will give him rat poison. Then the alchemist asks if Cheese took the Hellhound's property, and receives a positive answer. He tells his experimental subjects to stay in the living room, behave well, and wait for him. Lucille asks the guy not to worry about it, saying that now she has a good relationship with Floretta. From the port control office comes Barbara's question about the cargo ship. She asks her interlocutor to give her all the information about this ship. The man assures the woman, calling her Director Barbara, that everything is in this folder. He invites her to dinner, but is refused because Barbara has a lot of work. The man reaches into his pocket and begins to search intensively for something there. The ring was supposed to be a gift for his wife, but he agrees to give it to Barbara in exchange for dinner with him. Mark is amazed at the man's frivolity, but he feels absolutely no remorse. Barbara agrees to dinner if her companion helps her figure out how the ship disappeared, and he agrees. As she leaves, she says that she can't stand jewelry, so he should give this ring to his wife. This is one of the Persilade family's warehouses, and it contains the treasures of the late leader of the Hellhounds. While visiting his territory, Iso announces his intention to start counting. Cheese agrees with him, taking out a device without which this simply cannot be done. When activated, the rat throws it into the water, approximately halfway down. And at that very moment, magic begins to happen, revealing to the world the outline of the missing ship. After which its contours begin to appear more and more clearly, as if appearing out of thin air. And after a certain amount of time, he appears before the couple in all his glory. Iso smirks, assuming that everyone is already looking for this ship like crazy. But they can't even imagine that they and the rat used the subspace alchemical matter. Iso tries to be patient, although his hands are already itching to look at the treasures. So he impatiently covers the remaining distance with a jump, and Cheese gives voice. He begins to list everything he discovered after unlocking the appropriate doors with the keys that Iso gave him. Only the rat says that he hasn't yet examined these orichalcum containers, although he has an idea of what's inside. Iso suggests opening them right now, and Seer agrees with him, already preparing the necessary tool. While his assistant is busy, Iso wonders what might be inside. Finally, the makeshift door falls, inviting the partners inside. Looking into this black void, Iso is about to walk straight into it, but suddenly stops. For some reason, he suddenly feels uneasy, and the guy asks himself a question. He is trying to understand why he suddenly had this groundless feeling of anxiety. Well, the reason for this ominously opens its scarlet eye. Iso notices this in time, and, although he flinches from surprise, quickly pulls himself together. He speaks to Cheese in a raised voice, ordering him to quickly step back. This saves the rat and Iso too, because 2 hits land where they were just standing. But the terrible creature does not retreat or stop, continuing to destroy everything indiscriminately. Moreover, it crawls forward, bursting into eerie sounds. Cheese asks what it is, and Iso starts to make a guess, but the rat cuts him off. He calls on the alchemist to pay attention to the sign located on one of the tentacles. Iso immediately recognizes the symbol, as it is the universal designation for his family's ultra-high-risk bioweapon. Taking action, Cheese says that, in any case, first we need to take control of this creature. When an explosion occurs, it is impossible to determine the monster's condition for some time. But this does not last long, because in the very next moment something strange begins to happen. The haze left by the poison doesn't just disappear, it's absorbed by the monster itself. Cheese can't believe his eyes, amazed that the dragon spider's venom had no effect. Meanwhile, the monster rushes forward again with its nimble tentacle, but Iso blocks it. The alchemist's weapon allows you to not only deflect a blow, but also turn the monster's limb into slime. Cheese praises Iso, letting out a cry of admiration and saying that it was amazing. But it's too early to rejoice, because the monster also turns out to be not stupid. He immediately anticipates negative consequences. Iso comments on the creature's actions, amazed at its resourcefulness and intelligence. Cheese suggests calling Floretta and Lucille if the slime maker is powerless against this colossus. Meanwhile, Lucille, moaning sweetly, is enjoying the smell of her baby Iso. And Floretta says that you can't take the owner's things without permission. Lucille, calling the girl sick, tells her to stop appearing so suddenly. Floretta interrupts the woman's swearing, hands her a tangerine and explains. The girl says that she brought this food for Lucille and it is very tasty. Something like flattery flashes in the woman's gaze, but she quickly catches herself. Lucille says that she will never eat anything that Florette touched, as she considers it disgusting. Taking advantage of the moment while the woman's mouth is open, the girl puts a slice into it. Lucille is outraged by this and, calling Florette a fool, is about to hit her, but she starts talking again. With childish spontaneity, the girl says that they are best friends. Lucille, remembering what Iso had said recently, assumes that Floretta took those words seriously. The alchemist, meanwhile, says he wants to see if the monster is worthy of the ultra-high-risk label, and he asks Cheese where the elf they took on that ship is now. As soon as the rat answers, the guy immediately rushes to this place, asking him to wait a little. Iso is amazed at what he sees when he reaches the main hall. The guy thinks Cheese has gone too far by using dragon spider venom in conjunction with the electrostatic binding field. One way or another, he needs the elf now, so Iso turns off the device. The heavy-duty hoops holding Garcia fall one by one, freeing the elf. And eventually she falls to the floor, powerless to stay on her feet. Iso gives the woman an antidote, saying that by inhaling it, she will regain the ability to move. Somehow the elf crawls up to the alchemist and takes a few weak breaths. Moving does become easier, and Garcia finds support first. However, there is already a plan in her head that she has been wanting to implement for a long time. And now, finally, she is given this chance, which the woman does not intend to miss. But before the elf can carry out her plan, Iso stops her. In an ominous tone, the alchemist reminds Garcia of his words about her being his property. Continuing to attack his opponent, Cheese is amazed at his opponent's adaptation to his attacks. Then he notes that all the hot melt liquid bullets are gone and he needs to go to the armory. Hearing these words, Iso, who arrived in time, says that this is not necessary. And the rat stops for a moment, glancing towards his friend. He turns to the elf and removes the blindfold covering Garcia's eyes. Even though a woman doesn't want to do this, necessity forces her to do it. And the very next moment the creature meets her gaze and freezes, rooted to the spot. Not even 10 seconds pass before the monster begins to close its eyes. His tentacles begin to weaken until they hang limply down his body. Well, the next moment it simply falls on its side, causing the rat to scream in shock. Cursing, Cheese asks what the hell is going on, and if the thing is dead. Iso asks the rat to stop talking nonsense and says that the creature simply fell asleep. Iso explains that it's all because of the ability of a rare emerald elf, and she asks him to kill her. An alchemist explains to a woman why she should not die for the man who stole her life. Well, the monster is sealed on the 7th floor, among the same dangerous objects. The evil dragon makes fun of the Eye of the Abyss, and he is seriously offended by such jokes. Meanwhile, Cheese informs Iso that such creatures inhabit each of the containers of this ship. A young man discusses the concept of a high-risk experimental subject developed by his mother. He says there is only one experimental subject with that designation, and that is Lucille. Cheese asks Iso if he doesn't know that this symbol was originally used to identify a subject in a high-risk experiment. The alchemist confirms that he has read all of his family's documents and records, but there are so many of them that he must have missed something. While going through all the necessary data in his memory, Iso suddenly remembers this symbol. He says that he is the emblem of the supreme faction and begins to talk about it. In order to master the power of the gods, these people transform their souls and bodies into various disgusting and ugly creatures. Cheese comes to the conclusion that there are supreme alchemists who have escaped the net. Iso regrets that he killed Gonchar so quickly, but the rat doesn't see anything wrong with it, and, moreover, offers solutions. The alchemist sees another solution. He suggests interrogating Garcia, and Cheese says that he wants that too. And a little later, Iso asks the elf about where the containers on the cargo ship came from. In response to this, Garcia continues to beg the alchemist to kill her, constantly chanting this phrase. Even Cheese wonders how charming Potter was that even such a sweet elf would be willing to die for him. Iso gets tired of waiting and turns to his assistant, ordering him to inject the woman with truth serum. The Cheese accepts the order and begins to carry it out, but the alchemist makes adjustments. He asks the rat to use the spray injector, to which he snorts. Cheese says he didn't even intend to inject such a beautiful girl with a syringe. Iso counters harshly, saying he meant something else, but the rat is distracted by the ringing phone. Answering and listening attentively to his interlocutor, Cheese turns to the alchemist. When he says that they are calling him, he is surprised, trying to understand who needs him. Iso thinks it's one of Cheese's girlfriends, but it's really him calling, and it's the sponsor. Meanwhile, Renee greets the guy with words about whether he missed her. Iso answers honestly, saying that he doesn't miss it at all, and he, quickly switching over, asks the girl to say what she needed from him. Renee in turn asks if she can't just call him. While she reminds the alchemist that she is their sponsor, Cheese comes up with a crazy idea. He puts it into effect when Renee says that even without this, they must inform her of their movements daily. Iso pulls the girl up, saying that he gave her this phone so that she could contact him in an emergency. And the moment he says he's busy, Garcia gets a shock that makes her gasp loudly. Hearing a woman's moan, Renee felt as if he were being pierced by an electric shock. She asks what all this means and, calling Iso disgusting, asks what he is doing there. She continues to scream on the other end, but the alchemist is no longer nearby. Iso accuses Cheese of doing it on purpose, and the rat tries to justify himself. And yet the guy returns to the device, saying that these are all jokes of his assistant, and asking Renee to speak up if there is anything. The girl names the date when she and her father will go to the Mayak District Theater to see a play. Iso expresses understanding on this matter and says that he will contact her again before the start of the action. The Rabbit brothers look at the listless Garcia for a while longer, after which Cheese speaks up. Noting that they've already used 3 doses on her, the rat suggests that the elf doesn't know where these containers came from. Iso doesn't care much about this. He starts talking about what the real value of this race is. The alchemist speaks with delight about being the first to catch the emerald elf. Reminding Garcia that she constantly talks about suicide, Cheese offers to brainwash her with a soul conductor. The alchemist says he doesn't see the point and reminds the rat of Floretta's right eye. Cheese is delighted with the idea of ordering the final disaster to order Garcia to obey them. Reminding Floretta what she should tell the elf, Iso tells the girl that he will reward her with treats later. When she expresses understanding, the alchemist orders the final disaster to begin its task. Filled with determination and thoughts of the desired reward, Floretta presses forward. However, no matter how hard she tries to do this, there is no positive result even 2 hours later. Seer expresses doubt about Floretta's abilities, and Iso reminds him that she was able to use the Ash Angel's hand. The alchemist ponders the condition that would cause the Emerald Queen's eye to activate. Iso asks Floretta where her mother is now, and this has consequences. The Emerald Queen's eye does indeed activate, and it happens instantly. The elf standing directly opposite the blonde responds to the call just as instantly. Garcia can't help but resonate with the right eye of her former queen's sadness. But she, stuttering, begins to ask Floretta why she has Her Majesty's eye. Mentally rejoicing that it worked, Iso out loud encourages the girl to give the order. But Floretta has no time for this now, because the alchemist awakened deep memories in her. The image of her mother appears before the girl's eyes, but it is not the only one. At the same time, Floretta tries to fulfill her master's order, thinking about him. When a girl tries to do what she is told, these images in her head overlap. At first, when the order enters her head and is imprinted on the subcortex, Garcia tries to comprehend it. But when it does happen, a smile appears on the woman's lips. She moves from her place and, turning around, begins to head somewhere. It soon becomes clear that the elf was heading towards Iso as she stops near him. The alchemist mentally assumes that Floretta managed to do what he wanted, and then he speaks out loud to Garcia, telling her to fall to her knees and call him master. Placing her hand on the boy's head, the elf gently pulls Iso back, saying that he shouldn't call his mother by her first name. The alchemist starts shouting, asking Floretta what order she gave to this woman. He is unable to continue as the elf again attracts attention to herself. Apologizing for leaving Iso for so long, Garcia asks to be allowed to make it up to her. Cheese is amazed at how hot the game this experimental object has decided to start. Iso says that his mother was the greatest alchemist in their family, and Garcia does not dare claim that place. However, the guy is unable to fully pronounce this phrase when he glances at the elf. It's all because she, with that expression on her face and in that pose, really does remind him of his real mother. And because of this, Iso also involuntarily makes a comparison, mentally turning to his mother. But then it dawns on him what this misconception is connected with, and he comes to his senses in time. Turning to Cheese, the alchemist, forbidding the rat to take off his glasses no matter what happens, orders him to neutralize Garcia with a grenade laced with dragon spider venom. He retorts, saying that Floretta seems to have fallen asleep and he cannot wake her. And only this makes Iso remember the side effect of the transplant and subsequent use of the Emerald Queen's eye. The alchemist turns to Cheese again, repeating his orders. He urges his assistant, wanting him to subdue Garcia as quickly as possible. However, it is too late. The rat freezes with a grenade in his hands, thinking that he is finished. Iso tries to get an answer from him, asking in vain how Cheese is doing. And the elf says that now no one will interfere with the reunion of mother and son. Iso starts to curse mentally, but finally finds his glasses. Pointing a gun at the woman, he orders her to stand there with her eyes closed and not move. However, Garcia does not listen to him, starting his movement immediately after his words. The elf stops only when a weapon is pointed at her. Then she intercepts him and does something that makes Iso take aback. Directing the barrel of the weapon where needed with her hand, the elf bends down herself. The next moment she speaks up, allowing Iso to shoot if he hates his mother so much. Even now, the image of his real mother appears before the boy's eyes. Even the obstacle of glasses doesn't save him, which puzzles the guy no end. Well, Garcia, wanting to strengthen the spell even more, removes the last obstacle. She says she knew her baby loved her, so she wouldn't dare shoot her. Iso starts repeating the words about how she is not his mother, trying to maintain his sanity. However, the next moment it becomes stronger than him, and he hugs the woman back. Unable to cope with the feeling that had been building up for years, the boy hugs his mother tightly. And Garcia, turning to him and calling him little Iso, asks him to behave decently. She says that she loves him very much, so now she will surround Iso with care and spoil him in every possible way. At the same time, Lucille curses, wondering why they asked Florette for help and not her. However, she consoles herself with the thought that, fortunately, she is her only rival. And as soon as a woman has time to think about this, such a picture appears. And then Lucille asks Iso why he brought this woman into the residential area. The guy asks her how dare she speak about his mother like that, and the blonde is taken aback. Lucille feels even more uneasy when the elf touches her face. Meanwhile, Garcia asks her if she also likes her little Iso. Lucille loses her temper and, calling the elf a vile woman, says that only she can call him little Iso. But this is not enough for her, and the woman fully shows what she thinks about this. However, the elf is not going to tolerate such treatment and uses her ability. Not only is Lucille unaware of it, she doesn't even have time to get her bearings. It is for this reason that her eyes close the very next moment and she falls asleep. Iso catches the woman in time, preventing her from falling, and carefully lays her down on the sofa. And the next moment the elf falls, clutching Lucille's injured arm. Sometime later, Iso fills a syringe with the fourth modification of the death virus inhibitor. Turning to Garcia, the guy explains why an intramuscular injection into the gluteal muscle is needed. When he asks her to turn around, the elf asks if she is doing the right thing. This sight makes Iso so uncomfortable that he can't even utter a word. Garcia says she's afraid of pain, so she asks the guy to be gentle with her. Iso warns the elf that he is about to insert a syringe into her. He takes a moment to stop his hands from shaking, but does it anyway. As soon as this happens, the woman gasps loudly and long. Iso says one injection may not be enough, so another one needs to be given in the other buttock. Garcia asks the boy to be more gentle this time, and he groans in confusion. As Iso inserts the needle, the woman guides him, offering words of encouragement, but still groans. The guy apologizes, but Garcia says everything is fine and praises him for working hard. When it's all over, Iso mentally expresses his joy about it. Meanwhile, the heart of Persilade discovers that its host's mind is contaminated and will soon exceed the safety threshold. And in the very next moment, the spiritual structure purification field is activated around. Looking at the syringe in his hand, Iso wonders what he is doing here. And Garcia, calling the guy cute, says that after him her butt hurts. Iso cries out in despair, rhetorically asking what he just did. The alchemist pulls himself together, remembering that the Emerald Elf's ordinary gaze is not capable of rewriting cognitive memory. But Iso admits the thought that he could have accidentally looked into the right eye of the Emerald Queen. The alchemist also comes to the conclusion that Floretta misunderstood him, as he used two key words. He thinks that he needs to wake up this girl immediately in order to restore Garcia's soul. Addressing the elf, the alchemist tells her to stay here and not move. He's about to put an end to this farce, but he's wondering why the heart of Persilade didn't work right away. A strange sensation pulls the alchemist out of these thoughts. Feeling the weight on his hand, he turns his gaze to her and sees the following picture. Garcia, acting tender and charming, asks the guy if he really wants to leave his mother. Iso mentally notes that this woman continues to arbitrarily call herself his mother. And yet, when he glanced at Garcia, the boy still felt the aura of his mother emanating from her. After all, he is absolutely certain that the heart of Persilade cleansed the spirit from the filth of the right eye of the Emerald Queen. Iso promises not to leave if Garcia promises to obey him in everything from now on. Continuing to call herself his mother, the elf says that from now on she will obey him. Iso asks Garcia to understand that he is already a mature man, and now also the head of the family. That's why he doesn't want her to call herself his mother and his baby in front of other people. Garcia clarifies, asking that this means she can only be Iso's baby's mother when they are alone. The alchemist confirms this, adding that if she breaks the terms, she can no longer count on meeting him. The elf expresses understanding about this and says that she will be obedient. She continues by saying that she is proud that Iso has grown into an independent man who takes responsibility. But, noting that no one is there, Garcia asks if she can hug her baby Iso now and rock him to sleep. Before answering, the guy swallows nervously, and uninvited thoughts burst into his head. He wants to take advantage of the elf and enjoy the feeling of being pampered by his mother again. Taking off his outerwear, the boy asks his mother when she will return because he misses her, and Garcia says that she will never leave him again. Sometime later, the sleepover schedule changes, and this causes Lucille to have questions. She asks Iso why this woman should suddenly share his bed, and he comes up with an excuse. The cheese reminds the alchemist that they have one important task to do, and he asks what it is. The rat says that we need to take advantage of the 1,000 birds, even though they are not very useful. Iso is amazed that his partner would even allow such a thought to enter his head. And Cheese asks his interlocutor whether he doesn't find it humiliating that they don't have a single maid. At first, Iso is skeptical about this idea, but then he remembers the difficult relationship between Florette and Lucille. Meanwhile, in the Night District, at the residence of the head of the Ghost Owl Society, the fun is in full swing. One of the men, watching the dancers' movements intently, speaks up. He notes with a satisfied laugh that the price of the Emerald Ghost has increased 5-fold this month. His friend says he heard that their boss started selling it in the Mayak area. The first one picks up the thought of the boss, remembering that he went to the toilet half an hour ago, but never returned. The second one asks the woman to check on him, and she apologizes, saying that the boss will definitely not let her go. When the lights suddenly go out, he curses and asks why. One of the girls is asked to light the candles that are on the table, but on the way she steps on something. She shares that there is something on the table with everyone else, and one of the men takes action himself. When he lights a space for himself with a match, everyone screams in unison. Looking closely at the symbol on the corpse's forehead, someone recognizes it, remembering that it belongs to the city's number 7 hero, the Night Arbiter. One of the men swears, expressing confidence that they have brought misfortune upon themselves. Well, the one they had considered a corpse all this time begins to wheeze and gets up with splashing sounds. One of the men, frightened by this, hurries to hide more securely and remain quiet. But this does not save him, as a strange hand falls on his shoulder the very next moment. The woman begins to wheeze like the corpse of his boss and twitch strangely and unnaturally, like a doll. But it's all in the addict's head, because the woman quite clearly, just frightened, says that it was her. However, it is too late, the man shoots, and there is no way to dodge it. The woman falls now, definitely beginning to twitch unnaturally, but already in death throes. And the next moment, not only the room, but also the area around the building is filled with the sounds of gunfire. The last survivor asks her not to kill, making excuses and trying to appeal to pity. When she finishes her tirade, the room falls into perfect silence for a few moments. And then an otherworldly voice says that the worms, blinded by greed, deserve death for their crimes. And this woman is no exception, and she too will have to face the judgment of the night. It's been raining cats and dogs since early morning. The weather has gone crazy. And yet this does not become a reason to interrupt your business, although you have to choose the appropriate transport. Getting out of the car, the girl is amazed at how heavy the rain is on her morning shift. She is the assistant to the chairman. She is about to pay the taxi driver, but he is distracted by something. The girl decides to follow his example and looks in the same direction. What she sees makes her not only scream, but also drop everything from her hands. The thing is that there are several corpses hanging from the district council building, and one of them is the body of the leader of the most influential drug gang. Soon reporters appear here and begin to share their opinions on what happened with citizens. One of them says that when the sun goes down, shadows begin to absorb the last glimmers of light. And then evil, like bacteria, multiplies uncontrollably in the darkness. A woman asks her viewers who can ensure the safety of the night area. Can the district council or the security patrol bureau do this? The woman says she believes that the residents of the night area have already given their answer to this question. And she means a cruel angel lurking in the night, a city hero who punishes all sins. His name is the Night Arbiter, and he says that this city belongs to the Persilade family. He addresses an invisible interlocutor, saying that until his return, he will not allow this city to be polluted. Meanwhile, Iso checks on the condition of the women from the Thousand Birds. While he records the results on his tablet, Silver Phoenix watches over his subordinates. Cheese tells the woman not to worry about it, assuring her that her friends will recover. But before that, the rat clarifies the point about the Thousand Birds' absolute devotion to the Persilade family. Looking at her girls, Silver Phoenix is silent for a moment, as if she doesn't hear her interlocutor. However, this is not the case, as evidenced by the fists that the woman tightly clenches the very next moment. Well, and then Silver Phoenix says that they agree to such conditions. The cheese expresses satisfaction at this, telling the woman to go and wash herself. And then he asks her to put on a collar and a maid's uniform, which surprises his interlocutor. However, this does not last long, because the very next moment she agrees. As Silver Phoenix takes a shower, she remembers a promise she made to herself long ago. She swore to herself that she would no longer listen to men and allow them to exploit her. Looking back, the woman says that now it all seems incredibly ridiculous to her. It is with these thoughts that Silver Phoenix takes a shower. When she finishes, she is already thinking about the clothes offered to her. As soon as the woman takes the first thing, an idea comes to her mind. She recalls that before she couldn't bring herself to buy these stockings with suspenders made of spider silk. Phoenix is amazed that this perverted rat spent so much on them, but she has no idea what it cost him. And with these thoughts, the woman slowly begins to dress. Taking the collar in her hands, she remembers the words of Cheese, who said what would happen to her after she puts on this item. And if she tries to remove it, the heart of Persilade will choose the best containment measure depending on the environment. When negative vibrations exceed the threshold, the collar activates the alchemical matrix of soul purification. After pondering over whether she should do it or not for just a few moments, Silver Phoenix makes her decision. She resolutely snaps the clasp because she is ready to do anything for her girls. And so she becomes the first link of the alchemical combat squad of maids with the code name Alpha. Cheese says that it was not in vain that he ordered this suit, because it suits the woman very well. Iso tells the rat to stop drooling because he needs to prepare materials for an experimental operation. Alpha says that she also wants to help, but the alchemist forbids it since it is classified as top secret. The woman reminds him that she has put on a collar, and that she herself does not intend to betray her new master. Iso sparingly praises the rat for this, and he, arrogantly, says that he is the most reliable villainous assistant. This arrangement suits the alchemist, and he mercifully allows Alpha to temporarily become his second assistant. The woman thanks the guy for such generosity and, a little embarrassed, calls him master. However, Iso says that she shouldn't call him master. He says that from now on, Alpha and those who rise again must call him Lord. Bowing, the woman accepts this arrangement, correcting herself to the master. Before starting, Iso asks Seer to review his risk assessment and preparation materials list. Rat doesn't understand what there is to look at, believing that it will be a regular spinal puncture with an injection of nitrogen. However, what he sees makes him want to clarify the substance the alchemist had originally planned to use. but Iso counters by saying he never said anything like that and explains why. To obtain 40 milliliters of nitrogen, one must consume 100 tons of gold as alchemical fuel. The alchemist also reminds that they have exhausted all their supplies to carry out the last experiment. Cheese agrees with him in part, but he believes that these 3 procedures can no longer be called surgical. Iso asks him not to worry about this, since he looked through all the relevant experimental archives last night. Moreover, he reminds that after successful completion, they will have 3 more controlled, highly dangerous, experimental objects. Cheese suggests creating an alchemical super combat squad of maids, finding the idea excellent and promising. Looking at the backup file of the first experimental subject, they begin the experiment. All this time, Alpha watches Raven from the side, worriedly pronouncing her name. Iso asks the woman not to worry, because the technology used for the experiment is well established. When the guy talks about the crying dead, Alpha asks if that's an ancient and terrifying family of necromancers. Iso confirms this and begins to talk about how everything was before. However, his mother then developed a life reactor, overcoming the defect of losing her mind. There was a drawback then in the form of loss of memories, but Iso himself was able to eliminate it. And since the Raven has a fairly stable soul structure, it will be even easier for her. Cheese reports that the life reactor's etheric energy is fully charged. When he reports that all preparations are complete, Iso suggests they begin. And at the same moment, his assistant starts the life reactor, accompanying his actions with words. Alpha asks if there's anything she can do to help, but Iso says her help isn't needed for the first experiment. Meanwhile, Cheese accompanies each stage with his own words. He says that the amplitude of the crow's soul is stable and the alchemy of life is sustainable. Chris starts counting down from 10, saying that soon this girl will wake up. His methodical counting is already approaching 6 and ends at 2. And indeed, as soon as the man reaches 1, the crow opens her eyes. When she fully comes to and meets Alpha's gaze, she screams. The woman can't believe that one of her girls has actually come back to life. Iso says that she needs to stay in the life reactor for at least 2 weeks to fully restore her soul structure. The alchemist tells Alpha to follow him, as they need to prepare for the next experiment, and she agrees. The next experimental subject is Falcon, and her file is also carefully studied before the experiment. Cheese begins to list in detail what they are going to do to her. At some point, the rat interrupts, saying that up to this point he understands everything but not this. He asks Iso why this needs to be done, and he begins to explain. The answer kills Cheese because it is based on the guy's subjective attitude. They want to turn Falcon into a werewolf, and Iso doesn't want to use the gene from the long-haired race because such dogs shed a lot. Cheese asks the guy if he hates dogs so much, why not subject Falcon to the process of life alchemy? The alchemist already has an answer to this question prepared. He fishes it out of his memories. The thing is that every candidate for the Purity Research Society must keep a werewolf as a pet. Cheese wonders if Falcon will have a nervous breakdown when she turns into a wolf. He turns to Alpha, asking how she feels about this, but the main thing is that Falcon is alive. Iso likes this woman's intelligence, so he considers her as an assistant. Hearing these words, Cheese asks what he should do in this case and receives an answer. The alchemist says that the third experiment will require a special item, which he must obtain. Cheese refuses to touch this dress because he thinks it is very ugly. Iso asks the rat to stop talking nonsense and start following the order, otherwise he will put clothes in his closet at night while he sleeps. While Iso carries out all the necessary manipulations, Alpha diligently assists him. But at the same time, she can't believe that this guy at such a young age has mastered such deep and powerful alchemy. After watching Iso for a while, the woman realizes that there is something very familiar to her in his eyes. She remembers her younger brother making dancing shoes for her. Meanwhile, the Falcon's transformation process is coming to an end. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the alchemist exhales with relief, saying that it's finally all over. Before doing what she does, Alpha finds support for confidence. Iso sharply and loudly pulls her back, asking the woman what she is doing. Alpha says it's because he saved her girls, but really it's because the guy reminds her of her little brother. Iso reminds her that there are many ways to do it differently, and forbids her from doing so in the future. The guy says that he is not saving them at all, but is testing the veracity of his alchemical theories. Alpha solicitously suggests that Iso take a rest before the third experiment, but he says that everything is fine. Well, Cheese is still struggling with the dress of one of the demon kings, Desra. A portable version of the improved Type 3 alchemical suppression device proves to be effective. Once it works, Iso addresses the rat, reminding him of his own words. After this, he asks him if he still hasn't learned his lesson after going through all this 3 times. Cheese begins to justify himself by saying that, although he is horrified by this thing, Desra has a great figure. Iso scolds his friend, reminding him that if he had been even a little late, he would have been finished off. When they return to the experiment, Cheese gives the alchemist information on the intensity of the soul-weakening field. And after that, he says that the matrix frame for sealing demons is also ready. The hovering alchemical matrix is also activated, and a test subject is prepared for it. Iso says that he is releasing the dress of the fourth demon queen, the heart stealer, Desra. And at that very moment, a hatch opens above Lyrebird, confirming these words. The demonic outfit begins to slowly descend, precisely along the woman's trajectory, and Iso closely monitors the process to ensure that nothing gets out of control. At a certain point, the power of the dress begins to resonate with Lyrebird's soul. The next moment, a not very pleasant sight occurs, causing the couple to gasp. The woman's body begins to writhe and take such unnatural positions that it becomes scary. Alpha asks if Lyrebird is okay, and Iso reassures her, telling her not to worry about it. He says that the screams only mean that Desra's power is transferring into this woman, and this is the key to her resurrection. However, Iso is confused by the sudden appearance of the red mist, because nothing was mentioned about it in the records. The alchemist asks the rat to turn on the exhaust fan with the filter, and he obeys. The hood starts to work properly, but this turns out to be ineffective. After an hour, Cheese wonders why the fog doesn't seem to have gone away. Iso agrees with him on this issue and asks to go and see, but the rat categorically refuses. The guy says he was just joking and volunteers to do it himself, since he is the main organizer of this experiment. Alpha stops him, offering his candidacy, because he doesn't want anything to happen to Iso. The alchemist says that she underestimates him. He is sure that this woman cannot harm him. He is flattered by Alpha's willingness to sacrifice herself for him, but he asks her to have at least a little faith in him. As an argument, Iso adds that he is the greatest alchemist of this century. And then the woman bows respectfully, telling her master that she will believe in him. At this moment, Alpha thinks that Iso is both handsome and sweet. When the compartment opens, the alchemist hesitates for a moment, but then begins to speak. He says that although the radiation levels in this fog are at safe levels, it doesn't hurt to be on the safe side. The alchemist asks his assistant how far he is from Lyrebird, but he doesn't know. Iso asks Seer if he is joking, since he should see the woman on the monitor as a source of heat. Chris says that according to the monitor, this entire room is now a source of heat. The alchemist cannot believe what he heard, so he asks Cheese about it again. However, instead of a clear and intelligible voice, only an unintelligible hiss is heard in the speaker. Cheese begins to panic, calling Iso's name and asking him if he can hear him. Alpha expresses her intention to save the alchemist, but the rat stops her, saying that she can't do anything. The woman tries to object, stumbling with fear, but Cheese explains why she shouldn't do that. He says the fact that Iso decided to go there shows he was prepared for the worst-case scenario. The alchemist, meanwhile, notes that he has more than half of his oxygen tank left, but for some reason he is suffocating. Checking the condition of his protective suit, he discovers that it has somehow become corroded. The guy is even more perplexed by the threads that suddenly appear out of nowhere. Iso has an idea about this, but he can hardly get a word out. At some point, most of his clothes disintegrate into molecules, and in front of him, opposite, something begins to materialize, gathering into tiny pieces. By the time the creature's face becomes visible, it has almost completely completed its transformation. When this finally happens, the reborn lyrebird opens her eyes. A quiet, sleepy, but very contented voice comes from under Renee's canopy. She tells her mysterious interlocutor that if he proposes to her, she simply won't be able to refuse. And of course, she dreams of none other than our Baron Iso Persiad himself. Well, the one mentioned in real life does the same thing, only with a different woman. Just then the red haze clears, and the assistants can see their curator in all his glory. Well, what happens next makes the rat even take up the camera. As the lyrebird demon begins to materialize a ring in the air, it gives voice. She tells Iso that once she puts this ring on his finger, he will become her lawful husband. And while Cheese is amazed at the speed of what is happening, the woman asks her betrothed that he will never betray her. Chris mentally scolds himself for not going there, but justifies himself by saying that he didn't know about such a thing. Meanwhile, Alpha is trying to understand how this all happened, and remembers that Iso is still a minor. Meanwhile, the woman is already putting a ring on the guy's finger, and at that moment, something happens. Veins begin to radiate from the accessory in all directions, transforming into something physical. This something becomes a new outfit that successfully replaces the old one. Cheese has an idea about this, and begins to voice it. And when Iso appears before them in his new outfit, his bride speaks again. She says that her fiancé should have exactly such clothes, and continues talking. The woman says that she has already put on the ring as a bride, and now it is Iso's turn. The alchemist approaches Cheese, asking him to bring him the ring he had prepared for her. Chris is amazed by this, remembering that the guy is still a virgin, but is already planning his wedding. But Iso interrupts him, repeating his order and telling him where to find the wedding ring he had prepared. By saying that he will now perform everything, Cheese thinks that now there will be a truly interesting show. Meanwhile, Lucille is so bored that she even says out loud how bored she is. The woman remembers that Iso and Seer have been sitting in the laboratory since the day before yesterday. She mentally notes that even Floretta has disappeared somewhere. Watching Garcia, Lucille also makes unflattering comments about her to herself. At the same time, she notes that the elf has been fussing and running back and forth all day. Lucille expresses her confidence that Garcia is trying to get into bed with Iso. Meanwhile, the elf offers the woman soup, but she categorically refuses, becoming even more irritated. And yet the aroma that emanates from the dish is simply stunning. Giving in to impulse, the woman abruptly snatches the pleasant-smelling soup from the elf's hands. But Lucille is not inclined to trust, so she sniffs the dish to check if it is poisoned. Although she quickly dismisses this thought, remembering that there is nothing more poisonous than her. Meanwhile, a rat runs past, trying not to be noticed. Lucille finds such haste suspicious and wants to follow the man to see for herself. And so she does, quietly following the rat on his heels. She even slips into Iso's room, keeping a close eye on what Seer is doing. The rat, remembering the instructions given to him by the alchemist, presses the button that activates the hidden mechanism. The eyes in the portrait immediately light up, also becoming a part of it. Just a few moments later, the secret hatch opens and Cheese whistles in delight. However, there is no time to waste, and the rat enters inside, into the storage room for Iso's equipment. Cheese is mentally amazed that this guy built a separate room to store his equipment. Thinking that the alchemist is truly paranoid, the rat finally finds the department he needs. Cheese performs a biometric scan, which is successful, but not without its caveats. He needs to prove that he is sober and calm by saying a complex tongue twister, which angers the rat. What happens next makes Cheese change his mind, and he starts saying the tongue twister. But the testing doesn't end there. Now the rat needs to imitate the cries and courtship poses of cats. After that, Cheese will have to juggle balls for 5 minutes. The final test asks the rat to describe his 10 most shameful acts, and he, considering this too much, says he's leaving. However, something unexpected happens. The ring comes out on its own, and then Iso's distorted voice is heard. He says he's joking, and that the tests Cheese just took were recorded on video. The rat cannot stand such blatant rudeness and allows himself to give in to emotions. Later, Iso thanks his friend for his help, saying that he worked hard, but Cheese sends him away. After this, the alchemist returns to his bride and puts his ring on her finger. When that grin appears on the guy's face, the rat screams. The thing is, he knows her, and at that moment a guess comes to Cheese's head. Chris suggests that all this time Iso might not have been under the influence of a spell at all. And then Cheese has another guess, but this time about this ring. In Lucille's head, the events unfold according to their own plot. She believes that Iso is in trouble. Bursting inside dramatically, the woman screams at the guy, saying that she is already here. The picture she sees has a corresponding effect on Lucille. In a furious tone, she says that she will never allow her Iso to marry another woman. Lucille expresses a desire to immediately devour and digest this dirty, stinking carcass. However, Iso calms her down, saying that he is not going to marry anyone. Lyrebird screams indignantly and in disbelief. Well, the guy says that the alchemists of his family would never waste precious time on such a stupid ceremony as marriage. However, Lucille notices that Iso has already put the ring on the woman's finger. The alchemist says that this is not a real marriage, but the ring is a miniature version of a restraining collar. Iso explains what really happened when they activated the matrix frame to seal the demons. The alchemist admits that the transformed Lyrebird's abilities exceeded his expectations. However, in order not to arouse suspicion, he had to pretend that he was under her spell. Now Cheese understands everything, and Alpha becomes calm because Iso is a minor. Lucille still doesn't believe all this, and asks to take off Iso's ring to prove it. The guy gives in to the woman's provocation and begins to pull the ring off his finger. To reassure himself, he says that it is moving a little bit stiffly. Iso literally boils, wondering why he can't take it off. Cheese tells him not to worry, offering to let him repay the guy for the friendly tests. And the demon inside Lyrebird says that it is impossible to do this because this ring is the embodiment of her power and consciousness. She adds that even if this entire universe were destroyed, the ring would continue to exist. And the woman says that as long as this ring is on his finger, she is his bride. She asks not to blame her for what she's about to do, since Iso does not voluntarily want to be her fiancé. The alchemist begins to think about what happens when a demoness is sealed in a containment matrix. He is amazed that even in this case, this woman can control her ring. Rushing to the glass, Lucille desperately screams out the alchemist's name. She says that he needs to be saved and asks Cheese to let her inside so that she can kill Lyrebird. But as soon as the rat manages to agree and ask him to let him go, the following happens. Lyrebird says that Iso's alchemical matrix does impress her, but it's not what it used to be. And the woman forces the guy to raise his hand, calling him to action with words as well. She says she doesn't mind if someone watches their wedding night. But Lucille is very much against it, and she tells Cheese to let her inside as quickly as possible. Iso expresses his opinion that it's time to end this wedding game. When her new image begins to fade, Lyrebird is surprised by this, and Iso explains what is happening due to the limitation of Desra's power and the thoughtless use of it by Lyrebird. With just one movement, the alchemist solves everything and begins to speak again. He explains to Lyrebird that her transformation time has come to an end. As the woman falls and loses consciousness, the alchemist grins triumphantly. He says that the great Iso Persilade simply could not be defeated by his own experimental subject. The next moment, Lucille comes up to him, forbidding the boy to look at Lyrebird's body. Meanwhile, as night falls, the city slowly begins to come to life. Barbara addresses the officer, calling him A, and starts talking about these fried calamari skewers. She says she thinks they're delicious, and Mark asks the woman why she keeps calling him Officer A. Barbara says she feels obligated to choose the address that she feels most comfortable delivering. Hearing the words that his name is strange, the man inevitably agrees out loud, but in his mind he thinks otherwise. The next moment he asks the woman why she appointed him as her assistant. Barbara says she found out that he is the only one in the precinct who is a virgin, and she likes to tease such people. A boy passing by asks his mother what these words mean, and she says that it is too early for him to know. Well, when the nightlife is already in full swing, some people go out into the city. Lucille is choosing a new image for herself. This woman knows exactly what she wants. Naturally, the one paying for all this is none other than Baron Persilade. And then they also go together to an expensive restaurant, and Lucille has a very tasty and filling dinner there. Again, the alchemist has to pay for all this. Lucille is not shy about voicing her preferences, always striving for the best. And Iso stubbornly continues to put bills on the table because he is true to his principles. Later, the alchemist, listing what he did for Lucille that evening, says that for this she should stop being angry with him. The woman says it could have been resolved, but asks why they brought that dumb blonde along. Iso reminds him that they are on the same level, so he has to look after both of them. The alchemist says that this walk involves a lot of shopping, and they need to buy them something for their rooms. Once they are inside the hypermarket, Lucille can't help but let out a cry of delight. Floretta shares the woman's delight, although she doesn't express it in words. And Iso, reminding them that he hasn't even finished speaking yet, asks them both to come back. The alchemist tells each of them to take a cart and put in it whatever they want, but with a caveat. He sets a condition for his interlocutors not to climb into these carts under any circumstances. Nobody listens to him, and Lucille even asks the alchemist to give her a push. He asks the girls to stop embarrassing him and get out of the carts immediately. Noticing that they have been spending all their time in this place lately, Mark asks Barbara if she thinks it is too irresponsible. He also asks the woman to be more careful about her image. He is embarrassed to meet other patrol officers. Barbara, in her element, offers her subordinate a new flavor of lollipop without even paying for it. The woman recalls her words about how it is impossible to solve cases while sitting in an office all day. Mark clarifies that in order to solve cases, it is enough to simply walk around places like this every day. And Barbara asks if he really thinks the robbers stole the money just to use it as rugs. The man clarifies that she means they will waste money, and the woman confirms this. Mark believes that even if it is the most prestigious shopping center, it is not necessary that robbers will come here. Barbara shares with her subordinate what she recently did. She collected and carefully reviewed all the key materials on crimes over the past 5 years in Golden. Barbara adds that the probability that these people live in the Mayak area, not far from the shopping center, is 80%. Mark talks about the chance that they will meet them while walking here, even if the woman's conclusions are absolutely correct. And as soon as he begins to say the words that he is too small, this happens. However, they pass by, hearing behind them Lucille's request to take her to the ice cream section. Mark whispers to Barbara to immediately notify the bureau so they can send an emergency response team here. But the woman forbids him to do this, telling him to stay here and quietly finish the lollipop she gave him. Barbara says she'll deal with this guy herself, and that's her order. Iso curses Cheese for the task he gave him to choose some special cheese. Ultimately, the alchemist decides he doesn't care and takes the first box he comes across. At this point, Barbara, calling the guy the alchemist boy, tells him that he is under arrest. And although Iso obeys, he says that he wants to correct the woman because he is not a boy, but a baron. Barbara introduces herself as the new head of the Lighthouse District Security Patrol. Iso is amused that he helped this woman get into office by eliminating Comic, and he reminds her of this. Barbara says she knows about his abilities, just take the girl with the side-swept bangs next to him. She assumes that she is the culprit of the incident in the Golden Flower that happened 4 years ago. In response to this, Iso suggests not playing with fire so that this shopping center does not become a second Golden Flower. Barbara just smirks, noting that even dangerous criminals can't resist a toy machine. The woman tells how the attention of these two was attracted by the coupons for slot machines that she allegedly accidentally dropped. Barbara guesses that Floretta and Lucille are playing hard right now, since one coupon gives 50 tries. And she turns out to be right, as Lucille is already inserting the first card into the slot. The machine immediately starts playing music and bright lights come on, which attracts Floretta's attention. She says she wants to play too, but Lucille says she's playing now. Iso mentally calls them both stupid, believing that none of his other high-risk experimental subjects would fall for something like that. Making a careful movement with his fingers, the alchemist chuckled to himself. He is about to secretly release the venom of the dragon spider attached to his shoulder. After this, the alchemist asks Barbara how she is feeling and whether she can still move. And then she sees that he is wearing a chemical protection mask, and she says that she was prepared for this. As she tells this, the woman puts handcuffs on Iso. And then she says that once he's handcuffed, he won't be able to escape. Studying the structure of the object with a careful look, Iso assumes that it is magical. His suspicions are confirmed, but Iso himself can no longer find out. And Barbara is mentally happy that her idea worked. Well, these two ladies still continue to squander the coupons so kindly given to them. And just when Lucille thinks she's about to win, the catch slips off her hook. The woman begins to get excited, remembering how she has tried to pull out this toy more than 100 times already. Ultimately, succumbing to a surge of emotion, she chooses to take the path of least resistance. Despite Iso being under the spell, the heart of Persila does its job properly. When Barbara realizes this, she wonders how the effect of her handcuffs was removed. A voice comes over the loudspeaker, announcing that two girls are smashing a toy machine. This message is conveyed to the shopping center security guards with a strong request to calm them down. While freeing the alchemist, Barbara says that next time she will definitely arrest him. In the meantime, she advises the guy to hurry up and calm down his bullies. When Iso asks the dark scorpion to come back, the woman wonders when it managed to climb onto her. The alchemist begins to talk about the consequences of what would have happened if Barbara had delayed opening the handcuffs even for a second. He says that then she would have died from the poisonous sting of his dark scorpion. Barbara, in gratitude for this, reminds him of the consequences if Iso does not hurry to his little test subjects. The alchemist advises her to stand still and not look back. Otherwise, tomorrow there will be a new boss at her branch. After Barbara calmly agrees with him, she walks the guy until he is out of sight. Well, Iso mentally asks himself, can't this couple at least spare his nerves a little bit? Later, he asks them why. As soon as they leave the shelter, they immediately go crazy. And while Iso is assigning them punishment, Lucille tries to justify herself by saying that the slot machine is to blame for everything. Alpha tries to sweet-talk the alchemist, and Cheese says he can teach him how to knock toys out of slot machines. The woman is the first to notice something flashing in her master's pocket, and he catches his breath. Reaching his hand inside, the alchemist feels something very strange, but at the same time familiar. He looks closely at the unknown object for a while, after which a guess comes to his mind. When the bomb makes its characteristic sound, Iso screams and reflexively throws it into the air. The explosion was accompanied by an admixture of some kind of colored dye, similar to a haze. Lucille asks Iso if he is okay. Floretta simply calls out the alchemist's name in concern. The guy reassures them that he is fine because the smoke is not poisonous. However, the next moment he feels uneasy when he begins to realize the seriousness of the situation. Approaching the shower, Mark turns to Barbara and asks her why she let the criminal go. Instead of answering, the woman asks to put her top on her bedside table, thanking the employee in advance. A man, while on assignment, wonders why his boss is always so mysterious. As Mark puts his clothes on the nightstand, something catches his eye. The man almost screams in surprise, not expecting to see this object here. It turns out to be a framed photograph of Golden's first mayor. Barbara even has a shower head with a frog on it, and it makes the appropriate sounds. As they do, the woman sings along and then begins to talk about Iso. She notes that this guy has the ability to disrupt order in Gold. Barbara believes that he is even capable of changing the balance of power in the city, but the main thing is that he smells like a man. The woman is confident that if she can guide Iso onto the true path, he will help her return this city to the era of real men. When Alpha sees numbers in the air, he asks what they mean. Chris is amazed when Iso says it's a radio frequency communication channel. It doesn't make things any clearer for the woman, so she asks again about the meaning of this. Cheese begins to explain in detail not only the meaning of this, but also all the benefits. Chris praises Iso, asking him to share the secret of what dirty deals he was able to pull off. The alchemist is now worried about something else. He is concerned that Barbara managed to slip a grenade into his pocket without him noticing. Seer volunteers to go and listen to the frequency, but Iso reminds him that it could be a trap. He says that Barbara may have reverse tracking technology and explains how it could be dangerous. Cheese doesn't believe that this woman can be so influential because she is just an ordinary bureau chief. But Iso himself believes that caution has never been too much. Therefore, it includes a jammer, allowing the signal to be transmitted unhindered to multiple points. His fiery speech is interrupted by an elf, forcing the guy to grunt indignantly. Raising his voice, Iso forbids Garcia to feed him until he stops talking. The woman takes his words literally, and as soon as the guy stops talking, she shoves the piece into him again. She says she saw on a health channel that eating lots of fresh fruit after dinner is very important for maintaining health. The elf orders Iso to eat everything, and he agrees, as long as she leaves him alone as soon as possible. Sometime later, the alchemist says that excessive care is a burden. Cheese answers for everyone, saying that there is nothing wrong with this and they will help Iso share this burden. The alchemist tells Florette and Lucille to stand like this all night, with the toys remaining on their heads. Iso is increasingly inclined to create a strict system of punishments, and the very next moment, the alchemist gives the order to his assistant to turn on the silencer. His next order is to launch the communication device. Iso asks Seer to remain quiet so that they can clearly understand what is happening on this channel. However, on the other end of the line, there is a song about a little frog that sounds like a detective when it jumps. Barbara continues to sing her song, which is transmitted through the radio communicator she modified. At one point, she stops to ask the eavesdroppers if she is speaking correctly. When the girl calls them pests, the rat asks who the hell is the pest. Iso backs him up. However, cheese means that they are not just pests, but super pests. Snatching the transmitter from the rat's clutches, the alchemist takes the initiative into his own hands. Saying he doesn't have time to argue with the damn cop, the guy asks Barbara what she wants. The woman asks the guy to take his time, saying that first she wants to ask him out on a date. Hearing these words, the alchemist is taken aback and asks his interlocutor to repeat. But he doesn't get to hear the answer because a woman's hand snatches the radio from him. Lucille asks Barbara how dare she seduce her little Iso and begins to threaten her. The radio communicator continues to broadcast swearing, and the alchemists appeal to Floretta to take the jealous woman away. Lucille continues to curse, and Iso points out what will happen to Barbara if she dares to use him. Meanwhile, she expresses the assumption that the alchemist is going to take some action against the Black Palace family. Hearing this, the guy is taken aback and for a while doesn't even know what to say in response. And then Barbara continues, saying that she can help him with this issue. Mark says that Iso is too dangerous and a woman cannot go to him alone because he is a super criminal. Barbara says that from now on, this criminal's code name will be Pest Number 1. The woman walks up to the refrigerator and opening its door, continues talking. She talks about the correct use of pests in some cases. Barbara believes that in these cases pests can be of some benefit. While Iso puts the radio on the table, Seer starts talking about where exactly he was invited. Based on this, the rat concludes that this woman's efficiency and her ability to work with ordinary people have reached a very high level. Cheese asks the alchemist who he plans to take with him tomorrow, but Iso says that neither Floretta nor Lucille will go with him. The alchemist says that the Silver Phoenix will go with him, and even she is surprised by these words. Looking at the woman, Iso asks her if she really doesn't want to go with him. But she says that it is a great honor for her to be next to her master. When the woman worries that her abilities might fail Iso, he asks her not to worry about it. He asks her to follow him so he can explain what exactly he means. By pressing the appropriate button, the alchemist sets the mechanism into action. It forces the super-sealed airtight compartment door open. When this happens and an object appears from there, Silver Phoenix asks a question. Iso says it's ice silver, a special metal created through alchemy that has an extremely low temperature. After this, the alchemist asks the Silver Phoenix to lift her skirt, and the woman becomes confused. She cannot understand why her master suddenly ordered her to do this, because he used to be a gentleman. Iso urges the woman, asking her whether she is going to become a head maid or not. Although Silver Phoenix obeys the guy, he mentally tries to calm himself down. Iso quickly pulls the woman back, saying that he asked to see the phoenix feather on the hem of her skirt. Silver Phoenix quickly switches and receives praise from the alchemist. Satisfied that it looks good, Iso decides to try out his idea. It succeeds because as soon as he touches the feather with icy silver, it collapses. But the owner of the blade is not very happy about this, and she gasps in fear. Iso begins to talk about how he analyzed the feathers and says that ice silver is superior to any metal. Phoenix asks what will happen if they touch a person, and the alchemist begins to talk about it in detail. The basic gist of this is that carbon-based life would simply turn to ice. The woman expresses concern about Iso's hand, but he says the glove will prevent him from getting frostbite. Phoenix suggests that the alchemist created such a powerful metal to counter some serious enemy. Although Iso hesitates a little, he still agrees with this, calling the Dragon King a lava type. The real reason is that one day these geniuses came up with another crazy idea. However, after the successful development of the metal cube, something went wrong. And Iso noted with regret that the effect was much stronger than he had expected. Now the alchemist says that he is using the ice silver to forge new feathers for the Silver Phoenix. However, to fully utilize this weapon, she will have to undergo intensive training in low-temperature conditions. When Silver Phoenix tries to imagine what she would have to do to achieve this is what comes out. The woman thinks that such training is too humiliating, but sometime later, something completely different awaits her. Silver Phoenix is amazed that her training consists solely of eating ice cream. Iso says that cold tolerance training should be started gradually, otherwise it will end in disaster. And then he tells the woman about the abilities of the unique chilling aura. And while they are chatting pleasantly, someone begins to come to their senses. While in the incubation chamber, Demon Lyrebird's eyes suddenly open. At the same moment, a bright, blinding light bursts out. Sometime later, Silver Phoenix addresses his master. She says she's starting to get a headache, but Iso asks her to continue since she's only eaten 5. Meanwhile, an alarm sounds, indicating that Lyrebird is out of control. Iso is surprised to hear the level 3 alarm, but he doesn't have time for that. And the very next moment, the guys cooperate to immediately head to the required floor. Calling out Lyrebird's cell number, the alchemist asks the others to move faster. But as soon as they find themselves inside, Iso is even more surprised by what he sees. Absently, he notes the fact that the woman has disappeared and begins to explore the tank. However, there is not a single trace visible on its walls that would indicate its destruction. Cheese checks the walls of the chamber, but just like Iso, finds nothing. Silver Phoenix voices what's on everyone's minds, asking where Lyrebird is then. Iso asks the woman to remember that she is wearing a miniature version of the alchemical restraining collar on her finger. He says that now they will find out where this rebellious woman is. And he finds out, but this knowledge shocks the alchemist because Lyrebird is in cell F202. Sometime later, they find themselves at the required camera and notice the following picture. Lyrebird quickly notices the alchemist and immediately turns to him, starting to wave his hand in greeting. She asks Iso why he didn't tell her that he had such an adorable pet. Cheese mentally admires how incredible this maid costume turned out. Meanwhile, the demoness explains why the evil dragon obeys her so obediently, and Iso begins to get irritated not only by this woman's willfulness, but also by her chatter. Therefore, he immediately begins to manipulate his finger. They cause the collar ring to immediately react to movement. At the same moment, the demoness also begins to feel this influence on herself. She bows her head in helplessness before this, and Iso begins to speak in an ominous tone. The alchemist claims the evil dragon as his own, saying it is his test subject, not Lyrebird's. And he also once again repeats the words that they never were and never will be husband and wife. Silver Phoenix tells Lyrebird that Iso saved her and recommends that she treat him with respect. Just as a tear rolls down Iso's cheek, Seer screams. He asks the guy why he suddenly started crying, and the alchemist admits that he suddenly felt unbearably sad. Silver Phoenix tells his master that his gloves have begun to glow. The alchemist is surprised by this and takes off one of his gloves to see what the matter is. Noticing a glowing ring, he suggests that it might be the cause of everything. Lyrebird says that they are connected by emotions, so if he hurts her, Iso will feel the same. The alchemist stands his ground, saying that these abnormal feelings are forced upon her by the damn demonic dress. Lyrebird agrees that she has been greatly influenced, but she is not Desra. The reason she considers Iso to be her husband is because he was caught in a demon's spiritual mirage. She says that this is the same bloody fog, when entering which the soul of a person merges with the soul of a demoness. If the souls do not combine, the person will be immediately destroyed. This is the queen's peculiar way of protecting herself. Lyrebird says that nothing matters to her except this very connection with the soul. When Iso facepalms, Seer tells him that he has a way to force the demoness to become his servant. Only for this, the guy must agree to his conditions, and he agrees. When this happens, Cheese approaches Lyrebird and whispers something conspiratorially to her. As soon as she finishes listening, a satisfied grin appears on her lips. Lyrebird says she's willing to be a maid, but she has one condition, and Iso asks about it. The demoness resolutely voices her desire to be not an ordinary maid, but a senior one. Hearing these words, Silver Phoenix became slightly tense because she was the leader of the 1,000 birds. And Lyrebird continues, saying that if that happens, she will not force Iso to become her groom. Iso thinks hard about this, because on one side of the scale is his word, and on the other is freedom. But he is relieved of this dilemma when the Silver Phoenix herself steps forward. She asks Lyrebird to stop causing trouble, and Lyrebird says that although she is grateful, she is not the same as before. The woman says she has nothing against Silver Phoenix, but the headmaid must be the strongest. Hearing such bold words, her interlocutor at first cannot even find decent words. The former leader within her begins to rebel, and the Silver Phoenix clenches its hands tightly. But then she forces herself to relax and speaks up, addressing Lyrebird again. Silver Phoenix accepts her candidacy, but says how the demoness should behave in such a case. She, having heard so many demands and restrictions, is at first embarrassed, but still answers. The woman begins to openly provoke the Silver Phoenix, but her words are elegant. She admits in her mind that she could fight for the title, but she wouldn't want to upset Iso. However, he himself proposes a duel, agreeing that the headmaid should be the strongest. Cheese suggests a more interesting idea. He wants to organize a raiding tournament between all the birds. Lyrebird is not at all averse to such a scenario, promising to be a submissive subordinate in the event of her loss. Iso asks Seer what he's up to, and he answers in his filthy manner. The guy clarifies that Lyrebird will definitely not cause any problems if he loses, and the rat confirms this. But the thing is that Cheese doesn't even allow the thought that the demoness could lose, because she has the power of Queen Desra. Iso believes that if Silver Phoenix improves her skills, she will have a real chance of winning. 3 days pass like this, and in the meantime, Sokol's imagination paints a terrible picture before her eyes. She sees Dober in front of her, who says that he will teach her to be a good dog. The woman screams and opens her eyes wide, but sees a completely different picture in front of her. Silver Phoenix asks Falcon if she's okay, and Raven notes that she just had a nightmare. The woman says she dreamed that the Hellhound was torturing her like a dog. Asking if he hadn't killed her then, Sokol involuntarily barks at the end of his sentence. The woman begins to scare about what is happening, highlighting the maid's costumes. Silver Phoenix responds veiledly. The Falcon expresses joy that she was not scolded like a dog, like the man in the dream, and barks again. Lyrebird ruins the moment by saying that she doesn't just look like a dog, she is a dog. Sokol asks his interlocutor when her breath started to stink so much. In response to rudeness, the woman uses her magic, wanting to open her friend's eyes. By creating a mirror, she invites Falcon to look at his reflection himself, to make sure of everything. The wolf's reaction is even better than before when she deftly catches the object. However, she looks at him with distrust, thinking that Lyrebird, as usual, is going to play a joke on her. After much commotion, Silver Phoenix, codenamed Alpha, steps forward and poses for the camera. The Lyrebird has been named Beta and is clearly enjoying the attention as she poses. Gamma, unlike her colleagues, is not enthusiastic about participating in such things, but she also has to. When it's Delta Falcon's turn, Cheese asks her to stop frowning and smile. But she asks why she should do this, since there is nothing to be happy about. Chris says there is nothing wrong with that, because that is the expression of irritated, helpless rage that he wanted to capture. These words make Sokol even more angry, shouting curses at his photographer. However, her caller tells her to put these thoughts out of her head and apologize, otherwise punishment will be applied. Oddly enough, Falcon complies, and Cheese says that everything is fine, mentally marveling at the woman's insight. Iso asks the rat to stop with his perversions, and he says that the battle for the title of headmaid will begin soon. He says that in this box there are 4 balls of different colors, 2 of them are red, 2 are blue. Lyrebird doesn't see the point, suggesting that the others attack her all at once. These 3 women agree that after her resurrection, their friend became unbearable. Iso agrees with Lyrebird, but Cheese thinks that it will be much less fun. And yet they are sent into the arena for duels of experimental objects of extremely high risk. In the end, everyone agreed to fight 3 against 1 Lyrebird. However, she does not feel slighted or offended. On the contrary, she demonstrates her superiority. For others, it is not very clear why the woman created this strange chair. And she, slowly sitting down on it and assuming a haughty pose, asks the maids to begin. Falcon, although trying to control herself, says that she can no longer hold back. She says that although she has no desire to become a head maid, she does want to teach Lyrebird a lesson. Iso finds Sokol's reflexes endearing and begins commenting on them in detail. These words come back to haunt him, because the very next moment something large and soft presses against him from behind. Lucille says it's just dog behavior and anyone can do it. When Floretta repeats after her, the woman is amazed that she is ready to compete with her, even for the title of dog. Well, Iso is not at all attracted to this, especially considering the fact that they were sitting on him all this time. As he sends Floretta and Lucille out the door, the alchemist tells them to leave immediately and not disturb him. When he slams the door behind him, he starts talking indignantly. Iso admits that he is already quite tired of this couple. Meanwhile, Cheese, leaning against the glass, uncontrollably cries out an interjection that testifies to his surprise. The alchemist approaches him calmly, and also asks him what is the matter. Since the rat does not respond, being carried away by the process, Iso himself approaches the glass. What he sees makes him surprised too, because the falcon is already defeated. Lyrebird, with her new magic, was able to capture the wolf's heart, bringing the cry under control. The always calm Verona also got it, only a different technique was used on her. The demonic Lyrebird took over her brain, performing identical manipulations as with the falcon. Thus the 2 maids found themselves completely at the mercy of their rival. Iso begins to reason about this, realizing that his calculations were wrong. Meanwhile, Lyrebird begins to tighten his demonic heartstrings. She does the same with the threads leading to the brain of her second rival. The woman turns to her friends in a cheeky manner, asking them if they will admit defeat. Cheese suggests declaring Lyrebird the winner, but Iso doesn't see the point yet. As soon as he talks about the number of women and how Silver Phoenix hasn't done anything yet, Crow comes to her senses. Something rushes past Falcon too, cutting the threads holding her claws. The threads that were reaching to the woman's heart also disappear, and she also comes to her senses. Realization comes to both of them, but Sokol is the first to voice it. Lyrebird trembles with the strain of holding Silver Phoenix's new weapon. The strength of the latter, thanks to the combination of its own physical qualities and weapons, turns out to be equal to hers. Lyrebird notes that these are not Silver Phoenix feathers, and she wonders what they are then. A woman asks her rival if she thinks that she is the only one who has become stronger. Unconsciously, she recalls how 3 days ago she told Iso that the position of headmaid didn't matter to her. The alchemist then asked if this fight was beneath her dignity and if the Silver Phoenix was looking down on him. The woman says that's not true. That's not what she meant, and she's glad that Iso asked her to become the head maid. She just doesn't want the Baron to worry about such things, since she has already asked him for so much. Iso was amused by this and praised Silver Phoenix for taking care of him. However, he hates being forced into making deals, especially when it comes from his test subjects. Lyrebird, meanwhile, is discussing the material that Silver Phoenix's spear is made of, and she begins to take out the feather blades, which are also made of ice silver. The woman does all this instantly, attacking her opponent very quickly. She can't even get her bearings, everything happens so quickly. Silver Phoenix is even mentally amazed at how accurate her strike was. Well, the chair with Lyrebird sitting on it suddenly evaporates somewhere the next moment. The woman appears in a different place and, beginning to rebuild, makes a sound. She asks her rival if she had to force her to take this form. Silver Phoenix says she doesn't blame Lyrebird for her becoming this way. The woman continues her words by saying that she simply wants her rival to know one thing. Silver Phoenix says that as long as she lives, Lyrebird will always be second. Falcon is amazed that these two, who were already strong before, have become even stronger. Cheese, as usual, offers Iso a bet, and he bets first on the Silver Phoenix. He remembers how 2 days ago he explained in detail to this woman the basics of using close combat weapons. And then he talked about the main drawback of adamantite weapons, clearly demonstrating everything. Iso said that ice silver has magical repulsion and super inertia. The alchemist planned to inject it into the Silver Phoenix's body so that she could summon the weapon whenever she wanted. However, there was a high price for this, which was excruciating pain in all bones. But Iso added that he would not force the woman and would only do this if she wanted it herself. Silver Phoenix agreed, saying that she had 100% faith in her master. Iso expressed satisfaction with this, saying that Alpha was the most suitable test subject he had ever had. Now the alchemist explains how a huge mass of icy silver interacts with the gravitational field. Silver Phoenix mentally curses in frustration, because by summoning such a colossus, she signed her own death warrant. Lyrebird thinks that it's all over for her, because she spent all her strength on the heartstring. Well, Cheese, saying that everything will be decided now, turns to his favorite, egging her on. Silver Phoenix bluffs, telling her opponent that it's not too late for her to give up. Lyrebird also puts on a confident air, saying that her opponent won't beat her. The next moment, the Silver Phoenix crystals begin to crumble. The same thing happens with Lyrebird's demonic technique. Silver Phoenix, unable to stand on his feet, falls from exhaustion. Something similar happens to her rival, as the heart threads take too much power. Cheese and Iso, observing such a picture, are puzzled, especially remembering their bet. The White Queen is informed that the bridge separating Neon Bay and Golden has been destroyed. She asks her assistant if the association is too harsh on heroes with gold licenses. The girl reminds the White Queen of the oath she took when she received this license. The woman lets Mike go, saying that she will find the culprits, as she was asked, but not because of the idiotic glasses. The bodyguard asks her mistress why she is delaying in taking action. The woman begins to say that the reason lies with the leader of that criminal group. When she suggests that he might be her older brother, the bodyguard is surprised. She doesn't understand how Mr. Gordon's eldest daughter can have an older brother. A woman tells her interlocutor about something her mother once told her as a child. Then she ordered her daughter never to become an enemy of the dark-haired boy from the Persilade family, because he will probably be her older half-brother. The girl then became outraged by this, asking if she was not her father's first child. The woman agreed, but only partially, because that child should not exist in this world. The White Queen thinks that this is the reason why she never took any of her siblings seriously, except him. The bodyguard reminds her mistress that, even if that is the case, he is a super criminal. The woman says that she understands this, and she is only waiting for a reason that will untie her hands. And then she will show him who is their father's favorite child. Meanwhile, at Uncle Tom's Burger Factory, the peace of the guests is disturbed. Seeing the one who visited this humble place, they begin to look around. The visitor becomes the cause of several conflicts between married couples, and she becomes the Silver Phoenix, who serves her master. When she opens the ketchup packet, it is sealed too tightly. And the fact that a woman inadvertently soils herself causes a corresponding reaction in men. Iso repeats his words about the fact that he could have opened the ketchup packet himself. However, Silver Phoenix says he has no intention of neglecting his duties. Moreover, recalling that battle, she says that she did not live up to her master's expectations. The Silver Phoenix asks its master to let it feed as compensation for its loss. Men are going crazy because this guy takes his maid with him even to eat fast food. Iso wonders rhetorically why this damn Barbara is making him wait so long, out loud. The alchemist says she simply doesn't know how dangerous he is, scheduling a meeting in such a public place. At that very moment, the doors swing open and the woman begins to apologize to her interlocutor from the threshold. Barbara justifies her lateness by saying that she accidentally caught a thief on the way here. Men, noticing her, make controversial comments and say that she looks even more stunning. Hearing one of the men say he is ready to commit a crime, Barbara turns her attention to him. She says that it is better not to do this, because otherwise she will send them to prison. Both men say in one voice that they understood her and admit that they made a big mistake. Barbara praises them, saying that they are great guys, and it is immediately obvious that they are good citizens. Looking at this woman, Iso thinks that she is completely different from the patrol chiefs he knows. Sitting down, Barbara says that she did not expect such punctuality from a criminal. Iso says that a person with a bad sense of timing cannot become the main villain. The alchemist gets straight to the point, asking Barbara what she stands to gain from helping to assassinate the head of the Black Palace family. The woman says that this way she can improve Golden. Alpha is amazed at her rudeness. Barbara confronts her, asking how Silver Phoenix went from being the leader of the 1,000 birds to being a maid. When asked how she knows her, the woman reminds us of what her position entails. Silver Phoenix is about to put Barbara in her place, but Iso stops her. He turns to his interlocutor, asking her if she really thinks he needs her help. Barbara remarks that if this were not so, he would not be sitting here now and waiting for her. Iso says he doesn't think aristocrats would be that hard to kill. Barbara asks him, as a villain, if he knows about the 4 unforgivable sins. Iso agrees, saying that he is aware that these very sins are the 4 most notorious criminals of Golden. The first of these is the Black Emperor, the boss of the Country Hunters, the most powerful gang in Golden. The second one is Iso's idol, and his name is the Jack of Hearts. He is a magician, and Golden's #1 assassin. The third is the Brain Killer, the most terrifying and mysterious monster in their city. And the 4th archbishop is Venom, the most bloodthirsty terrorist in Golden. Barbara likes the way Iso described them, and she expresses her opinion out loud. But the woman asks if any of these sins have ever attacked a world aristocrat. Iso replies in the negative, saying that this is precisely why he doesn't take the unforgivable sins seriously. Meanwhile, Renee at home slowly opens her eyes. Sitting up and glancing at the mattress, she is surprised to find no one nearby. The girl walks down the corridor and calls out to her mother in a stuttering voice, asking where she is. The drops falling from the blade join others that have already formed a small puddle below. This blood belongs to this woman, the mother of little Renee, and the girl becomes an unwitting witness to such a horrific picture. Well, in reality, the already grown-up Renee wakes up in a cold sweat, her eyes suddenly opening wide. Red, who was nearby, also stood up, sensing her mistress's emotions. Approaching her, she asks if the girl is okay. She says that she woke up because of the heat, because the blanket is too thick. The bodyguard is about to find a thinner blanket, but Renee says it's not necessary. Instead, she asks the woman to come to her. She obediently carries out her mistress's orders, and shows by her appearance that she is awaiting an order. The girl moves aside, and after hesitating a little, turns to her interlocutor. She tells Red that she will sleep with her tonight. The woman can't believe her luck, so she asks the girl about it again. Renee tells her to stop asking stupid questions and just go to bed, and she obeys. In order not to stain his mistress's bed, Red takes off his clothes. She lays down carefully, as if afraid of scaring the girl or that she might change her mind. Red remembers that she has never seen Renee's sleeping face so close. The girl, meanwhile, asks how long this woman has been her bodyguard, and she answers. Then Renee asks her if she would be able to go against the Black Palace family for her. The bodyguard is taken aback by this question, because she expected to hear anything but this. Cheese directs Crow as she gives him a massage, and the woman responds with politeness. When Iso enters the room, the rat asks him if he really came back so quickly from his date with Barbara. Cheese asks if the guy forgot about his order, and he asks Alpha to give it to him. Silver Phoenix immediately hands the package to the rat. Well, he starts to meticulously check whether everything he asked for was brought to him. After everything is in place, Cheese sentimentally thanks Iso, but he asks him to leave these veal tenderness. Silver Phoenix asks Crow to call everyone else, because the master took burgers for them too, but the rat asks her to be quiet. Iso asks what happened and why they should speak more quietly. The answer comes naturally in the truest sense of the word. Garcia has already prepared the food. She is picky about how fast food has no nutritional value and is also unhealthy. While she's scolding Silver Phoenix, Cheese is quietly trying to eat at least his burger. In vain, the elf pulls it out of the rat's hands right at the moment of the bite. Garcia begins to scold him as well, reminding him that he is Iso's most important partner. Cheese says that since he is a rat, his diet is different from that of a human, but the elf is adamant. While he eats the food she prepared, the woman says that she wants Cheese to be a healthy mouse. Iso asks his friend why he is roaring, since he is already such a healthy rat. And the last one shouts loudly, asking why this guy was allowed to eat chicken cutlets, but he wasn't. No one answers his question out loud, but the looks of the maids are more than eloquent. Because of this, the rat has no choice but to continue to shed bitter tears. And Iso says it's all because he always pays attention to healthy and balanced nutrition. Garcia informs him that Lucille ate too many snacks and appears to have fallen asleep in her room. Iso thinks about how he ate so much at the burger place that he can't fit any more in, and he looks for an excuse to leave. The next moment he says that he has a headache, Garcia begins to worry. She addresses him as dear, and these words confuse both women at once. Iso begins to justify himself, saying that they both misheard, and in fact, Garcia gave the report. Anyway, a little later the elf helps the guy get to his room. Iso, with just his lips, asks Cheese to get the burgers out of the trash and not to forget to take one of them to Floretta. Alpha knocks on the door of the said one, giving her name and politely asking her to open it for her. The girl was indeed asleep, as the elf had said, but that was not what made the Silver Phoenix freeze. Looking at this girl, the woman involuntarily remembers what her second personality did to her. So, before speaking again, Silver Phoenix swallows nervously. And yet, in a kind voice, she says that the master ordered this to be conveyed to Floretta. Seeing how happy this girl is over a regular burger, Silver Phoenix can hardly believe that it's really her. And yet she feels obliged to apologize to her and offers her to do with this feather whatever she wishes. Imagine the woman's surprise when, instead of punishment, the girl hands her a chicken leg. Floretta says she's fine and politely asks Silver Phoenix to eat the chicken leg. The woman can't believe her luck, so she just flatteringly calls the girl by name. But after this, feelings overwhelm her, and Silver Phoenix apologizes to Floretta again. Meanwhile, in another part of the house, some kind of commotion is going on. Iso has been tinkering with something at his alchemical workbench for a long time now. However, at some point he says in a joyful tone that everything is finally ready. And the very next moment, the alchemist empties the flask in one short gulp. The taste of this liquid makes him puzzled and thoughtful. However, this is not because he is bad. On the contrary, Iso considers him quite good. But the next moment, something happens that he could never have expected. And the guy, overcome with powerlessness and unbearable pain, falls to the floor, clutching his heart. Waking up with unbearable hunger in the middle of the night, Lucille goes out in search of food. But then her attention is drawn to a strange feeling, as if someone is watching her. Turning around sharply, the woman finds this man with her eyes and asks him who he is. And although this guy remains silent, a smile appears on his lips. And Iso asks the woman if she doesn't recognize her master.